Hello and happy Tuesday to everyone, and welcome to another episode of Top 5, one of my favorite shows to do. It is fun ranking stuff. How are you doing tonight, Jason?
I'm doing good. Up yourself?
I'm doing good. I'm ready to go. I think we're going to have a fun one. Not that they're not always fun, but I think this one is going to be extra fun. So
yeah, this is going to be an interesting one just to see what everybody's favorite things are. Pretty much is what I look at this list as.
Yeah, it's kind of fun on the ones that aren't very specific, so it literally encapsulates like all of video games. So got stuff all over the board. So it'll be interesting to see what everyone's picks are for tonight. So we'll go ahead and introduce our panel. We'll just go down the list here. So first up, we got a good buddy of mine, Cult of Carl. How you doing today? Thanks for joining us.
Hello, Nerdy Jason. Hello. Hope you guys are having a wonderful time. Enjoying this beautiful summer weather. I'm dying, but I am playing hurt, and I'll tough it out.
Are you dying because of the heat or because of your tooth?
Both.
Both. All right. Well, hopefully you can tough it out, and you took maybe some painkillers to make it through a couple hours and enjoy a fun stream.
I'm just about to do that right now, actually.
All right. Next up, we got my buddy in Achievement Crime, Dude1286. What's up?
Howdy. Just ready to do talking about some franchises we all love.
Yes.
I think me and Nerdy might have some crossover.
Some overlay. I expect there to be at least one. So, hint. And lastly, we got, I think he was on, I know he was on a recent one. I don't know if it was the last one because I have to go back and look. But JT Epsilon, hello, and thanks for joining for another episode of Top 5.
Hello, I'm pretty sure I was not on the last one, but the one before that.
Okay, it's like I had to go back and look and see what the last one was. Yes, that was right. We did Star Wars characters last, but you were on the one before that for Star Wars games. So good to have you back. Glad to always have you guys on the channel. So I didn't prepare a couple of preemptive questions like I usually do. So
well, this one's one of those where we can't really have a preemptive one. I mean, there could be, but like this is just so
broad
without giving anything away, and so broad. It's like, hey, tell us your favorite stuff without giving us your list.
Yeah. I normally I try to come up with something, but I literally didn't even think about it till just now. So we're just going to go on and get right on into our top fives because this when we're talking about something that encapsulates all of video games, not a very specific topic like Star Wars or Metroidvanias, kind of hard to come up with something like Jason said without giving answers away. So we'll go ahead and get into our topics right away, into our number fives right away. So, Jason, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I can get us going. So this list actually was pretty easy for me. I just look around my office and I can be like, well, there's 4 out of 5. The one I want to put at 5, I usually like to be, take a little, we'll say a little bit of more stuff with number 5, but I decided to go normal with this one. So for my number 5, I put Mario Party.
Okay.
I didn't want to put like Mario or anything like that because Mario is great and all, but if there's ever a Mario Party game that comes out, that's usually a franchise or usually a game or usually something that I'm like, what I want to get into and I want people to play, and anytime they make a bad one, I'm like, man, that would have been cool if that was online or you can just do boards and all that kind of stuff. So I put Mario Party for my number 5, and I mean, who on this panel doesn't like that game? Even if you hate to like it, it's always one of those fun games just get into and get to play with anybody.
I was just gonna ask that.
My favorite is probably 2 or 3, but 4 is really good too. So be 2, 3, or 4.
I do really like 4 because I even like the single player content of it as well.
It
actually gives you a reason to actually go through the entire story mode with each character.
Going back to episode 2 of Top 5 Mario games, Jason's number 1 pick was Mario Party 2.
So again, these top 5s, if you go back and you watch the episodes, you can definitely kind of tell what my 5 might be or what a lot of people's that were on those episodes might, pop up around here and there. So Mario Party is great. It's a great franchise. I hope it keeps coming back. I hope it comes back with, easy ways just to be like, cool, we're just going to create a board and then go that way. I mean, mini games, you can only do the same mini game so many times, but they're always still fun when you play them.
I do not have.
I don't know. Bob Crossing is always a great time.
It's
That's a single player one from 4.
Yeah.
You just survive as long as you can.
mhm.
I don't have a very fond affiliation with Mario Party games. I think I've really only played one, and I see this is good timing. I didn't say hi to the chat, but Paul is here. What's up, Paul? Good evening. And Melee K is here saying that Smash Melee will be his number 1. But it's funny that K just showed up because I've mentioned Mario Party on a stream before, and I think the one and only one I really played was what I think is what most people consider to be the worst one. And it was one of them on Wii. I don't know if there was one or more than one. But
It's not
was-
bad. It's
Yeah.
not bad.
I hated that game because at the end it was complete RNG. It just arbitrarily divvied
Welcome to Mario
out
Party.
stars to people, and I hated it as like this. Why would you play this when it's like, no, you were winning, but we're just gonna decide to give it to this person because of no reason.
I always say when that happens, you should have got a bigger lead.
Yep.
I
So-
will say this about Mario Party. Started off in the N64 console and has stayed strong ever since. It's definitely one of those games that really just captures both like the hardcore and the casual audience and really hurts friendships too.
It did die during the Wii U era, though.
A lot of things died in the Wii U era.
Yeah, that's true.
Wii
I mean,
U.
but again, Bowser mode was pretty fun. Like if you had
It was
enough
a good
people to play
idea.
the Bowser mode, it was a good.
But it was still in the car.
Yeah,
If it was like in an actual Mario Party game where the 5th player actually played as Bowser in a normal Mario Party, that would have actually been fun.
Did any of you actually play the Dragon Quest spinoff of Mario Party, Fortune Street, for the Wii?
Oh, Fortune Sheet's great.
That one's just
Like-
like That one's more like Monopoly though. Than
It's more
Mario
Monopoly,
Party.
but yeah, Fortune Street's fantastic.
Yeah, I just picked it up recently. I was wondering how it is. I kind of want to play.
Oh, you'll like it.
Oh, thank you.
I've never even heard of that game until I remember Fortune Street got mentioned a bunch. Was it on the Mario Party top or Mario Top 5 episode? Because I remember I've heard that game mentioned a number of times recently, and I'd never even heard of it before.
If it's usually mentioned around Mario Party because, like I said, it's not an exact Mario Party game. It doesn't have like a lot of the mini games and all the stars. Like it is literally you're playing Monopoly with like stock markets trying to get stuff like that, but it just has like the Dragon Age or not Dragon Age. I'm sorry, the Dragon Quest
Dragon Quest.
characters and like all the Mario Nintendo characters and all that stuff. But yeah, no, it's a lot of fun.
And I'm glad that you put Mario Party specifically, because one thing I forgot to specify, I didn't even think about it until literally like an hour or two ago, is for like giant franchises like
Yeah.
Mario, it'd be better to narrow it down to something specific within that franchise, because I have one of those on my list. And if you have something giant like that, that's fine, because I didn't specify. But if you were able to narrow something down like Mario Party games specifically, or maybe like Mario sports games, something like that, that is definitely more makes for a better list in my opinion. So I'm glad that you said Mario Party.
My 2 biggest franchises are actually in my honorable mentions, so they're more of just a afterthought.
All right.
I'll give you that. I'll let you know that.
Okay. I guess I will go next then. So yeah, for me it was 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3 were pretty easy. 4 and narrowing like 8 games down to 2 for spots 4 and 5 was a little difficult. And originally my number 5 was probably in my 3rd spot, but I had to bump it down just because the other ones that are above it all have way more games that are all, for the most part, all really good. This one is one of my favorite games of all time. If it was specifically like favorite games of all time, this would probably be in my number 2. But because there's only technically the franchise has 4 games, but I only consider 2 of them. But they are great games. But because there's just not as many of them, I had to put it down on my number 5, and that is Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden Black being probably my 2nd, maybe 3rd favorite game of all time. And Ninja Gaiden 2 is also a phenomenal game. Ninja Gaiden 3, I've talked about it at length on many streams, was complete garbage.
Are you consider 3 and 3 Razor's Edge different games, or are you consider the original and Gaiden and Black different?
So I'm considering Ninja Gaiden and Ninja Gaiden Black. And when I say Ninja Gaiden, I mean the Xbox version, not the original NES version, because I haven't played any of the NES versions.
Well, if you do include those, it would actually be a much bigger franchise.
True. But I haven't played them, so I don't count them. Although basically the NES Ninja Gaiden I count as like one franchise, and then the rebooted franchise as a separate franchise. I mean, that's just personally me, so you wouldn't have to. But I do consider the original Xbox release of Ninja Gaiden and Ninja Gaiden Black as one game, because Ninja Gaiden Black is just the original one with more stuff added to it. But technically, that is the same as Ninja Gaiden 3 versus Razor's Edge. I haven't actually played Razor's Edge in its entirety. I've only played like the first few levels of it, and I've only seen one difference between it so far, between the Razor's Edge version and the original Ninja Gaiden 3 release. I've heard that it's got all this stuff added to it. I haven't seen most of it yet. But so I did play through Ninja Gaiden 3 on its release in its entirety, the non-Razor's Edge version, and it was terrible. The fourth game in the franchise is the Yaiba Ninja Gaiden Z, which very few people played, and most people don't consider it part of the franchise either. I can't say anything about it one way or the other. It looked fun, but I don't know. I didn't play it. But Ninja Gaiden Black is one of my top favorite games of all time, and Ninja Gaiden 2 is also very high up there. And for that alone, puts Ninja Gaiden at my number 5. Like I said, it probably would have been higher if it wasn't for the rest of the games on my list having more games in them that I like a lot. Probably most of them not as much as Ninja Gaiden Black, but as a franchise overall, I put Ninja Gaiden in my number 5.
They've also had more consistency.
Mm-hmm.
For most of my franchises, yes, I will agree with that for the most part. So, I know I've mentioned Ninja Gaiden frequently on my streams, but I'm not sure about any of you guys. Do you guys ever play any of the rebooted Ninja Gaiden games?
I've actually only played the very first one on the NES.
Okay.
I'm trash at those games, so I know my place.
I like hack and slash games, which is why the first Castlevania game I ever played was Lords of Shadow, which I think is a good game, but I know how much James hates it.
I probably like the Lords of Shadow
on when he was on Party Chat way back. But those I've completed 100% Lords of Shadow. I have Lords of Shadow 2, but I've only played a little bit of it so far. But
Lords of Shadow reminded me of a God of War clone, to be honest.
It basically is.
Yeah, and I kind of like that a little bit more.
Oh, Paul's in. I love Ninja Gaiden 2. Yeah, it's a great game too. So, all right, I was wondering because I like to say a little bit on each thing that gets mentioned, but if I'm the only one who's played it, then not everyone can really talk on it much.
Closest I've gotten is Devil May Cry or Dark Souls.
Yeah, Devil May Cry is definitely in that vein. I don't consider Dark Souls to be very similar in that, even though they are
hard
hack and slash games, but I think the Souls-like games are a completely different genre of hack and slash, or I should say subgenre of hack and slash.
Yeah. I kind of want to try them out on my Series X with all the updates and everything that those guys get to see how it kind of plays more too. I might enjoy it now that I'm older. So I kind of want to do it again.
I'm waiting for original Xbox to get support on retro achievements.
Yeah, that'd be great. But all right. Dude, you want to give us your number 5?
Yeah, sure, why not? This series has gone downhill recently, but even the newer games still have their pros. And of course, it's Halo.
Okay.
This is my childhood copy of the Game of the Year edition because I didn't get it day one. And of course, I've also got my Halo 3 Legendary copy right here.
Okay. Yep. I'm pretty sure those are exactly the copies that I have of Halo 1 and 3 as well.
They're the only Halo games I decided to bring up, but like the Bungie games are great. Everyone knows them. But I still like the Spartan Assault game, the first one. I haven't played the Spartan Strike game because that was like a Windows PC only one.
And Spartan Assault has like a dozen different versions because there's like the Windows Live version, there's the Xbox like 360 version, the Windows Phone, there's the Xbox One version.
Yeah, I've done the 360 and the Xbox One version on achievements. So, but those games are still fun. The Halo Wars games are great RTS games, and 4 does have 4, 5, and Infinite still have some things that are good in them. Like 4, the campaign I actually like.
I still don't get why so many people hate 4. I thought it was
4,
not as good as the original trilogy, but still a good game.
It's mainly the multiplayer that 4 is hated for.
I agree with everything you guys just said too. The only thing I didn't like, spongy enemies on the higher difficulties were even
Yeah.
more annoying.
Yeah, the
Well,
Prometheans on
whenever we
Legendary
finally
were
go
difficult.
through, whenever I finally go through it on my channel, I'll be doing it with co-op, and we'll have 4 people. So spongy enemies won't be noticed.
Need a person, let me know. I'll be happy to do
Yeah.
that one.
It's gonna be we still need to go through Halo 3, and it's gonna be me, Neo, Insidious, and Paul. But we just
Nice.
keep having time where we can't all get together. So, but
It'll get done eventually.
yep.
Exactly.
And 5, I actually like 5's multiplayer. That one was
Oh,
actually
yeah.
that was actually 5's multiplayer was actually good.
I don't think I
I remember in the
multiplayer
beta.
in 4 or 5.
I remember in the beta, I was actually able to dodge Spartan charges by using the thrusters to the side and then backsmacking a guy. So the fact that all of the Spartan abilities were given to everybody at all times was actually it brought it back down to everyone's on equal footing. The same way as the older games, and then Halo Infinite, yeah, it has its issues, but it's still definitely a good thing in the right direction.
The
But
grappling
it's
hook
just,
in Halo Infinite, I absolutely adore.
yeah, it's just sad that it's the management that's the problem, not the people who are making the game.
Well, happily, most of those people got fired.
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't played Infinite yet, but I am looking forward to getting to it at some point.
Well, if you join me and Paul, we'll eventually get to it. And I still need all those co-op achievements.
So, if you had to pick a favorite Halo, which one would it be?
3.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I think 3. Yeah, 3's a good shout.
I absolutely
makes me the odd one out with Reach.
Oh shoot,
Reach is still good, but
yeah,
I think
that's
3 was just slightly better than it.
I think like there's this misconception that like Reach was like, I don't know about underperformed, but was like underliked. And it's like I think pretty much most everyone loved Reach, and I know a lot of people that like Reach as their favorite. So
when I grew up around it, all I heard was people complaining that it wasn't Master Chief. So
yeah,
I didn't care that, but then again, I'm usually someone who actually likes playing as the elites in the multiplayer.
my biggest issue with Reach was that at least at the time, Reach was the introduction to the games of the Spartan 3s, but they had already been introduced in the books, and the Spartan 3s in the books and the games were completely different. That was my biggest issue.
Oof.
But I did like Reach for its gameplay, and I thought it was fun. Reach might have been the one I played online the most. I might have ended
3
up
was the
playing
most I played because by then I started playing a lot of Call of Duty.
Okay. I played 3 online quite a bit, and I played a Reach online quite a bit too. I'm not sure which one I played more, but I did play both of them online quite a bit.
It's because Black Ops 1 and Halo Reach were the ones that came out at the same time, and I just prefer Black Ops multiplayer over Halo Reach.
Understandable. Yeah, I've never been big on Call of Duty, so.
Yeah, Halo Reach was when I kind of stopped playing a lot of online video games and stuff, and it was kind of like that tail end because I was working at the time, so I started to go away from playing multiplayer because I used to work ungodly hours, so everyone would be asleep.
I would go to bed at like 2 a.m. and then wake up at 6 to go to school and then sleep half the day away and still get decent grades.
Yeah, I wish I could do that. I was just working at AT&T.
Yeah,
I was working in fast food, so.
I think similar for me, Carl. Reach was probably the last game, like competitive game I played online, like a lot. After that, I don't remember playing because, I often say, PvP is not really my thing. So I much prefer co-op, and that was probably the last game I played quite a lot of PvP. It was Reach.
For me, it was Black Ops 2.
So, all right, good pick. All right, Carl, what about your number 5?
My number 5 is I'm gonna go with a JRPG that I got into relatively recently, but has kind of also blown up in popularity too. Persona.
I had a feeling you were going to say that.
I need to start one of those games.
I got to go with Persona. Honestly, I used to not really be super huge into JRPGs. It kind of started coming on a lot recently in like 2015, and Persona 5 was the first game to really get me back into JRPGs, especially from when I was like a kid. I used to play them a lot, and then I kind of tailed off because of work and life changes. The story that everyone has. And ever since I've got into like the Persona games, I've just found out that they've just been very interesting, well written, and fun games. I enjoy the little sim life and all that stuff of it too. Can be a turn off to some people, but at the same time, for me, it's a little nostalgic, because a lot of these games came out when I was in high school, so it's fun to kind of play like say Persona 3, and it's like 2007. I remember this year, you know. So what else can I really say about it? Fun combat, interesting stories. Persona 3 is still the best Persona. I have to say that out loud.
I was going to ask you which one's your favorite. Or, well, is 3 your favorite?
3 is my favorite, and the remake did an absolutely banger of a job in keeping the same feels. In fact, I think it's better than even Portable. But Portable still has a little bit of the edge, only because it lets you play as a female protagonist, too. So that's actually a big ups, too.
So, yeah, me being not a fan of JRPGs. I have had Persona 5 recommended to me, like, you should give Persona 5 a shot, and you might like it. It's like, if I didn't have a million other games to play, and that one, I know Persona 5 is like a 100+ hour game.
It is.
Like, I might give it a shot, but I have so much more stuff that I know I'd rather play instead. So I don't know I doubt I'll ever play it.
My biggest problem with JRPGs is because I know how much time you have to put into them.
They are super hard commitments. I think,
and how I'm a completionist, so.
Yeah, I think I was joking earlier this year with Neo. I was like, I'm trying to beat one game on every console. The only problem is I own nothing but JRPGs on all my consoles.
Hey, it's better than owning only Warriors games on each console.
Oh my goodness! Oh my damn!
Now, because I had never really even heard of the Persona franchise until recently, because Persona 5, I think, became really popular.
Kind of blew up.
Yep.
Yeah, it kind of blew up. How far back does the Persona franchise go? What
I think it was on PS1.
were they on?
It was on
PS1.
the PS1, and it was actually a spin-off of the Shin Megami Tensei series originally.
I've heard that name, but I did not know that the two franchises were related.
Yeah, so like the first Persona game is basically just a spin-off of the Shin Megami Tensei series. It's like exactly like the Shin Megami Tensei series. It's a dungeon crawler, like an actual old school dungeon crawler, first person view and everything. And then like the second one was actually split up into 2 parts. I've never played those ones, but I hear they're really good from my friends. It's on my to-do list because I know that they're on the PSP and they're still on the Vita. If anyone has a Vita and you want a cheap option to buy them,
I meant dude does.
Yeah, those are the way to go. But it really started to get its own leggings again when Persona 3 came out, and I think they released like 3 copies of it. So there's like a Persona 3, there's a Persona 3 FES, and then there's a Persona 3 Portable. And there's a little bit of debate on which one was like the best one.
I think I have the FES version on PS2.
Yeah, that a lot of people say that's a good one because it's open world. But like, of course, the PSP makes it a visual novel kind of feel to it, but they still have that dungeon crawler aspect to it that makes it good. So I just like it. A lot of the stories, I would say, are really deep and mature, I guess you could say, especially for 3. And it really holds.
Is that the one where they bring out the persona by shooting themselves in the head?
Yeah, the real edgy, like mid 2000s edginess. But I guess the themes of just like you have to struggle with like life and death and accepting, like, is it worth fighting against fate is something that really spoke to me. And that's why I say Persona 3 is the best one. But Persona 5 has the best combat and soundtrack. I will say that.
Okay.
Well, one of the franchises I have has a game that talks about that has something similar to that, but it's not a game it's not the game you'd be thinking about. I'll let you know that right now.
All right. Yeah, I've heard. I know Persona's become especially popular lately, and I think nearly everyone has been on Game Pass. So I know that's helped expand its reach a bunch too.
Yes, and they also go on sale quite a lot. Ironically enough, Persona 4 Golden for the longest time was considered the definitive version, and the only way to play it was on the Vita for like ever.
Isn't there a fighting game based on Persona 4?
There's 2 fighting games based on Persona
Yeah.
4. And there's also 3 rhythm dancing games that are based on all 3 of the Persona 3, 4, and 5. And there's also a Dynasty Warriors clone for Persona 5.
Dude's like Dynasty Warriors.
I have a love-hate relationship with it right now. I didn't expect this one to take as long. This is why we're kind of putting open mic and achievement chaser just together.
Yeah, dude's gonna be on with me on Thursday because we still haven't done our May Achievement Chasers episode, so it'll be a little bit of a combined episode. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. See, I was just gonna say something else about Persona. Oh, now is Persona. I may be getting these names mixed up because I know basically nothing about the franchise, but I think Persona 5 and Persona 5 Royale, are those 2 separate games?
Kind of. Basically, what Persona likes to do is they like to have like a base version of a game, and then like a year later or a couple years later, they do like a definitive one with like more story and extra content, improved mechanics. It's an Atlas thing. They love to do this thing where they'll sell you the DLC, but at full price.
Okay, so they are.
And if you're a trophy hunter, it's two separate lists.
Oh, it's a stack. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it is a stack.
So it's essentially like a Game of the Year edition. So it is the same game, just with more stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, and usually you have to do like special requirements too. If you miss those requirements, you just basically get the base game and you miss out on all the side content.
Okay.
One of the last times I went to LameStop, I actually picked out the Royale version, and they actually gave me the non-Royale version in the case.
Oh,
I had to go back and actually fix this.
Like, no, you gave me the wrong one. That's false
I actually
advertisement.
had that happen similar with a Pirates of the Caribbean game on the PS2. It was like, I think the case was like Legend of Jack Sparrow or something, and then I got home, opened it up, and it was at World's End. And then because I was a kid, I just said, "Oh, I must have just made a mistake. This just must be the right disc," and never said anything to my parents, and so I just ended up with that World's End instead.
I think
Was
I
it at
played
least a
that
good game?
I don't know. I didn't get far in it. At that time, I was really bad at video games, and I gave up very quickly.
Oof.
Let's see here.
that's too funny.
I'm pretty sure I played that one way back in the day via GameFly. So let's see here. Which one was it? It was at World's End. I played that back in August of 2007. And I gave it a 1 star out of 5. And the true achievement site rating is 2.4, which is not great. But, it's a movie-based game, so what do you expect? So, okay.
Well, is X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Yes, that is a good one. Yeah, we talked about that on a somewhat recent episode of Party Chat on good movie-based games, and that was, I think, the first thing I mentioned was X-Men Origins Wolverine, and that one is it's not just better than the movie because that movie is terrible. It's like an awesome game, so it's just like way better than the movie it's based on. So yeah, if you haven't played X-Men Origins Wolverine, I definitely recommend it. It's awesome. So and recent friend of the channel who was on open mic not too long ago, Christian Frades. What's up, Christian? Saying that his favorite mode in Halo is Firefight. That is fun stuff. Good addition that came in. I think that showed up for the first time in ODST, right?
I think so.
Yes.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
It was ODST.
I'm pretty sure that was introduced in ODST.
Yeah.
I remember doing there was one achievement in ODST. It was probably the hardest one. I think it was worth 0 gamer score. And it was the one for like surviving like 7 or 8 like sets, and each set was like 7 waves. So it took like 2.5 hours, and everyone had a shared pool of lives. I remember we got it on. We were like this close to getting the achievement, and everyone but one guy died, and we were all like on pins and needles. hoping that he wouldn't die because we were all out of lives, and it was him versus like this last wave, and he pulled it off, and it was like that meme of like all the people in the sports bar looking up at the TV, and then they all go like nuts. That was us. It was crazy, and it was fun because we were all doing it split screen. It wasn't over Xbox Live.
I've done it twice, and both times it wasn't that hard. You just got to know the right map to use it to do it on.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts, but that was fun.
The funniest thing about ODST, which sold me about it for Firefight, was the GameStop thing where you could get Sergeant Johnson as a pre-order bonus.
Oh yeah, I did that.
I did that too. I was like, oh, I could be Sergeant Johnson. I'm sold.
Now I'm Buck.
So, all right, JT Epsilon, what is your number 5?
So my number 5 is also a unfortunately dying franchise.
There's
That's
too many
not
of
going to
those.
die anytime soon, but was a part of a huge controversy recently, and that is Assassin's Creed.
Ah,
Baby.
Like Carl here, I am a huge history person. I absolutely love history, and I love learning stuff about the United States history, which is, I'm going to kind of jump the gun and say that Assassin's Creed 3 is my favorite out of all of them.
interesting.
My favorite thing about Assassin's Creed 3 is the conversation with Ben Franklin.
I've never played that one.
Don't remember that part. And I
yeah.
played the game twice because I played the 360 and the Xbox One version.
If you want me to, I can put it in the private chat for Discord because I put it somewhere else recently.
Yeah, you have to remind me. I don't remember at the moment.
I do remember it had a great plot twist after the first act. I was like, oh my god.
So when the game came out, it was before I could actually get games for myself and everything, and I had to rely on birthdays. And I was actually watching a YouTuber play it, and so it spoiled it and everything. And by the time I got the game, I was like, damn, this really. And that was actually the last video I ever watched on a game. I would never spoil the game for myself ever again after that, because I was so excited for Assassin's Creed 3, and I actually didn't even bother with it at first because I had already seen the beginning. So I was so bored at first. I was like, I've already seen this. Oh my god. But once I got over it, I got enthralled. I love the story. I actually loved the main character. Everybody else thought he was boring. I thought his whole story was absolutely heartbreaking and tragic. And it really sells the whole Kenway tragedy of their entire bloodline.
Yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't spoiled for me because I didn't even play AC3 until 2021, so only a few years ago. And I know it had a bad reputation, but it's definitely not up there in my top favorite of Assassin's Creeds, but I liked it more than I expected given how it had such a negative connotation going into it.
Oh, yeah, so,
I think I would have liked it a bit more if I didn't have to play it through it twice in quick succession because of the one online achievement that wasn't going to be available after a certain time period. So I did
the same thing.
I played through it on 360 and PS3 like back to back.
Oh, you did on 2 different platforms. I did the Xbox 360 and Xbox One version pretty close to each other. And yeah, I think AC3 is before they turned into these giant sprawling RPGs with Origins. I'd say AC3 is probably the longest one because you have to do literally everything in the game to get because pretty much all the other Assassin's Creed games have an achievement for getting 100% in each story mission, which means just complete each side objective while you're going for the main objective. Assassin's Creed 3, that 100% achievement is for literally doing every single thing in the entire game.
Yep.
So it took a lot longer to get that 100%.
Well, yeah. I mean, did you play the first one? It was here, collect 100 flags, and people actually waste their time doing this. Let's see how far we can push this.
I think Assassin's Creed 1 is the only one I haven't played twice because there's never been a remaster or another stack of it on Xbox.
And luckily, it doesn't even have trophies on PS3, so I never had to play through it twice that way either.
There you go.
If they did a remaster of it, I would play it again though.
Hopefully, they give us a way to actually find the flags on the map.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they would.
So, given that you're such a big fan of Assassin's Creed, have you played all of them have you played all of them basically?
So I haven't played like the 2D side scroller ones or whatever.
Oh, the Chronicles games.
Yeah, I haven't played those, but I have played all the main lines, and then
Okay.
Okay.
But
I completed Origins and all of its DLC. I completed Odyssey. I started its DLC and stopped. And Valhalla, I could barely even get through the beginning. I stop around after I get to the first like village fairly quickly. It was so boring. It was so on Assassin's Creed to me. I just was like, no. And then
Okay.
I was excited for Mirage actually simply because of the time period. Because I actually, when like researching where they actually got their original idea for the assassins from and the history that surrounded, real life, all that, and actually visiting the fortress and everything, I was actually excited. I got the game, I played it, and I was like, I just still as boring. You ruined my fascination with Alamet Fortress, and all I want to do in real life is all I want to do is visit it in real life now, because I don't feel the history in the games, and that was such a big appeal to me, was the history. And I know that it wasn't always accurate. I know there was sci-fi to it, but in my opinion, they did it well enough that it felt grounded despite those facts.
Yeah.
And even though I did actually enjoy Origins, I hate the RPG elements and the fact that we started going away with the mythologies or whatnot. It really threw me off. And while I enjoyed Odyssey as a like non-Assassin's Creed game, I hated it as an Assassin's Creed game.
Gotcha.
Yeah, ironically speaking, Origins and Odyssey are the only two Assassin's Creed games I actually did like. Bayek's my boy. I liked Ancient Egypt one a lot. I couldn't help it.
Yeah. Origins is next on the chopping block for me because the last one I did was Syndicate, and I basically spent almost all of last year playing it because of I've gone into it in detail on some of my streams.
The PSP game is supported on Retro Achievements.
Which one is that?
Bloodlines.
Is that Pirate? Oh, Bloodlines. Okay. Interesting.
I think it's Altair.
Oh,
it's its own story, I think.
Yeah, because there was I don't know about the other platforms, but I know that there was a couple of like Windows Phone games and I know one of them was called Pirates, and then there was one that was about Altair. So that's probably the PSP
that one might be the DS game though. Actually, I think Bloodlines is its own game.
Is AC Shadow? Oops, I'm sorry.
Oh, I know there was the first one that I knew about that was a PSP game. And it might have been a DS game as well. I don't know. Was Liberation, and they ported that.
That was a Vita game.
Vita game. Okay. They ported that to 360 arcade, and then it was bundled in like a remastered version was bundled in the AC3 remaster. So, Paul brings up the new one. Shadows looks like it's going to be a Ghost of Tsushima ripoff. What are your thoughts on Shadows, JT?
Yeah, that's what I was about to respond to. I saw that and my brain immediately responded to that, and that's I 100. It's just a straight ripoff. I don't care for it at all. It doesn't seem appealing, and that's just removing the whole what you want to believe about Yasuka, whatever
Yasuke.
the hell. Yeah, that guy. I'm also just dealing with Ubisoft. Their games have all been virtually the same. It's just maybe after it comes out, if I can try it for free, I might enjoy it. But as it stands, I'm done with Ubisoft. I don't trust them. Nothing they show me has been anything different that they haven't done before. And you also are throwing a battle pass into this single player game and have outrageous pricings, and I'm over it. So no. Fuck
It'd be
that.
one thing if it was like the same thing over and over again, but it still looked like they were having fun.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's just that there's so many other companies now that have perfected or have improved upon the Ubisoft formula, like in these last 10 years, that I can understand JT's perspective of I'm just kind of done with Ubisoft myself too for that very reason.
Yeah. What it looks like is they're kind of going back to the mechanic from Syndicate of Jacob was kind of the brawler and Evie was more of the stealthy character. It looks like they're kind of taking that aspect and bringing it back.
But to the more extreme, at least with Jacob, he could still function as an assassin or whatnot. But it looks like this guy, you're not even trying, and it's one of the biggest gripes I've had the past few games is stealth feels like it's the optional path. Whereas the open combat is the main path.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that was not the point. It was stealth, and then a bunch of people like, oh, well, you can still play that way. Like,
It was
not the point.
Yeah, I make fun of it because I think Syndicate, which was the last one before they rebooted with Origins, I believe was the first one that actually had a crouch button.
No, Unity.
Oh, Unity, you're right. Thank you.
Yep. And I actually enjoyed Unity. Just to say, like, I enjoyed it when it came out. I didn't experience many of the bugs. I know why people hated it for bugs, but beyond that, I actually did enjoy Unity, and I find its system in Syndicate the best experience.
What's funny is those
in terms of
bugs. I
stealth.
saw them when I was playing Brotherhood on the Xbox One. In the the ones where you just see the eyes and the mouth.
Yeah.
I saw
Yeah.
those in that version in that game on the backwards compatibility. And it's like, wait, wasn't that Unity game complained about for this?
Yep.
Why weren't they complaining about it in Brotherhood?
Yeah, I never
FGO fanboyism.
I never really had any issues with Unity either. I wasn't a fan of it at first because they completely changed like the combat, and it took me a while to get used to it, and I was getting my butt handed to me. But I didn't run into any bugs either. But I didn't even play the game for the first time until 2019, so it was well after it had been patched.
I think that's actually a big reason why I enjoyed it was that they were talking about. I mean, even though you can get it down, it doesn't get too hard anymore. But the fact that they wanted it to be kind of like AC1, to where it wasn't as easy to take on a whole crowd, so it kind of encourages you to be more stealthy rather than open combat. And I think that's just another reason why I prefer that system over what we have now.
Yeah, it's like if you're getting into combat with more than like 2 or 3 people, you're probably gonna die. Whereas in some of the older ones, you could take on armies by yourself.
Yeah.
Counter kill. Oh, what?
Yep.
Yep.
Unity was the one that took place in France, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, that's why I hated it.
What? You were killing Frenchmen?
Yeah, but I got to play as a French person.
So, all right. Let's see here. Put that in 4230. Cool. All right. Well, let's see here. Does that? That gets everyone's number 5s out of the way. So we'll move on to our number 4s. I will go ahead and start off our number 4s because, as I expected, with the franchise I expected, Dude and I have a crossover. My number 4 was Halo. So I had a feeling that was probably going to be the case. That we were going to have it both on our list somewhere. Halo is the reason why I started playing Xbox, and even though it was an original Xbox game,
I think there might be another sci-fi franchise we might share.
We all know the number 1. Come on now.
Yes,
just like we all know everybody.
My number 1 is not going to be a surprise to anyone. But yeah, Halo. It was being a mainly console gamer. The first console gaming first-person shooter revolution was GoldenEye, and my favorite of that generation was Perfect Dark because it took everything GoldenEye did and then took it up to 11. And then the next console first-person shooter revolution was Halo. And I remember the first time I played it was over at my buddy's house. He got I don't remember if he got it on launch, the Xbox on launch, but I remember going over and playing Halo for the first time and just like falling in love with it and got super hooked on it. And yeah, that's the reason why I'm an Xbox gamer to this day, is because of Halo getting me into it. And then when 360 came out with achievements, that really sunk its hooks into me, but it's all because of Halo. And we already talked about Halo a bunch. 3 is my favorite of the Halo franchise. I've played 1 through 5. Like I said, I haven't played Infinite yet, but I played ODST. I have not done the Halo Wars games because RTS isn't really my thing.
They're not, even if you're not into RTSs, they're not bad completions.
No, they're a very fun game, especially if you got a buddy. I just remember Halo Wars, the first one in particular. Me and one of my buddies spent like a whole solid month just grinding the ladder, just playing that co-op.
Yeah,
and actually nowadays you could just double box it to get to the highest level for the achievement.
For those of you who aren't extreme achievement hunters like us, that means using 2 Xboxes of your own to play both sides to get multiplayer achievements, because sometimes multiplayer in games is dead. So there's literally like no way to do it with other people.
It's either getting another person and you have to help them get to that level, or you have 2 Xboxes with 2 accounts doing it that way. And since Halo Wars is backwards compatible, it's a bit easier.
And it's on Game Pass, so I could do it right now
Yeah.
with my One X and my Series X if I wanted to. But
Yeah.
dude has tried to get me into Halo Wars, and he's like, "Dude, if you, I will help you with it as well." So I might take him up on that at some point. If there was an RTS, a more modern RTS that I would give a try, it probably would be Halo Wars. Even though the tutorial for the first Halo Wars, I turned it off basically in the tutorial because it does one of my number one most hated things in a game. Where it's the most hand-holdy to the extreme is one of my biggest pet peeves in games. So I don't even think I completed the tutorial because I'm like, I hate
this thing for this amount of money, place it directly here, and create this specific unit to send to this spot specifically here. Yeah.
Exactly. I hate that. It's like, tell me what I'm supposed to do, but then let me do it. Don't like say you have to select this item and literally put it on this pixel. You can't put it the pixel next to it. Put it on this pixel. Stuff like that drives me nuts. That's why I didn't even finish.
Luckily, it's only the first. If I remember correctly, it's only that first level that does that.
I figured as much. Given it's RTS, it lets you make the decisions. But that's one of my biggest pet peeves. So I don't remember if I even finished.
It's making sure it drills into your head how you're supposed to do it because they're thinking everyone's a gorilla coming from Halo.
Yeah, exactly. And RTS is typically not a genre that translates well to consoles because of controllers versus keyboard and mouse and having all these different buttons for all these different things you do.
And Halo Wars did a great job doing it.
That's what I've heard. It's done a great job of transitioning that genre to a couch and controller setup rather than a mouse and keyboard. So if there was an RTS I would give a shot, that would probably be it. So but yeah, like I said, I thought Halo 4 got overly hated. I enjoyed it. I don't think I really played almost any of the multiplayer for 4 or 5, so I can't really say much on that. But I wasn't a fan of the story in Halo 5.
I mean, Halo 4's Cortana model is alone. It elevates the game.
Yes, I will agree with you there. That is the best Cortana. But yeah, it's been on a little. I think. From what
Even though Halo 1, you technically get some areola.
But like I said, I haven't played Infinite yet, but I've heard that it was decent. I think it's definitely considered better than Halo 5 for the most part. So, but yeah, Halo is a defining game of my gaming journey, as a gamer. So that was my number 4.
Nice.
So, Carl, you want to start off with give us your number 4?
So, unlike Mr. Neo over here, who hates RTS games, I am also a huge RTS fan, and my number 4 franchise is the Age of Empires / Mythology games.
That was a great segue, just randomly picking on you to flip the genre.
I know. I was like, oh, is he gonna pick on me next? Oh, he did. This is gonna be perfect. This is an easy layup.
What do you think about the retold coming out?
I cannot wait for that.
What's funny? I still have my original Age of Mythology disc. Although my brother was the one that played that mostly.
I still have my original one too.
So I don't know anything about this franchise. Is this retold? Is it basically like all the old games like upscaled? Is it basically a remaster of all the old ones in a collection?
It's Age of Mythology's remastered. Yeah. They've already done 2 and 3 remastered.
Yeah, but they never remastered the first one.
This is this is technically the 4th game.
Yeah.
This is technically the 4th game in the franchise, I think.
So Age of Mythology, Age of Empires has 4 mainline games and then a couple
Age of Empires, I did know that.
Yeah, and then
Age of Mythology.
Age of Mythology has a DS spinoff, actually, believe it or not, and they also have a 2 remasters of it. So there's the original, then there was a remaster, and then this is like a complete rebuilt up into the like Age of Empires remaster engines that's coming out later this year in September.
Who knows? Maybe they'll add a new expansion like they did for 2.
Oh yeah, 2 is just the gift that keeps on giving. They keep adding so much content to that. It makes me so happy.
Are we talking about Age of Empires right now?
Yes.
Okay, because I was like, because that game came out like decades ago, and then they remastered it, and they added more content into the remaster than the original game, from what I hear. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. So
Age of Mythology, that's a spin-off of Age of Empires?
Kind of, yeah. It's basically like, it's not the same. It's like a spin-off. It's like more single-player focused, you could say.
Is it the same devs?
It was the same devs, yes. Ensemble, who also made the original Halo Wars.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ensemble. I remember that name from the Halo Wars trailer.
Yes, because that was the same devs, and it kind of like JT was saying, like how Assassin's Creed, like big history guy. When I was younger, I would just play like the ever living crap out of like all the little single player like things that came on my old Windows 97 PC, I think it was at the time, because they had like all the storylines of like Attila the Hun, Genghis Khan, some famous Korean general whose name I'll butcher if I try to pronounce it correctly. But it's
Can you
just
put in the chat? Maybe I can pronounce it.
I'd have to Google it to get it correctly. But to me, it was just more so like when I was a kid, I loved that whole idea of just like building an army, getting all the like little cheat codes that you could find. Like you could just spawn a Shelby Cobra and it just mows down a bunch of these like Inca guys that are charging at you and you're just like laughing. And then just like recently when I actually had COVID and everything too, I started playing the original Age of Empires because I never played that as a kid. I only had two. And when I was playing that, I was even more impressed because it starts to tackle that better part of history that I love to cover more, you know, like the Carthaginians, the Romans, the Babylonians. And for you guys as achievement hunters too, easy 1,000 gamer score. Like you can actually just enter in as many cheats as you want, and you can actually just get 1,000 gamer score easily on that one.
I've done Age of Empires 1 and 3 because of that, but 2 is like a 200-hour completion, so I'm not doing that one.
Yeah, it is very hard. I actually kind of like I'm not like as hardcore as you guys, but I did the ones where you win like a battle with each civilization, and I keep doing that, and I just love that it keeps getting more and more support. I like how much effort and detail Microsoft and their World's Edge, I believe it is the new studio, and who was it? Was it I think was it Creative Assembly? I think Creative Assembly was also helping with some of these.
That name sounds familiar.
Creative
Yeah, they
Assembly.
do the Total War.
Yeah, the Total War devs, which is also was a game I was considering because even to this day I still play a Creative Assembly game, but that'll be for honorable mentions. But yeah, it's just. But just going on with it too, it's just I like RTS games, just the building of the empires and all that stuff, and it's out of all the other ones, like say Civilization or a Total War or something like this. I think the Age of Empires and Mythology series have just been basically the easiest beginner friendly ones that you can get into. You know.
Okay. So, are you combining Age of Empires and Age of Mythology then?
Yes, because they kind of get technically lumped in together.
Okay.
So, like, you can say, like, Age of Mythology is a spin-off. It's kind of more like the Age of franchises are kind of like how people like to do it in the community.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I know a little bit about the Age of Empires games since I did 1 and 3. I still don't really know how to play it. But I did play a few RTSs when I was a kid. I played a little. I think I completed the GDI campaign in the first Command & Conquer. I don't know if I ever got all the way through the was it Brotherhood of Nod, I think, with the bad guys.
Be aware, Neo, if you start Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, its achievement list is as crazy as Master Chief Collection.
Yeah, I don't plan on doing Age of Empires 2. But my favorite RTS at the time, and I would only play it against bots because there's no way I'd ever go online and play it. But I did like playing Total Annihilation. It was all robots and mechs and stuff, and that one was pretty fun. But yeah, other than that, I think that was really the last RTS I played.
Yeah, no, and I have to agree with Dude here. They keep adding new civilizations, new content, new story content. It feels like Age of Empires 2 is like the beloved game of the series, and I can't really blame them because I still play it to this day.
The gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, and I just get so blown away every time. I'm like, wow, they're really adding like the Hungarians this time. Okay, I see what you're.
How often do you bring out the car?
I try not to do that anymore. Like when I was a kid, I was just doing cheat codes, and I'd have like 130 Shelby Cobras just mowing down this Japanese castle like no one's business, you know. But now that I'm older, I'm trying to play the games like as they were intended more, and I've just been having a good time with it. And I recently played Age of Mythology off the Steam version because they had the remaster, and it still holds up. It's actually a pretty interesting story. If you want like a more story-driven RTS game that involves like just Egyptian, Norse, and Greek gods, and like probably like the only other place I could say you could get like experience like this is like God of War, where you can have like a just over the top fun kind of experience with like mythology. Yeah, uh, definitely recommend checking out Age of Mythology too, especially when it comes out on the 4th, right, dude?
I'd have to look because I didn't really pay that much attention to it.
It was like
I just knew
September
it was
4th or
something.
5th or something like that. I just remember that block is going to be like very busy because it's like Stalker 2, Age of Mythology, and then Astrobot's Adventure, all like back to back to back in that like 3-day span.
Yep.
Neo, you're muted.
Yeah, Neil, you're muted.
Thank you. I know we were just crapping on Ubisoft, but I did just play it a couple months ago, and I found it greatly enjoyable. And we're talking about mythology, so if you like mythology, the Immortals: Phoenix Rising was actually pretty fun, and was took. You could definitely see like the Assassin's Creed inspirations, but I don't think it like overstayed its welcome when it comes to a lot of the stuff that you do in Assassin's Creed. So if you like mythology, I think you might enjoy the game. So
I've been trying so hard to get into that game. I there's just something that's not clicking with me. I've tried so many times.
Understandable.
It's not terrible. It just hasn't clicked for me.
Yeah. No. I get it. I thought of it as because I didn't even have a Switch until just last month. Zelda has taken a different turn in the direction it's gone with the last 2 games, kind of like Assassin's Creed has. But I played everything up until the Switch ones, and since I didn't have a Switch
alert for our old top 5 Zelda games. Neither of those games really met most of our lists.
Oh yeah, we could go back. You can go back to episode 3 and watch top 5 Zelda games. But because I didn't have a Switch until recently, so I couldn't play the new ones. The Immortals: Phoenix Rising was like the closest thing as an Xbox player I was going to get to the newer Zelda games because they're very similar. So, but I know a lot of people aren't big fans of. I mean, they've sold incredibly well, but I know a lot of Zelda purists weren't big fans of what they've done with the last 2 Zeldas. But I enjoyed Immortals: Phoenix Rising for what it was. So, but okay. Anything else you want to say about the Age of games?
No, I just say like if you want to check them out, start with the first one and then go from there. If you like it, I would say 2 is going to be your favorite hands down, and Mythology will probably be your other favorite.
So have you played Age of Empires 4?
I have not played 4 yet, only because it took me forever to get through 2, and I'm still stuck on 2. And I really did not like 3 at all. I'm not a huge fan of the time setting for the most part.
Okay.
3 is set like in the 1600s, isn't it?
It's like colonial era, like 1700s to like early 1800s.
Oh, that was one thing I was going to ask. I haven't played Civilization games, but I know in Civilization there's a bunch of different win conditions. Is it like that in the Age of Empires games as well, or is it basically you win by destroying the other civilizations?
Most of the time it's going to be just like straight up deathmatch, but there are ones where it's like assassinate the king, where like you have to kill the enemy's king unit, or like capture the hill, or there's
you choose a scenario before you start the match, right?
Yeah, and there's like 2 that are non-violent ones. There's like you win by building a wonder. So like say you're playing as India, you can build the Taj Mahal and you got to defend it for like a certain time period, and then you win because that's the time goes by. Or like you collect all the relics on the map and you just control the relics as well.
Okay.
So like there are ways to have different, but like most of the time it's going to be just a straight up slogfest of like I'm just gonna pillage your village and win.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Dude, what's your number 4?
I'm gonna put up the second JRPG of the stream, and put up Final Fantasy. Just been a big fan of it since I played it as a kid. Actually, I think what's crazy, I think this was actually my first one I played.
Now, is that the first one, or is that
This is the
3
first one
or okay.
for
This-
the original NES. There's only one released in North America on the NES.
yeah, because
This
I
was
know
number one.
I've had a
This
few
one is
times
number
people
4.
explain to me the weird naming convention stuff.
This was
so-
number 4, and then 3 was released as 6 was released as 3.
Okay.
But then whenever they went to the PlayStation, they corrected it. Of course, Final Fantasy VII. Stefan played the reboot because I'm just not as interested.
Interesting. It's like me being not a JRPG person. The remastered version would be the one that I would be interested in playing since
Yeah.
it's got real time combat.
And I pretty much like
You're
all
missing
of them.
out on the remake. That's all I'm gonna say.
And from what I've heard, Rebirth is just over.
That's the part 2,
Overfilled.
right?
Yeah,
I didn't have trouble with Rebirth. I mean, yes, there's a lot to do, but I mean, if you're gonna complain that a game has a lot to do, A, you don't have to do it, and B, why are we now complaining that games have too much to do when people
I'm
are
a
complaining that
completionist.
like you can finish
Yeah.
it?
but with that said,
Self-imposed torture for completionists.
I have actually done this game about two times over because of the Xbox One release and the PlayStation 4 release. So I played a lot of Final Fantasy X recently. I've done 7 a little bit recently because of the game that had the re-release, the original re-release on Xbox
Yeah.
and PlayStation as well.
Yeah, I think it might have even been on Game Pass, like the HD version of the original Final
It's
Fantasy.
not really an
VII.
HD; it's more just an upscaled.
Yeah.
But those are still definitely great ways to play the game overall. But and like I said, it's the original version, so it's not as it doesn't have all the crazy timey-wimey stuff of the new one.
Okay. So, which Final Fantasy is your favorite?
Definitely 7, which is
7.
probably why I'm very hesitant to play the remake because of all the changes.
Don't be.
Understandable.
I mean, 7 Crisis Core is also one of my favorites too as well. So, and
Yeah.
you even know the ending, and you're still gonna get emotional at the end.
So I have to ask a couple questions actually, because I've been learning a bit more about Final Fantasy since I started my channel. Final Fantasy 11
And 14 are
and 14.
the MMOs.
I was gonna say I know 14 is. I think 11 was the other one. Did you play those? And if you did, what were your thoughts on those?
I did not because whenever I did get 11 for PS2, I didn't know it was online only. So I ended up keeping it just because it had the hard drive for the PS2. So that was really nice for all of my memory card saves. So I only needed 2 memory cards, and if I ever ran out of space on the memory cards, I just move it to the hard drive.
Okay.
So ended up being I just bought Final Fantasy 11 for the hard drive.
Oh,
And then-
was it a console bundle then?
Well, it was like a bundle that came with the hard drive.
Oh, okay. So like because I'm not familiar with the PS2. There was
Yeah.
like a hard drive attachment.
It would slide in the back. Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
And it would be set in place with the network adapter.
Okay.
So that's
And
how that
then-
worked. And the thing is though, the hard drive did not work with the Slim though.
Interesting.
So, but I know that the 11 got support on 360 for a while as well, and that had achievements too.
Yeah.
But now it's no longer supported, and now the PS2 version is now supported on retro achievements.
So you can still play it, the old one?
You can play the PS2 version, and actually the PC servers are still online for the 11.
Okay.
And actually, they're still releasing content every now and then.
Wow.
That
It's
I
just
didn't know that.
It's just that 360 version's is too old, and so is the PS2 for them to keep adding stuff. So that's why they shut down the servers, is because of that.
Okay.
Kind of hard to release
Um,
new content for those old systems that are no longer supported by anybody else.
Yeah. And the other one I know is I've heard good things, but I think it's
14.
basically changes the genre entirely, is Final Fantasy Tactics.
Oh yeah, I can kind of consider that more of a sub franchise than a main
Okay.
franchise.
Because
But,
I was also going to ask about Dirge of Cerberus.
Yeah, but Actually, what's funny is I even have 2 phone games that I play that are Final Fantasy, and they're both fun. They're typical gachas, but the secret that they do that other gachas don't do is they actually give you a ton of free pulls, like daily. So it's like you're not constantly like sitting there with no new units, or just and even if you are getting duplicate units, there's usually reasons to use the duplicate units.
Okay.
So because of the fact that it gives you tons and tons of those pulls, that's actually pretty there. It's actually a good example of a gacha. Just don't try to do the real money to premium currency and trying to figure out how much those things are, because you're going to be like, that's messed up. But the fact that they give you so many free pulls, it's not nearly as bad. Because I played Rage Shadow Legends for like 6 months. I got 1 of the legendary units with all my free pulls.
Okay, I was gonna say without spending any actual real money.
But here's the thing: I have over 100 of the legendary units in this game.
Okay.
Of course, I spent a lot more time on it, but the fact is, and that's just the ones that are naturally legendary. You can even upgrade like the next rarity down to up to the legendary rank for some of them.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that one.
So the fact that they do that is actually really cool. And the single player stories are actually pretty good.
All right.
Although for the turn-based one, they do the stupid thing where you beat the boss in gameplay really easily because you're super overpowered. But then whenever you get to the cutscene, it's like the boss kicked your butt.
Oh, that's always annoying. Yeah.
But actually, what's funny is that in the most recent storyline, it actually brought me. It actually was emotional for me because of the way they actually had one of the characters die out. And that's actually impressive for a gacha game.
Yeah, for sure.
And the
Tactics Crisis, right?
No, this is Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. The gacha game.
Ever Crisis had a really good story. The last season or whatever it was.
But and then the Tactics one, the Tactics one is the other one I'm playing, and that one actually has a pretty decent Tactics style storyline with kingdoms and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I pulled up Final Fantasy 11 here on 360, and it was essentially decommissioned all the way back in 2016 already. I thought it was more recent than that, but 57 achievements with a completion time of 1,000 plus hours. But what do you expect from a
typical MMO?
A typical MMO, yeah. And then one that it really caught my eye, especially since this would be another Final Fantasy subgenre, I would assume, but it was developed by one of the teams that I really love and have already mentioned on this stream, by Team Ninja, was The Stranger of Paradise.
I've been meaning to play that one. I need to play that one. It looks kind of looks like a spectacle fighter / so maybe even a Souls game. But I haven't put too much time into thinking about that one. I would like to play that one.
If you like the first Final Fantasy, you'll like it a lot, because it kind of tells that story beforehand in a way. The beginning's really good, the ending's really good. The middle of the story, there's a little bit of like, all right, let's kind of like, we kind of see where you're going, let's kind of get moving a little bit, so that just kind of like fluff it out a little bit. But like, the action was really, really good, and I mean, it was fun.
I played the demo and I liked what it was doing, but I was just like overwhelmed with all the different stuff there was. I was like, I almost needed like a guide, like someone who's played it before, to help me like figure out what I need to do. Carl, were you trying to say something? It looked like you were muted.
I was just saying, I'm here for chaos.
Because that was
the trailer for Stranger of Paradise. The guy would only yell out chaos.
Oh, okay. I was like, I'm assuming that's a reference to something that I don't get.
It is the final villain of Final Fantasy 1.
Gotcha.
And it's the final villain of Dissidia.
Yeah, and that's what I think I heard, that Stranger Paradise was essentially a prequel to one of the games.
The first one.
Okay. But okay.
Cool. And just as a Neo, Crisis Core is actually kind of more action oriented as well, so that wouldn't be a too bad of a one for you to play either.
Similar to the Persona recommendation, I probably won't ever get around to it, but I will keep that in mind if I ever do.
Well,
Yeah.
Crisis Core is re-released on Xbox, so you can get achievements.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It is under action RPG, so that definitely piques my interest a little bit more than a turn-based
It's closer
combat.
to Kingdom Hearts, but it's still more. It still is that action.
Okay, cool.
Because to select magic, you gotta use like the menu stuff. If I
Okay,
remember correctly.
that makes sense. All right. Any last words on Final Fantasy before we move on?
Nope, they just need to get their act together. It's kind of funny when the gacha game is actually outplaying them right now.
So we got Jason and JT for your number fours.
Question. I'll go.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
All
right, yeah.
Number 4.
Let's go for it, JT.
Is Mass Effect.
Ah, excellent choice.
Mass Effect 2 was the first one I started in the series, and that was actually
That's blasphemous. You should start with the first.
I think I remember you saying that before.
It's because it was the one other game that came with the 360 that I got. So I decided, let me I own it, why not try it? And I was like, hey, wait, what's this? And then I went to GameFly and rented the first one and started there and finished that. Then played the second, third. Then eventually Andromeda.
Okay, I was gonna say, did you play Andromeda? And if you did, where's that game fall for you?
So we're gonna go with complicated.
Mhm.
When the game first came out, I had zero problem with it. I enjoyed it. I no problem start to finish. My love for the series. I was all like, oh my god. I saw the flaws. I wasn't like blind to it or anything. Like there were the bugs, there were the animations, there was all of it. But I found the story entertaining enough. I found the companions okay enough. And I saw the potential that was there, and I was like, okay, well, I took Andromeda as just a new start. I completely separated it from the trilogy, and I just don't think a lot of people did that. I was already okay with Shepard's story being over. I had no problem moving on. I was ready for the fresh start. All that is gone now. All that potential, it is all gone. I have zero belief in BioWare and EA whatsoever. That is entirely out the window. And I actually have never been able to complete the game a second time. I have restarted several times over, and I have not once been able to complete a second playthrough. And that is why I have a complicated relationship. But I think a big part of that, though, is I am sick and tired of open world grindy MMO type games.
Okay.
As I'm currently playing Star Wars: The Old Republic, which is a literal MMO grind.
I was gonna say, I saw you pop up while I was working today. It said JT is playing Old Republic, and okay.
Hey, at least that is an MMO, not an MMO like.
Yeah, I know what I'm getting into with that one, and know what it's supposed to be.
It's the gamer's quandary, right? I hate this game as I play a game of similar typing.
Well, I think we fall in a very similar category on Andromeda. I didn't play it till a year after it came out, so all the bugs had been patched, so I didn't run into any of those bugs. Just like Assassin's Creed Unity, but I played Unity years after it had come out. But yeah, very, very similar. I think it got overly hated. I didn't think it was great, but I didn't think it was terrible. I thought it was very middle of the road.
Yeah.
So
I think what some people have said is it's a good game and it's an okay Mass Effect game.
Yeah. I think most people consider it not good in either regard, but I would agree with that.
I had like the similar thing with JT. I gaslit myself saying like, no, guys, it's not bad, as my friends made fun of me relentlessly. I'm like, no, guys, it's totally not bad. It's still a good game. And I think I've shared the stories before with like all the controversy. That was like one of the first games I remember. There was like back in when it was released, and there was like a little bit of controversy because one of the devs was like kind of talking crazy stuff too. And I always make the joke. It's like, oh, everything was fine with that game. And then it's just like, no, it was not fine. I just gaslit myself.
2017 March is when it came out. So, wow, 7 years ago already.
I think event happened. A big event happened that month.
March of
that blew up a lot of people.
I got my first
Oh,
top
yeah.
32 at a Pokemon tournament.
Let's just say it's politics, and that's all I'll say.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was like, I figured you were going something with like real world something going on, but I'm not thinking of what it is. But
I was in high school. My biggest worry was stupid stuff that
Let's just
are all irrelevant.
Actually, no, wait. March was the original inauguration of the president. They changed it to not January later.
oh, okay, gotcha.
Nah, I
But
was gonna say it was also like one of the most boring welterweight fights in UFC history happened also that month.
but I do.
So the event I was saying was thinking about what actually happened a couple months earlier.
Yeah.
Right.
The one thing I will give it is that it. I say arguably, and I'm not even sure if it really is arguably, but it has arguably the best combat in the franchise.
Yeah, I
I can
entirely
see it.
agree. Well, okay. The one thing I didn't like was the fact that you could actually change your like class basically at any point in time,
Yeah.
and I think that actually took replayability away from the game. And I also
That makes
think
sense.
that they locked themselves into a kind of, I don't know how to describe it. Basically, for future games, you would either have to remove that feature and face backlash, or figure out a lore reason why suddenly other people can now go from not being a biotic to a biotic to not being a biotic, unless we're just going to completely ignore that, which they probably would, which would then just irritate somebody like me. But whatever.
I'm just sad we never got the Quarian arc.
Oh yeah.
We
that's
did
true.
in the book.
Canceled. Oh, in the
Book
book
doesn't count for me.
No.
Yeah, it was planned DLC that got scrapped.
Have you paid attention to Halo lore? Nobody pays attention to the books, and that's where they're pulling all the data, all the stories from nowadays.
What are you
And
talking
everyone's
about?
Like,
You didn't watch every 17-second Mountain Dew commercial that had important lore about Halo 5 in it?
Nope.
So JT, what is your favorite class?
Oh, that's hard. I'm a big Vanguard person.
Yes, good answer. The first playthrough I ever did of all three of the speaking of the original trilogy, I played Adept the first time through, but I eventually, after playing 3 a few times, I became a Vanguard main.
See, Adept is when I want to go back and replay. I haven't done Adept yet. My last playthrough was a Sentinel, so.
Okay, yeah, I just love the biotics. So it's something biotic like has always been my favorite. Which I don't even like. I know a lot of people like love the infiltrator because that's like the cloaking and sniper class, and I don't even know if I've ever even played through any of them as an infiltrator.
I've only played through the first game, and I've only played as soldier.
Yeah, I was boring the first time I played. I only played as soldier. I was like, nah, I want all the weapons. What do you mean?
I liked
locked out
engineer.
of the things.
What was that, Carl?
I was an engineer guy.
Okay.
Even in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, Solarian engineer is still my go-to.
The Solarian engineer was a great multiplayer character.
Yeah, especially when you had the one SMG that had like 700 rounds. I could just
we talked about that.
One corner of the map. I love it. We got to play that sometime, man. I've got that itch.
I was actually sad. I didn't get to experience much of the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer because I got it on the 360, but that was when my parents were like, "No, we can't afford Xbox Live Gold." And so by the time I got a PS3 and I got Mass Effect 3 on there, the multiplayer was like dead for whatever reason, at least when I was trying. And I was like, "Oh, that's cool. I guess I'll never get that 100%
Well, this is Call of Duty
readiness."
that doesn't stick around for a long time.
I always say, I am always happy to play Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. It's one of my most, no, it probably is my most played like actual multiplayer mode, even though it's it's a co-op. But it's the multiplayer mode I put more hours to than any other game. I love the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, so I am always happy to play the multiplayer. So if you, I have the 360 and the Steam version, so I'm happy to do either.
Just let me know.
I actually had a friend I used to play with. He was a huge Mass Effect guy, and he was in the middle of streaming his, well, not like streaming, but uploading videos of him playing the Legendary Edition. Unfortunately, he passed away during COVID. But
sorry to hear that.
I just like that was how I got to experience the multiplayer. Though, it was like even after like Andromeda came out and everything, he was still on the PS3 playing Mass Effect 3. And when they just hit me up, he was like, "Hey, bro, you want to play?" I was like, "You know what? Yeah, I never got to." So that's when I got to experience it. So yeah, I got to experience it for a little bit, and
Nice.
it was fun.
I still regularly play it to this day. I haven't played it in probably like a month or so, but I typically play it a couple times a month still. So I did play Mass Effect Andromeda's multiplayer for a few months, and it was fun. But they didn't expand on it like the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. They kept it alive for a while. And they kept adding a bunch of free stuff to it and extended the life of it. Unfortunately, they didn't do that with Andromeda, and the characters that were in the base game for the multiplayer weren't as good as the ones that they added in the DLC for Mass Effect 3. So
Well, that's
I ended up
EA
not playing
pulled
it.
their resources from it. Just oh yeah, it sucked. It didn't go well. So whatever.
Yeah, so I still put a couple 100 hours into the Andromeda multiplayer, but it wasn't as, and there was a ton more stuff to unlock than in Mass Effect 3. But the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, I did like more. So I am always happy to play Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. So yeah, we'll do it. Let's make it happen.
I do sadly have a similar story to JT about an online guy passing away, but that was from the Gears of War 1 sessions I was doing on True Achievements for the Seriously. Like a couple months afterwards, he passed away.
That's sad.
Did he get seriously?
He did get seriously though.
All right, but yeah.
But the one that told me was someone else that was in our sessions, and he had to technically do it 3 times over because it kept on glitching out on him.
I've heard about that. That because the only way to track seriously is via the leaderboard, but it's not exactly accurate. So
no,
once you get to the
problem,
10,000,
the problem is that it still saves on your game save. You know, your local save, how many kills you have. But if you change which place you have the save on, it'll overwrite the number.
Oh, and you basically have to do it all over again.
You have to start from the beginning again.
Oh, that sucks.
So that's how this one guy figured that out. It's like it happened to him twice. He ended up having to get to 28,000 kills.
Jeez. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember you telling me about that. Yeah, but for a lot of people, you don't get it right at 10,000. You got to get a couple thousand more.
Yeah, and that's because some games will like if a game disconnects, it doesn't count those kills.
Oh, that's dumb.
And it only counts in game modes that you only have 1 life per round.
Oh, I did not know that.
So the King of the Hill mode doesn't count.
Oh, that would be a much easier way to do it.
Yep.
I still have a couple. I'm never going to get seriously 1.0, but I do have a couple of multiplayer achievements in Gears 1 and 2 that I still need to go back and get.
It was like 6 months of straight up farming 2 hours every weeknight. And it was with a full group of 6 people where we just run into the middle of the map and one would stick us and then the other guy would stay close to him so we both get a kill. So every round you get a kill.
That's still crazy. Gears multiplayer that's some sweatiness that I'm not built for.
Yeah, I brought it up when I was on Off the Hip last night because we were talking about Gears of War with the E-Day, and I was like, yeah, I like Gears campaign in the co-op, but I hate their multiplayer. So,
I don't mind it against bots.
I knew they had a multiplayer.
what was that?
I don't even think I knew they had a multiplayer.
Oh, yeah, multiplayer in Gears is huge. I mean,
Yeah.
it's arguably bigger than the campaign. It's the reason why I stopped playing it because the focus on the multiplayer got too much. And
All right,
it's like,
I'll just go back underneath my rock, okay?
Get back in that hole.
but, I mean, like 80% of the achievements in Gears 4 and 5 are probably for the multiplayer mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That makes me sad.
And they're
I haven't touched
freaking
Gears of War
insane.
since 3 because of Seriously 3.0.
Yeah.
I actually grinded that one out.
Yeah, I just saw. I was just watching another list of a top 10 list video, and one of them was about some of the most time-consuming achievements in Gears 3 was on there, and I was like, I thought a dude. So, all right, JT, anything else you want to say about Mass Effect?
Other than it's just one of my favorite franchises that's gonna go down the hole.
Oh, have you played the Legendary Edition?
Yes.
Okay.
You might get lucky, JT, because the next game might actually bankrupt BioWare.
You're right.
but
Dragon
it
Age
had
might
to
do
build
it.
my franchise to just look.
At least they're doing it with a
Half-Life breaks
franchise that's
my
only had
heart.
one good game.
So,
I like Dragon Age 2. It was an incomplete, horrible mess.
Why are
and I
you
still
saying
liked
this
it.
in front of me?
and is that Dragon Age 2 or Dragon Age also? Because you said I like Dragon Age 2, and I was wondering, did you mean that as the number 2?
Yeah.
Also?
My bad. Yeah, the number 2.
Okay.
Yeah, Dragon Age Origins is GOAT, but we're not here to
Yes.
talk about that.
No.
I never got into Dragon Age. I'm sure I would have liked it though, but I have the Legendary Edition, and I'm looking forward to playing it because it's been a while since I played through the Mass Effect campaigns, and I'm looking forward to getting to that at some point.
Yeah,
So.
I definitely think they did a decent and
Always a good
job.
Always a good excuse to get more achievements, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about replaying them on the PlayStation to get the platinum trophies because that's what I'm feeling for N7 Day.
Just make sure you get the trilogy pack because that's the only way you can get Mass Effect 1 on PS3.
Oh, yeah, I already have that for the PS3, but I'm also talking about the Legendary Edition on PS4.
Gotcha.
The one thing about the Legendary Edition is so dumb why is it 2,915 gamer score? Just give it another 85 to make it an even 3,000 because there's 3 games in it.
I thought you were talking about Shepard's run in the remake of 1 and how awkward that looks like he's running.
No, Mass Effect Legendary Edition on the Xbox has the gamer score is worth 2,915. Why isn't it just 3,000? It's 3 games.
It's because they took out the multiplayer achievements.
That's so dumb.
Yeah, and I also had like a glitch too for a while.
Well, that was one of the things that I often praise when I'm talking about multiplayer achievements. There's 3 proper ways to do it. Mass Effect 3 did it, was one of the ways, and I've never seen another game do it because in Mass Effect 3, all the multiplayer achievements had an alternate unlock condition so you could do them in single player without ever touching the
Dark Souls 1.
Dark Souls 1 had that?
Yes, you could get all the stuff you need. You could grind out using the multiplayer. You could grind out by killing enemies.
Cool. I will keep that in mind whenever I bring
Sadly,
that up in the future.
Dark Souls 3 did not do that.
So, all right. Well, that will take us to Jason to round off our number 4s.
My number 4, another older franchise that I don't see coming back anytime soon, just because how games are. It's kind of found its wayside. But my number 4 is Mega Man.
I had a feeling you were going to say that.
There's a chance it could come back. Because I mean, was Mega Man 11 still good?
I've heard good things.
Yeah, I mean, every Mega Man that's come out, I mean, I've enjoyed if it's like the 2D style of the versions of the game. But the only problem is the only people who like Mega Man are the older people like me that have fond memories of it, playing, in the 80s and early 90s and all that kind of stuff. So like nothing crazy out of that franchise has come out where it's like, all right, cool, this is going to breathe new life into it. People say they want, a new Legends and, a new RPG style of it, but that won't do anything for.
I know that Capcom survey came out and it said that people want more Mega Man. So
I'm happy for all the people who did take time to fill out that survey because I know.
I think I did.
Yeah, a lot of things Capcom were saying too is they said they were going through that and they were messing with that survey too. So I did help on a couple of things for Street Fighter. So I'm hoping that people saying Mega Man, we maybe see something. A 2.5D Mega Man is always fun. Granted, we did that for what was that for 8? I believe it was 7, 8 on the PlayStation. I would like to see that.
7.
No, there was the regular one too. 7 or 8 had like a 2.5D art style as well. The one with the clown and everything.
7 and 8 were on Super Nintendo.
No, 7.
So I'm thinking
7 was on Super Nintendo. 8 wasn't.
8. I'm thinking 8.
Oh, yeah, 7 was on Super Nintendo, and then 8 was on
PlayStation.
PlayStation. That's right.
I would like to see that kind of art style return for a Mega Man game. Because I liked it. I didn't like the loading, but I liked the way the game looked, and I liked the way the game played and everything like that. But
sadly, the only Mega Man game I've played seriously is the first X game.
Yeah, and like I said, I wish we can go back to the X's. The X's were great because they had more of a cinematic kind of feel with like an anime style openings and all that kind of stuff, especially when you get to like X3, X4 and so on and so forth. So they have
Fighting 4.
Yeah, X4 was when they also on the X series because X1, 2, and 3 were on Super Nintendo. X4 was on PlayStation. That's when they introduced the cutscenes and the voice dialogue and stuff.
Jason, you want the same cheesy dialogue?
Yeah, but yeah, go ahead, Carl.
Jason, I got a question. Did you ever play Mega Man Powered Up for the PSP?
Mega Man Powered Up for the PSP. I might have, but I don't remember because I have a bunch of random just PSP stuff, and I'm trying to remember if I have that one.
Because go on.
good. No, good.
Finish your point. Got a Mexican standoff going on here. I'll break it.
Yeah.
I'll jump in.
But from what I recall, it's like from a lot of Mega Man fans. I'm not really a huge Mega Man fan. My favorite Mega Man game is The Misadventures of Tron Bonnie. So I have no horse in this race, but
I don't even know what that is.
That's a very
exactly.
expensive game.
It's a $500 game or a $10 game if you get it for Vita. But anywho, for a lot of Mega Man fans, they say it's like a very like one of the best, if not top 5 Mega Man games. I was wondering if you played it since we were talking about it, because I just recently picked it up and I was just wondering what your views were.
So a little bit of a spoiler. Mega Man is on my honorable mentions because I do love Mega Man, and it is my favorite Capcom franchise, and it's not even close. I'm not even sure I've heard of Mega Man Powered Up.
There's also Maverick Hunter on PSP as well, isn't there?
I believe so.
Yes.
I think it's the same
Let's
thing
see.
for the X series. Like the Powered Up is for the original series.
Because I know, because Mega Man X was my introduction to the franchise, and Mega Man X, I mean, that's what I literally started my channel with, was me and DJ Access and Gino talking about all things Mega Man for 2 hours, and that anniversary is coming up in just a couple weeks.
Nice.
But yeah, X1, 2, and 3 are my favorite. 3 specifically is my favorite of the Mega Man games. X3, that is. And they did combine Mega Man X's 1 and 2 and then 2 and 3 on Game Boy Color as Mega Man Extreme 1 and 2. I had Mega Man Extreme. I never did play Mega Man Extreme 2, but I do have that on my list of retro arc.
I've got a few
Boy.
random Mega Man games for the Game Boy.
Yeah. I love
So
Mega Man 2.
Powered Up, I remember the art style, but I don't remember if I did play it. It was when it did come out, and I don't remember. So I'm gonna say because of that, I'm gonna say probably not. But I do remember the art style, so that's why it's kind of like I'm not 100% sure.
Gotcha. It was also a PSP game, so it might not have been as impactful as some games.
That's probably why I never even heard of it, because I never had a
Yeah.
PSP or PlayStation of any kind.
Oh yeah. I love my PSP. That's why I'm like, I want to say yes because I played a lot of PSP games and I remember the art style, but it doesn't have like a big hit on me. So I'm like, I don't know. So that's what I'm gonna say probably not, but I will definitely double check more playthroughs and everything like that to see, because I'm trying to remember even some of the Robot Masters, and if I can't remember a Robot Master, then that's kind of a you know a sign that I might not have played it very much or didn't play it at all.
Powered Up, was it? I'm assuming it was in the style of classic Mega Man and not Mega Man X, right?
Yeah, it was more. It had more of that chibi art style too, with a bigger head and smaller bodies too. But a lot like I got a buddy who's a big Mega Man fan, and he swears by it to this day. That it's like one of the like better games, not only for the PSP, but if you're a Mega Man fan, you probably were gonna love it a lot too.
Yeah, I'm looking
Get
at
past the art
I'm looking
style.
at the achievement list on Retro Achievements right now.
I'm gonna have to add that to my retro achievement list to play.
By the way, it seems like Powered Up has a lot of love to it because it has 2 different subsets for it. So it has like 700 achievements total.
Huh.
No, wait, never mind. Both subsets have 480 achievements total, or
Wow.
each. So it's got over 1,000 achievements across that one game. But luckily, 2 of those are bonus sets. So it has 143 achievements in the main set.
Well, there you go, guys. You learned about a new Mega Man game.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to play that at some point.
Yeah, no,
I think it-
Capcom
it
and their
is
chibi art
actually
style
a-
games are always one of my favorite.
I think it is a multi. I think it has more than just the first game. And if not, it's because of the challenges. Oh, you can. I think you can play as the boss characters in this game.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that because I love Mega Man as well.
And it seems like Maverick Hunter is just a recreation of the first game, of the first X game,
So,
and 2.5D.
So before we move on to our number 3s, Jason, do you have a favorite Mega Man game?
It's between 2 and X.
Okay. I know of the classic Mega Mans. 2 is most people's favorite.
Yeah, 2 and X are like my favorite. It's like my regular Mega Man is 2. My favorite Mega Man X is X. So
yeah, I put Mega Man X on one of my top 5 when we were talking video game soundtracks.
Mm-hmm.
So cool. All right, let's see here. 35, 30. So, cool. All right, well, we will move on to our number 3s. Number 3. Carl, you want to start us off?
My number 3, I will go ahead and just say was Monster Hunter. I'm just gonna go and go right into that one there.
That's a series I've been meaning to get into, but I know it's as bad as Warriors when it comes to achievements.
It is. I am what they like to call the filthy fivers, where I got in with Monster Hunter World. So
that's basically when I heard about Monster Hunters, when World became super huge. I'm assuming it's much older franchise than that.
It goes back to the PS2 days.
Okay, I figured as much.
Yeah, so I did not really play the original Monster Hunter games. They were huge on the PSP as well. They were like one of the bigger reasons why the PSP was so popular in Japan, was because they also had the rights to the Monster Hunter franchises with a couple very good exclusive games, including a spin-off game that was actually made by FromSoft that was based off the Palicos, which is the little cat guys. So that was an interesting thing to see. But more so now, one of the also funnier things too I pointed out before was Nintendo actually had like a big Shanghaiing of Sony for the Wii U and the 3DS too, because they got the Monster Hunter games onto their systems, and it was kind of another reason why the Vita had all the Monster Hunter clones on it too, because they never actually had their own Monster Hunter series on the actual PlayStation Vita. So I got into World because I didn't like how the mechanics were for the older ones, the generation ones, because on the 3DS, I don't know how you people do it. You guys are monsters, you know. But
hey, Carl, just to give you a heads up, the game on Retro Achievements that has the third highest amount of achievements on the base set is a Monster Hunter game.
Oh, no kidding.
It has 602 achievements.
Is it Freedom Unite?
It's Monster Hunter Portable Third.
Okay, yeah. So that's close to that one I was thinking of. No, but so I started playing Monster Hunter World on the PS4 with all my friends. And I'm not a guy who likes Dark Souls games. I'm not really always into the grindy, just replay levels over and over type of games. And I don't know what it was about this game, but it just like hooked me. I loved learning all the different weapon combinations. I loved learning how to build mix sets, try to find meta armors. And it has probably still to this day some of the best looking graphics that I think I could say for like a console to point and look at. The amount of detail that they put into the dragons, the ultimate moves, and that it feels like that experience of like a movie game, but like you're actually in danger, you know? Like when you play like a game like Uncharted and you get into like that spectacle of like, oh, I'm falling out of an airplane and all that stuff, it's kind of on rails. But when I'm playing something like Monster Hunter and this giant dragon flies up in the sky and drops this like mini nuke and just wipes your entire team, there is just no other feeling in like a world where it's like, dang, dude, dang. And they've had a few spin-off games too with Monster Hunter Stories, which are basically like Pokemon light JRPGs, where instead of fighting monsters, you actually ride around on monsters and you kind of like train them and raise them and all that stuff too. It's been a franchise that I can obviously recommend to people to get into, and I'm willing to train anyone to get into it, but I haven't felt such a rush of rewarding where it's like I'm hunting like, you know, the same monster 37 times to actually grind out and try to get this trophy for like the first time in my life, where I'm like, I actually wanted to do something. I just got hooked on it from day one.
It's got a great gameplay loop.
Yes, and even though like some of the people like say like the monster diversity isn't as good as the older ones because new engine, what have you not, there's still a bunch of cool monsters. You have like this one that the community likes to call the giant pickle, and he's called the Devil Joe, and he's just a giant little T-Rex looking guy that shoots a giant little laser beam. and like he's just known as like an ecological wrecker, and he just destroys like the entire environment. And they have some fun features in the game too, where you could cut off their tails and stuff, and he'll eat his own tail and get more powerful and stuff like that. And it's like very heavily Japanese inspired mythology too. A lot of the monsters, especially Rise, which is the newer one, and they got like all these different weapon types you can work with. Like if you want to play with a gun, they got a gun. They got twin blades, sword, shields. If you want to be like that anime weeb and you want to do like the cool slice and then put the sword away move, they got that all for you. There is a weapon type out there for everyone to do it. The only problem is that you really got to commit to one of these games, kind of like a Dark Souls game. But it's not as terrible as a Dark Souls game in terms of just like running your head into a wall.
Yeah, it's not quite as difficult.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the Pokemon theorem too. It's like there's always a monster out there that you will just fall in love with, and that'll be your favorite monster. So it does have that appeal to it. If you, like I said, I've just never like thought that I would just have like such a fun time doing a crossover events too, because they did have a crossover event with Final Fantasy 14, where they brought the Behemoth in as one of the bosses. And you actually had to do like an actual MMO style raid where you had to have like a tank, DPS, and a healer to just kind of beat this guy. And they have like a lot of fun crossovers too. They have crossovers with obviously the other Capcom franchises. Like you could get the Dante armor and sword set. You could get the Jill Valentine and Leon Kennedy armor set. So you can run around and like that too. And even the older games too. Like they had like crossovers with the Yu-Gi-Oh! So you could.
What about Ghosts and Goblins? Or is that Capcom?
Yeah, it is Capcom.
It had a crossover with Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah, it actually did. You can make
that's Konami.
Yeah, well, they actually Monster Hunter World.
Wait,
I don't
Konami
know.
makes video games.
Yeah.
Well, because Monster Hunter is Capcom franchise.
Well, they have other crossovers too because what you call it? They had a big giant Witcher storyline as well in Monster Hunter World as well.
Cool.
Where you could get the Geralt, like Geralt of Rivia, actually goes into the Monster Hunter World, and you can go fight. And like I said, they let you get like the little Hadouken like little thing from Street Fighter.
Well, that's what Paul just asked. Can I get a Hadouken in Monster Hunter? Because Insidious has been trying to get him to play it. And if there's a Hadouken, that might tip the scales.
Yeah, no, Paul. Yeah, for sure. We could talk more about that later. I'm in with you too on that one. But yeah, they got like a fun little crossover event. They got Mega Man stuff, so you can dress up, I think, your Palico as like the 2D sprite art Mega Man. That's like one of the costumes.
Nice.
And it's just like the perfect example of like I would say a Japanese game where it's like a bunch of wackiness in like a very serious matter. Especially if you go back and watch some cutscenes, like you can just have like your character look like Geralt of Rivia, and then you're just like fighting this like giant like feathery monster that shoots like poison spray out its butt at you and stuff like that. It's truly a gem. I did not think I was ever going to get into a series like this until probably 2019, where it just finally clicked to me. And go online and just look up like Safi Jiva or Fatalis battle fights, and you'll see what I'm talking about. This is something that you cannot put into words. You just have to see it.
And then also to all the people who play Monster Hunter and you are the hunting horn mains, we appreciate you, because I know sometimes it's boring when you're playing it by yourself, but you are literally what makes the party do amazing work. So you hunting horn mains, I see you.
You're a madman.
And to all the chicks that are they're faking out their blind playthroughs, we ain't watching you anymore.
So, given that I know very little about the franchise, there was Monster Hunter World is really when I had heard Monster Hunter before, but Monster Hunter World was really when I knew it blew up because I heard it mentioned everywhere.
I think that was the first one that came on Xbox.
Yes, it was.
That could be as well, because I know it was. I don't know if it's still on Game Pass, but I'm pretty sure it was on Game Pass at some point.
I could have swore Scalebound was going to be kind of like Monster Hunter, was it?
That you could probably say that Scalebound definitely took influence from Monster Hunter.
Yeah, I would say so from what little I've seen. Man, that's one of those games that I'm bummed it got canceled because that looks pretty cool. But anyways, Monster Hunter, I think it was called Iceborne. Was that a new game or was that an expansion to
Expansion.
the world?
It was
Expansion.
expansion.
Okay.
Yeah, Capcom also does kind of like the big expansion to kind of add more monsters, add new like abilities and stuff like that.
But that also means to get more new physical releases that get the DLC on it.
Yeah, that's true. I know I got the Master Edition, so I can have that and the Steelbook because I am a Steelbook collector.
All right. Before I move on, I've got a friend from my Xbox community. I believe this is Mental Knight. What's up, Mental Knight? Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're enjoying us talk about our top 5 favorite video game franchises. So, let's see here. Continuing on our number 3s. Let's go with Dude.
Now, last time I was on a top 5, I talked about this franchise a lot, but that's because it was the franchise we were talking about.
Yes.
Number 3 is Zelda. So there's not much for me to talk about because it is, of course, Zelda. And I've been playing it since the Super Nintendo and been loving it ever since. Got 3 of my favorite ones here.
Good picks.
Just didn't pull out Majora's Mask because that one's in a case in a different spot. So, but I mean, what's there to say? It's been like the premier adventure game of video gaming for a long time. Although I don't like the open world aspect of the newer games. So
yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. A lot of purists are not big fans of.
If they keep going in that direction,
franchise.
it might actually pull up one of the honorable mentions up into the top 5.
Shoot, what was I just gonna say? Oh yeah, I believe that Ocarina of Time was the first official video game ever inducted into the Video Game Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't this version; it was the N64 version. But this is still a good way to play the Ocarina of Time because they actually didn't do it. They didn't do too bad of a porting job for the Ocarina of Time on the GameCube.
Because I played the GameCube version, and then I also played the Master Quest version.
Yeah, the Master Quest actually has hard dungeons. So
on the original game, I thought it was literally the exact same game with no changes. Did they make some slight changes to the original?
They made
version?
complete dungeon changes. That like the
not
entire
Master Quest, the original one.
Oh, on the original, no, but the Master Quest version,
right? That's what I was talking about because you said that you liked.
I actually do prefer this version of the Master Quest over the one on the 3DS because all the one on the 3DS did was increase how much damage you took.
Oh, I haven't played that one, so
I made the Stalfos. So whenever I did the 3-heart challenge on Master Quest, I made the Stalfos Knights actually do one hit and you're dead.
Oh goodness!
So I ended up beating that game, beating it that way though.
Yeah, I think. Let's see here. Yeah, probably the not the Master Quest version, but the original one on GameCube. That's probably the last one that I played of Ocarina of Time. It's been many years since I played it. I need to play it again.
3DS version's not bad.
It's near the top of my list for retro achievement games to play.
Yeah, that achievement list is not that bad. It only looks bad whenever you look at it, but you can always it's not too difficult to reset back to the beginning of the dungeon whenever you get hit by the boss or you miss up the challenge.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if I know I've glanced over the retro achievements.
Thing is, though, the best way to get the Goma achievement is actually using an end game, the glitch that's in every version of the game since.
I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah, because whenever you do the crouch stab in Ocarina of Time, and I think it's the same in Majora's Mask, it'll take the damage value of the last swing you did with your sword.
That's right. So jump attack. And
so if you do a jump attack and then you start using the shield stab, it'll actually do the same amount of damage as every shield stab does the same damage as the jump attack.
Yes. Okay.
And it's so much faster too. So you can kill Goma in one loop because of that.
So, all right. Yeah. Good pick.
But again, since we already did a top 5 on it, it's not much to talk about.
Yeah.
Unless JT or Carl wants to talk about it, because I don't think they were there.
Well, I was just going to ask because I know what your number 1 was on that one, unless you changed it. But why don't you tell everyone what your number 1 Zelda is? Okay. Yep. And
still Twilight,
specifically the GameCube version.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Yes, I love Twilight Princess, and I'm looking
I
forward to
still need to
playing
play the Wii U version, but then
too.
again, it's been rumored now that the Twilight HD is going to be coming to Switch now. So
I saw a rumor about that just today.
Well, it's better than it's better than Hollow Knight's two song or whatever it was.
Yes, that's exactly where I saw it. They had a list of, although I think they were,
there was two
heavy on
different lists. The one that Opera GX sent out, and the one that
someone made up as a
someone
meme.
else. Yeah,
Yeah,
all the Hollow Knight Silk Song references in that one was like hilarious.
That
And it
was
was just two song was was the one that was my favorite.
Yes, that was great. So, and I had a couple other friends hop in the chat. Rocker Dude is here saying, "You mental knight." What's up, Rocker Dude? And Smooth the DJ, what is up? Good evening. Although, let's see here. For you, it's probably early morning. So, hello. Welcome, Smooth. Good to see you, buddy. Haven't seen you in a while. So, anybody else have anything they want to input on Zelda? Or are they holding on to it? Because it might be in their top 3. We will see.
Wind Waker's the best.
I've never played Zelda.
Interesting. Okay.
Wind Waker is not even in my top 5.
Boo. Hater.
I could agree with you, Carl, but then we both.
It's number 6. Yes, I think Link's Awakening is better than Wind Waker.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I'll agree with that one.
Link's Awakening was in my top 5 Zeldas, and Wind Waker was not. But
It's 5 a.m. by him. Is he in Germany or is he in England?
Yes, it's one of those. I believe he is Germany, if I remember correctly.
Guten Tag.
But yeah, I think he works like nights, so that would explain why he's awake. So been lurking a lot lately. Cool, excellent. Oh, almost 5 a.m., but figured I'd hop on and support brother. Well, thank you. I saw you retweeted my announcement, so appreciate it. Smooth. And
yeah, the problem with you, Neo, is that sometimes you're starting your stream when I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I know. With having being West Coast, a lot of East Coasters, because sometimes I have to start my streams late, and it's like already 1 a.m. for people on the East Coast.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
See,
I'm
I was
going to
right.
bed, Neo. I would like to watch you, but I can't.
I was right. It was Germany. So, yep. No, I totally understand it. So, all right. Well, unless anyone else has any input they want to say on Zelda, we will move on to. Let's go with Jason.
My number 3. This is where it gets pretty much easy for me. People who know me are gonna find it not crazy for my last 3, but my number 3 as my favorite game of all time in the franchise. We've already mentioned it, but mine is going to be Final Fantasy as well.
That's going to be on here more than once.
Yeah, so Final Fantasy is definitely my number 3. I was going to even break it down even more and just say Final Fantasy 7, because you can even go in subgenres that way, because there are different games.
Like 10, 2, and 13.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, 7 is kind of its own franchise nowadays.
It is now for sure, absolutely. So
13 is as well, but not many people want to talk about that one.
Yeah.
Actually, 15 actually can be a franchise because it has 2 games. It has a beat 'em up. That's actually not bad.
Didn't it?
15?
Yeah, there was a beat 'em up that was based on his dad.
Yeah, I mean, Noctis is in Tekken, which is a different franchise, but
I wasn't even counting that. I was counting an actual game.
I know. But yeah, 7, if we want to get more breaking it down a little bit, is obviously going to be there. But Final Fantasy just in general, anytime a Final Fantasy gets announced or just anything with Final Fantasy on it, my radar does kind of just already look at it to see, am I interested? How am I going to play any of it, if all of it, and all that stuff. And then again, we didn't mention some of the smaller ones. Like I love Chocobo Racing. That was always fun. I was glad that got to see another a remade, kind of got brought back now, 3 years ago, maybe less, but not too long ago. So that was fun to have that come back. Tactics, yes, it's its own thing, but I would love to see something with that come back. That was always a lot of fun to play. Just the job system was always great to see how you can make your party just insane with a good story that route. But yeah, and then again, 7, favorite game of all time, remake, old, new, don't care. I can't wait for the part 3 to come out to see what happens with everything like that. But yeah, anything with that, it's up there.
Oh, okay. So this is kind of interesting, connecting some dots. I was going to ask earlier when dude was talking about Final Fantasy, but I didn't. So I'm glad that you kind of brought up Final Fantasy again, because I didn't know what you were talking about, dude, just a minute ago with this beat 'em up. But I went and pulled it up because there's a Final Fantasy game that I have on my backlog because it's free to play and it's like a pretty short completion. And so I was going to ask, hey, what's this A King's Tale Final Fantasy 15? And I look at genre, beat 'em up. So that's exactly the game that you were talking about.
Exactly.
So
I think I completed in like 2 hours.
Oh wow, because it says it's a 6 to 8 hour completion. So since it's free
I don't
to play,
remember taking that long.
It's a pretty short completion. I put it on my sure, I'll play that. So interesting.
Yeah, and 15 even has a book that that fleshes out the villain a bit more.
Oh, and Smoo is saying that Final Fantasy 15 is a multimedia giant. 1 anime, 1 movie, 2 games, and a book.
I actually own the movie on 4K.
I did not know. The last Final Fantasy movie I knew about was
And Sean Bean was in it, I think.
Advent Children.
And yes, he does die in it.
Like as him, or like he's voicing a character?
He's voicing a character that dies.
Unsurprising. I just watched it.
The movie happens right before the events of the game, so.
Okay. Yeah, I just watched the movie on Sunday night because in preparation for Paul's book club tomorrow night, where Sean Bean was in it, and he dies in basically the first scene of the movie. And that was Equilibrium.
And with this one, he actually dies like 2/3 of the way through.
Oh, and Sue is saying that he voices Noctis' dad. So, cool. Yeah. He almost always dies. I know that he survived in the island.
Yeah, Smooth, just to let you know, his name is Regis.
Philbin?
Not Noctis is dead.
He has a name.
And the main reason why I remember his name is because he's actually one of the characters in my gacha game.
Okay. Oh, and Aaron Paul, who is Jesse Pinkman in Breaking Bad, plays the King's Guard. That sounds like they got
Nyx,
some.
right? He plays Nyx, right?
Sounds like that movie's got some pretty big name voice actors behind it. So, Regis. Oh yeah. So, all right. I know we talked about Final Fantasy a bit earlier. So, anyone else have anything they want to say on Final Fantasy while we're on the topic?
I honestly have not liked the PS4 games or the PS5 ones at all. I don't know why. It's just I have not liked since the 13 on. The shift to making them more like film-like has really just put a damper on my love of the series.
See, I thought I was going to feel the same way too when I went to action-based, but I mean, when I got in the remake, when it turned out to be the secret of the game, what it was, I was like, okay, I'm on board. It's just this. It's more of what I wanted. After I finished playing the original game back on the PlayStation days, you're just telling me something else. So, I mean, when I got through that, I was like, okay, cool. I'm one of those people now that I know like the next part 3 is going to be the ending of it. If it went 7 more parts after it, I would be okay with it. Like I don't know if I'm just blind to the fandom or whatever, but I'm happy with, continue going on this roller coaster. That
I just would prefer it if they kept the action oriented stuff to the unnumbered series, like a spinoff.
Well, I mean, you can always turn that off.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about like even 16.
Oh yeah, I getcha.
Oh, 16 put me to sleep. That I actually legitimately fell asleep with the controller in my hand because the cutscene was too long.
Like I want turn based again. Make 17 turn based and you can make a spin-off of like how you have tactics as the tactics style.
Yeah.
You have different subgenre or sub franchise for the action oriented.
They could definitely do something where they do one that's turn based and then another one that's like real time combat. Because I know from what Mark's on Party Chat has told me that the Like a Dragon games have kind of done that, where one of them is like a turn based, the other one is more like a real time action game. So
yeah,
Final Fantasy could do something similar. I mean, it's a freaking gigantic franchise.
People are already used to them having different universes for each numbered series, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah,
to have spin-offs like that.
I want to say, I'm pretty sure it was published by Square Enix. Deus Ex: Human Revolution.
That was when Deus Ex was owned by Square.
Yeah. And I think I remember seeing a poster around the office near the starting of the game where it was like, because this game takes place way in the future, it was like Final Fantasy like 35 or something as like an Easter egg.
They should just send 30 for the funny number.
So it very well could have been. I'm pretty sure I remember that, or it might have been a meme I saw. I don't remember, but I remember seeing.
I think everyone here who's been on the internet knows what the 30 would be referencing.
Final Fantasy 30.
Just 3 X's.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, because they do Roman numerals. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's what I would have done.
And Smooth saying that they should re-release the original PSP.
There was a PS4 one that was 3-on-3
again. Is it Dissidia or I thought it was Dissidia?
Either way.
Yeah, I call it. I say Dissidia.
But there was a PS4 one.
I could be getting mixed up with something else because I don't know much about Final Fantasy. But
is that the one that just went on sale like super deep at VGP? Dude, did you see that?
I don't know. Because I think the PS4 version is no longer supported online, so the platinum trophy is unobtainable. Because it is a fighting game, so. I would rather, instead of them re-releasing it, they just make a new one with more characters in it. So just give us more characters.
All right. Yeah, I'll have to take your word for it, since I don't have any skin in the game when it comes to the Final Fantasy franchise. So let's see here. We are still on number 3s, and that leaves me and JT Epsilon. I think I will go next, and we'll leave JT to finish off our number 3s. So let's see here. Do I have anything to point out? No, I do not. So when I was talking earlier about giant franchises and narrowing it down to something specific, it was because of this franchise is a sub franchise within another giant banner, and that is Star Wars. I was like, I really should have specified, because saying like, yeah, Star Wars games my favorite is one of my top 5 franchises. Like, that is a gigantic umbrella.
Knights of the Republic.
That is why I thought to myself I should have specified, but so far it hasn't been an issue. But no, it's not Knights of the Old Republic. I know you're saying that jokingly because we just had the Star Wars games. But you probably, if you did watch that Star Wars games, you probably know where I'm going with this, and that is
Jedi Academy.
Yes, the Jedi Knight franchise. Where Kyle Katarn is the main character up until Jedi Academy, where he becomes a minor character. But that whole franchise, starting with Dark Forces, then Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight, then there was Jedi Knight's expansion, Mysteries of the Sith. Then there's Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast. Then there was Jedi Academy. It's a very convoluted naming scheme for the games in that series, but that series of games is my number 3. I freaking love those games, and as I gushed about Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy on that stream, still to this day the best Star Wars games in my opinion, and hands down the best lightsaber combat we've ever gotten, and still to be matched, because that's the only game series where lightsabers actually operate like lightsabers, and you don't
you know the best lightsaber combat was in Masters of Terra Sky?
Were there lightsabers? Yeah, there were lightsabers in that, wasn't there? But yeah,
I agree. The Star Wars Connect game. I'm
Han Solo. I'm Han Solo. That song is very catchy, though. I will give it that. So,
would we rather go back to that type level of cringe than what we have now?
Yeah,
that's a good question.
I do think that Jedi Fallen Order was a good game. I haven't played Jedi Survivor yet. I'm looking forward to playing it.
I actually did play Jedi Survivor on stream.
So in the video game department, no, I definitely think that those are far better than the Star Wars Connect game. But when it comes to everything else Star Wars, absolutely, I agree.
You don't want to dance to Raiden Solo, but it's Han Solo instead. Is that just what you're telling me?
I do not.
SOLO. Come on, man.
But yeah, Jedi Survivor is on my backlog, and I am looking forward to playing it. Looks pretty fun, but still, the lightsaber combat in that still doesn't operate like an actual lightsaber like it does in Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy. So they do not top those games. But Jedi Fallen Order was an enjoyable game, and I think Jedi Survivor notwithstanding, since I haven't played it, I think Jedi Fallen Order is by far the best thing to come out of Disney Star Wars.
I'd agree with that.
But yeah. For anyone who tuned into either of the last 2 streams, Kyle Katarn is my second favorite Star Wars character, and Jedi.
I think I was able to watch the Star Wars games. I didn't get a chance to jump in on the Star Wars characters.
It was a great stream. It was fun. But for the games, Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy, I kind of pair them together since they are built on the same engine. They only came out 1 year apart, I think, or very close together. The story in Jedi Outcast is better than Jedi Academy, but the gameplay in Jedi Academy far outclasses Jedi Outcast since you have all the different saber styles. So if I had to pick one, absolutely Jedi Academy, my favorite Star Wars game. So yes, thank you, Samu. The Jedi Knight series is excellent. And I'm looking forward to playing the recent remaster by Night Dive of the original Dark Forces, because I haven't played that game in forever. I'm looking forward to playing through that again. And I'm with Melee James. I would love to see them take a stab at remastering Jedi Knight and maybe even Mysteries of the Sith, because those could definitely use it. Although I do know, because I've seen it on Fractured Filter's channel, he's talked about it a few times lately, that there is a fan mod, at least for Mysteries of the Sith. I don't know about Jedi Knight, but a fan mod upscaling to make it look a lot better than it did back in the day with the horrible polygons. Still a good game though, but
you just do that through the PS2 emulator.
I'll have to look into that. But yeah, great series of games. And yeah, I the multiplayer in Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy was very popular. I never played it online. I just played it for the story, but I know it was popular. Oh, yes, and I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. The G_Saber realistic combat, 0 turned it off and 1 turned it on. So they really operated like real lightsabers, and you actually dismember people. And you wouldn't even have to swing the lightsaber. If you're just holding it and you walk into someone, it'll just cut them in half. It was great.
Don't just make sure you don't walk into one.
Yes.
Yeah, DJ in the chat also brings up Jedi Academy's multiplayer, which was also very fun when you played with your friends.
Yeah.
Did you ever play the multiplayer, Neo?
No, I played it once with my buddy, like couch.
Yeah.
But no, I never played it online.
So I have a funny story about that. Me and a buddy, and like a couple of the neighborhood kids, because it's like 4 players, we would play it from time to time. And I remember one time the game glitched and we like both force choked each other at the same time. And we both dragged each other off like the edge and threw ourselves to dead. And it was like the weirdest looking animation to just see 2 people just like slowly.
They didn't test it. They didn't test it to happen at the same time.
No, they didn't. And it's one of the funniest glitches I can remember.
Sometimes those type of glitches are the best parts of the game.
Oh yeah,
that's hilarious.
Like the giant space program in Skyrim.
Oh yeah. They left that in because it was just so funny. So, but yeah, the Jedi Knight games are fantastic.
Feature, not a bug.
The feature, not above a bug. So, yeah, Jedi Knight. Yeah, I would love to see a remaster of Jedi Knight and Mysteries of the Sith as well. But Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy still hold up. So if you haven't played them, I definitely recommend it. They still play fantastic. Not that long ago, I booted up Jedi Outcast. I think for just sort of test stream, I was testing either new software, it might have been my computer. I don't remember what, but it wasn't that long ago. And I just booted it up and threw on some cheats to give me all the force powers at the beginning of the first level and the lightsaber, and just playing it for like 10 minutes. It was just so much fun, just tearing through the stormtroopers and cutting them into pieces. It was great. I was laughing with glee, like maniacally, when I was just cutting stormtroopers in 10 pieces, because the cuts were basically accurate to the way you slash, just like in like Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance.
I still need to play that game.
Good game.
It's good.
It's the only Metal Gear game I've played. It's awesome. So, all right. Unless anyone has anything else they want to input on the Jedi Knight series, we'll move on to JT to finish off our number 3s. All right, JT, take us away.
My number 3 is going to be the Witcher series.
Witcher.
Another one where I didn't start with the first one.
I heard it's kind of rough.
So the combat is horrible. It's pretty boring. There's nothing exciting about it whatsoever. Aside from that, it was pretty reminiscent of a older BioWare game. At least for me, just the kind of feel and the style, and showing its age too. But I mean, aside from just the combat, I enjoyed the game. I absolutely love the second one. That one is my favorite. I honestly cannot articulate why exactly. I don't know. There's just something about the atmosphere of it. I just enjoyed it more than the others. I think maybe the fact that the third one's a typical open world that I just don't care for at all. It's not an open world fan, especially since the industry decided we're going to shift like every game under the sun in 2014, 2012-ish to have the race for the biggest, most open world, and I saw that exactly for what it was and was just not for it.
They still kind of do it too nowadays too.
Yeah, going back to like my hate for Ubisoft is their open worlds are nothing but big, bland, full of nothingness.
Yeah, they often put the emphasis on quantity over quality, where Witcher typically does the opposite, despite having a large game world. From what I hear,
I did enjoy the third one, despite it being open world. Like I did, I just think that's why I like the second one more. Though, is it's little less, because it's kind of the same with other RPGs. Is I kind of like the middle ground. I like a little bit of a sandbox that lets me explore and do things, but I don't like the huge open world where, okay, cool, I pick up this quest, now I gotta run all the way over here just to pick up this thing and then run all the way back, and why?
Okay, I was going to say, you better not be talking too much crap about Witcher 3, because my good buddy, I haven't seen him in chat, but I did see he liked the tweet of the stream. My good buddy Vanquish, Witcher 3, I believe, is his favorite game of all time. So,
I know, despite that,
blasphemy.
despite my disdain for open worlds, no, I actually love The Witcher 3. I loved it from the very start. It was the whole reason I got into the Witcher series, because I got the third one on Steam for free. I don't remember exactly why, but I got it and started playing it, and then I was like, wow, this is actually really interesting. So then I went back, got the first and second one, and then played them through, and then got the 3, and I didn't have a moment where I was not enjoying myself. So, and that's pretty rare.
Yeah, I haven't played them. I played a little bit of 2. I played past like the first boss for an achievement that I needed for a contest one time, so I played a little bit of it. But I do plan to go back and play and complete it in its entirety before I move on to Witcher 3.
Yeah, I need to play the Witcher series as well. I haven't played it.
I know that they're remaking the first one. I don't know how I feel about it with the way that the company is currently, though.
Yeah, the way the industry is going, it's like, I
was excited for like 0.2 seconds, because that combat system could be pretty rough. Because I mean, I would love to recommend the game to a lot of other people, but I know that they wouldn't be able to get over the combat mechanics of it, and I don't blame them. It's literally click, 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 rinse, wash, repeat.
So it sounds like an MMO.
At least in MMO, I can hit more than one button, but you're literally hitting one click of the mouse.
Not if you're playing RuneScape.
I
haven't played it, so I don't know.
Yeah. RuneScape is literally the first browser-based MMO. You just use your mouse. That's it.
Oh.
Well, I mean, Cookie Clicker was a popular thing, so you know what? It doesn't surprise me.
Okay. Yeah, good pick. I know that is a very popular franchise, and Witcher 3 is often regarded as one of the best RPGs of all time. So was Witcher 3, it sounded like that was the first one you played?
Yeah, for a little bit. I played through the first 2 hours, I think, into it. And that's when I decided, okay, this is interesting enough to go pick up the previous games.
Went back to play number 2, but then got back to 3?
The first one.
Or the first one, then 2, then 3. Okay. Yeah, I just don't think of the first one because only 2 and 3 are on Xbox. The first one's not on Xbox, so that one often doesn't.
I don't think that one was on
trigger in my
console at
mind.
all. Or
Yeah, I think it was PC only.
No, wait, I think it was Atari.
So,
Let me double check that one.
yeah, Smooth saying the old Witcher games are rough. Yeah, I've heard that it's difficult.
Wait, you say? Sorry, did you say Witcher 2 or Witcher 1 was published by Atari?
The first one,
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know.
I have no idea.
I have a Windows copy of it. Hold on, let me check.
Mental Knight's like, well, spoiler, no one picked Cookie Clicker for their top franchises. Is there more than one game? Because that was the requirement. There had to be at least 2 games to be considered a franchise, so it may not qualify.
TJ was Atari. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
So you're right. Nice.
Sorry, I meant JT. Why did I call you TJ?
That's fine. I didn't even realize. I was like, yep.
Are you dyslexic?
No, but I am stupid.
So,
No, it's called Sex Daily.
alrighty then.
Just let you know if you mix up the letters for dyslexia, it is Sex Daily.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
gotcha.
Yeah, I got that.
Like,
Yeah,
I
that
did
was
not
funny.
where you were going with that. All right. Any last words on Witcher?
So, I haven't really played it, so I can't really say anything about it.
Yeah, same here.
Toss a coin to your Witcher. That's all I know.
Dan Vast version of that song is freaking awesome.
It is actually really damn good. I ain't gonna lie.
So, all right. Well, I think I will start off our number 2s because I actually have a phone call to make. So I'm going to go off camera here for a minute after I'm done. But for anyone who knows me like it all, my top 2 should not be a surprise at all. Number 2 is this franchise is the father of the progenitor, if you want to call it, of my favorite genre of video games. And the first part of the conjoined names, Metroidvania, the Metroid franchise. There is arguably not a bad game in the franchise, but I am talking about the mainline and Prime games. So the only one that you in those you could consider would be Other M, because I know a lot of people didn't like that. I do not count Federation Force as a Metroid game, because
I've actually heard that game's really fun with friends, which is what it was designed for.
I've never played it, but Samus isn't even in it, I don't believe.
She is, but I think she's like a tertiary character. She might even be a boss.
Okay. But yeah, you don't play as Samus, so I do not consider Federation Force a Metroid
Well, in most
game.
franchises, you don't play as the same character the whole time, so it doesn't matter that badly.
But yeah, you could make the argument for Other M, but I think all of the other ones, the mainline Metroid games and the Metroid Prime games are all great games. I don't think that there's a bad one in my opinion.
I will speak on Metroid more later.
Oh, spoilers.
So I told you there was another sci-fi game that we shared.
Okay, I was thinking that of a different franchise. I was not expecting you to be on the Metroid bandwagon.
Of that other one, I've only played one game.
So, but yeah, Metroid is awesome. I love it. Every game that I've played, the only one I don't think I've played at all in any regard is Jason's favorite one,
Dread.
No, I just beat Dread for the first time last month because with all my work travel, I was like, all right, I'm going to get a Switch. So I got one off of Facebook Marketplace for a really good deal. And I got Metroid Prime Remastered with it. And so I played that and Dread. So I have now played Dread. And so the only one I haven't played is Jason's favorite. I believe it's his favorite in the franchise because it was his number 1 on the Metroidvania top 5 stream. And that was Metroid 2. I do plan to play not the original version, but I do have AM2R on my list of games to play. There is
Samus Returns,
but that's on 3DS only, and I don't have a 3DS. So really my only option, unless I do the emulation version of Metroid 2, but I'd much rather play AM2R because that one actually.
Well, I did do the achievement list for Metroid 2.
You did? Okay, cool. I knew. I was just telling someone. Oh, when I was on Off the Hip last night, I was mentioning to you how you have coded a bunch of the achievement sets for games on Retro Achievements. I did not realize you had done it for Metroid 2.
Yep.
So, but yeah, I will be doing AM2R at some point. I played like the first half hour or hour or so, and I did like it. But that's the only mainline Metroid game I have not played. in some regard, because I haven't played the original Metroid, but I did play Zero Mission. But yeah, I freaking love the Metroid franchise, and it is not my favorite. If you watch the Metroidvania ranking stream, is not my favorite Metroidvania of all time. Is not in the Metroid franchise. That one was arguably going to be on my list, but because there are so many good Metroid games, I put Metroid on my top 5 franchises rather than this other franchise that
I know which one you're talking about. It's an Xbox franchise.
Yes, it is, which I'll mention as part of my honorable mentions. But that is why that one is not up here. It's just because I like those games better. Well, one of them I like better than any of the Metroid games, but Metroid games across the board are all, for the most part, fantastic games, and that's why Metroid is up here and not the other one.
Makes sense.
So, with that, we'll go ahead and move on to.
Don't worry, you'll get some more Metroid in later.
All right. So let's see here. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Jace, you want to go with your number 2?
Yeah. My number 2, again, pretty easy. I have a bunch of stuff all behind me. And that's going to be the Mortal Kombat franchise. I've been connected with that pretty much where I live. I know people that work there, all that fun stuff. So and that's going to, Mortal Kombat's been one of those games that when my grandparents owned it, had an arcade, I was playing the game, as a 3-4-year-old, and I still play it today. Even when it was, rough with the 3D era, people think it's rough now. I still think it's a totally good, fine game. Everything like that. I mean, I am a huge fighting game guy. And like I said, Mortal Kombat's always been one of those, constant games. That's always been one of those that if I want to play something, quick, something easy, now that has story mode, I'm glad people are playing a little bit more just to figure that kind of stuff out. But all fighting games to me are great. And then with having Mortal Kombat back, being the, pioneer of storytelling of it, and not being, Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe, because that was awful.
I'd still like to see them try another try at that to correct their mistake.
I still love the fact that before that, because
look at what they've done with Injustice. They could actually do a Mortal Kombat versus Injustice now, and it would actually probably be pretty good. Because I mean, remember in the first Injustice game, in the story mode, they had Superman lobotomize Captain Marvel.
Yeah,
the teenage kid.
Yeah, and he prevented him from using this, turning back into a kid, because he knew that him turning into the kid would prevent him from doing it.
Yeah. And then I mean, like I said, they just had so much going on for them when they got the DC and all that. Well, when Warner Brothers bought them and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just so much gameplay stuff in there that no one even knows what it is, and even people that play fighting games, they're like, "Oh, what the hell is a pro move?" And that's, you have to know what those are if you want to play the game well. And it is almost impossible to get those frames correctly to do that. And then there's just other things like that. I mean, granted, the one good thing that came from that is it did say that, hey, Ed, you can do your story stuff, because he's always wanted to do story mode things since the Sub-Zero mythology, since having the PlayStation 2 games, with the Shaolin monks and everything like that. So, and then the other PlayStation game that's awful. But yeah, it's
Special Forces.
Yeah, it is Special Forces. I always try to find something good to talk about Special Forces, and I can't.
Even the cheesy dialogue is bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's just I always want to be like, oh, cool, yeah, it's the Special Forces. You get Jax, you get Sonya, and you get Kano, and you get all this crazy stuff, and it's just it's just not good. I wish there was always something fun. I mean, it's fun just to see how bad it is. I mean, that's always the best part of it. But like I said, I'd rather play Mythologies 10 times more than Special Forces, and that's saying something.
Sadly, the only Mortal Kombat I've actually put time into was 9.
And 9's great. 9's.
I mean, from what I've heard, 9 is for a lot of people is the peak of Mortal Kombat.
9 and X, yeah. 9 and X are always the two that people go to because it's like the 2, and it's also like the 3 and Ultimate 3. Where 9 was kind of getting back to like, okay, we're gonna be a 2D fighter again. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. Like how 2 was kind of a little bit on the slower side, but you could do crazy stuff. And then when X came out, that was like the more Ultimate 3, where yeah, you can just do the game so loose, you can do whatever you want, and there's just so much to do in that game, and it brought a lot of people back. And then when 11 came out, got a little bit slower, just because people were wanting. A lot of the people that were coming from Injustice wanted this the long distance fighting stuff. I wasn't the biggest fan of Injustice on some of the things, and then 1 gets bad rap right now, but I think the more cameo characters, and again, it's a tag fighter. Tag fighters always do usually not the best when it comes to games.
Outside of Marvel vs. Capcom.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, and again, that didn't do well. That didn't do as well back as we think. As we see it now, this great game, and it is fantastic. But like in the arcade, I mean, yes, it did well, but it wasn't. It
wasn't until the sequel that actually really picked up.
Exactly. Yeah. It wasn't what people wanted. Like, yes, Street Fighter 3 wasn't supposed to be Street Fighter 3, but like they didn't want, a tag fighter. They want to see their characters do their regular things. So yeah, tag fighters always have their place, and they're great, but we'll see through time. Again, it all matters on characters, because if you're picking 2 characters, you need everybody, and I think the cameos are great. We'll just see what happens down the line, but yeah.
Hey, Jason, who is your favorite guest character that Mortal Kombat brought into the franchise?
My favorite guest character, Alien and Predator were awesome. Just because it was really cool to see that. Jason was pretty cool to see that too, just because of the horror aspect of it.
Even though Freddy came first.
Yeah, but Jason's better than Freddy, so we can all agree with that one. Or I can say that. But yeah, I would say probably Alien and Predator, just because I think that was really cool to see those characters come in. RoboCop was interesting. Didn't care for the gameplay. But then again, you get like, I wish Terminator was a little bit better than what he was, but I thought that was really cool to have Terminator and Rambo and all that kind of stuff just in a game, just the 80s action people.
Actually, from this one channel I watched that talks about Mortal Kombat competitive, he actually thinks that Rambo is the worst character in the game, but people can still. But it's such a well balanced game that you can still actually do well in a tournament with Rambo.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about like a lot of the characters is there's a lot of terrible matchups, but like if you get a specialist that's a character that you don't see very often, it's you can lose to him. Like it's not hard to lose. So
kind of like Smash Brothers that way.
Yeah,
if you get a character you rarely ever see, and even if it's a matchup you're supposed to win, if you don't know the matchup, you ain't gonna do much.
Right. And then the special characters that we had this one, I thought they were okay so far. I wish they would have done something different, because they're both pretty much just evil Supermans. So like I thought that was
that was kind of weird that they did them both in the same pack.
Right. Like I said, I thought the Omni-Man was kind of interesting, because again, you don't see him much and stuff, but then again, you had Cena in a game just to have him in the game, and then
what's funny is both of them would fit with Mortal Kombat. It's just weird having both of them.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's always fun just to see what they kind of pick to kind of go with. So it's like the characters are great, but it's like 80s action stars, and you got like the Alien, the Predator, and you got then you got, like I said, obviously the evil Supermans, the bad superhero kind of things, and then so it's always fun to see what kind of picks that they choose.
This is watching 2 Terminators fight, and MK11 is like watching 2 drunk dads fighting.
Yes, especially when they have like the chops and all that kind of stuff. There's some moves that they do. It's like they're just beating each other up outside, outside in the lawn. But yeah.
So sorry if I missed this, but if you even happened to talk about it while I was away for a few minutes, what is your take on? Is it MK versus DC?
It's awful.
Okay.
And it They did introduce,
fighting games isn't my thing, so I've not really played
Yeah.
any of the Mortal Kombat games. So I was just curious what the consensus is on that. Is there
No,
more than one?
it's
Where there were two, right?
no, there was just the one.
Just one,
Then
okay.
they had the Injustice franchise that kind of spawned off of it, but no,
That's what I was
no, like the mechanics of the game were just not anybody really knew all of them that were in there. Like I was talking about, like the pro moves. It's like you have to do a button combination and you have to do it right on the very exact frame. And if you don't do it, it doesn't work. And there's certain combos that you have to do that kind of stuff. And it's almost impossible to do. Like if you just type in pro move on YouTube and you can see all these things, it's ridiculous.
It also doesn't help that there's some infinites in that game.
Oh, there's a lot.
And actually, from what I heard, there's a really easy Superman one online because of the way the net code worked. You just have to punch the ground over and over again, and you're in an infinite.
Yep. Yeah. And then again, like the final boss in that game was Dark Khan. I'm like, you could easily have kind of come up with something a little bit more clever. But again, it
was Darkseid and Shao Kahn literally smushed together.
Yeah, and they just said Dark Khan. It's like, okay, cool. But I mean, it did spawn we can do a storytelling in fighting games. So I mean, that's the one thing it did well, I guess, is it did say like, hey, we can tell a story, do it this way. We don't have to do arcade ladders all the time because again, arcade style games were kind of going out the window. So having something extra in a fighting game to make it worth the full value and price was kind of nice to see that as well.
Yeah. So when it came to that, Mortal Kombat versus DC crawled so that Mortal Kombat 9 could
100%.
I've heard that's one of the best ones. I know I'm pretty sure it's James's favorite.
That's why I say the verses should be allowed to at least be tried one more time to see if they can get it right.
Yeah, I know.
I'm pretty sure Warner Brothers would be much more lenient on them letting the DC heroes do stuff.
You would think. Yeah, that's all I'll say. You would think.
Like I said, remember whenever Neo was gone, I did say that Superman in the first Injustice game lobotomized Captain Marvel.
I know.
Cutscene.
But yeah, I know Mortal Kombat's got a lot of lore behind it. I mean, I've seen not the recent Mortal Kombat movie, but I did see the original ones, back in the 90s. But
the new one wasn't too bad.
When people talk about like, the story is great, it's like it's a fighting game. How does it have a good story? But I watched James stream most of Mortal Kombat 1, and I was like, oh, okay. Even if the story isn't good, from what I hear, there was a lot of story in it. So I was like, okay, I get it now.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Also, shout out NetherRealms, Chicago dev.
Was it you or Paul that was on a recent stream was saying that you run into devs at a certain studio every so often?
Jason.
I do, yeah.
Oh, it was Jason?
Yeah, it was Jason.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. It was Jason.
Yeah. Yep, I do. Said I know a few people there.
Cool. That's pretty cool. So, my buddy Rocky Dude is saying that one of his favorite franchises is the SteamWorld games. They span a number of different genres, but they all have the SteamWorld flair, and they're all pretty much bangers. Cool. Yeah. I haven't played them yet, but the first time I heard about SteamWorld was SteamWorld Dig games, and they are both considered Metroidvanias. I have both of them. I have not played them yet. And then just recently, earlier this year, I believe, or maybe it was late last year, there was SteamWorld Build or SteamWorld something. I know that came to Game Pass, and he got early access to it before everyone else did, and he liked it. So I don't know if there are more than those 3 games, but I do know that all 3 of those have that SteamWorld flair to them. So, all right. Carl, you want to give us your number 2?
My number 2 is as far as I am aware, still the biggest IP in the world, and that is Pokemon.
I haven't played any after 5, Gen 5, so I didn't put it on even on my honorable mentions.
As it's in an IP in its entirety, I could definitely see it being the biggest.
Yeah, I think
including
it is
the
huge.
anime, the movie, the games, the merch.
It's the merch.
Definitely,
The
that would
merch.
make sense. The
the merch.
IP is massive. Oh yeah, merch is huge.
So the reason why I had to put this on here, since I've been probably 6-7 years old to the ripe old age of 33 right now, I have played every Pokemon game.
Wait, you're 33 also?
Yeah, I just turned 33 a couple weeks ago.
Nice.
I've played every Pokemon game from Red and Blue here in the States to the current ones, Scarlet and Violet. I buy them every year. I have pretty much all the spin-offs and really do enjoy the spin-offs a lot too. It holds a special place to me too because I also was sponsored to play the TCG as
that's right.
I've said to some people before too. And I've just made a lot of friends and a lot of memories from Pokemon, from midnight releases to getting Black and White to Heart Gold and Soul Silver to even to this day, it's with Pokemon Arceus, and I'm even excited for the new one that's coming out, the Pokemon ZX, yeah.
Stole that from Mega Man. Mega Man ZX.
I feel like a lot of people sometimes I try not to be that guy who's like I'm shilling for $1 billion company, but I do feel like there's a lot of people that don't understand that Pokemon has still fundamentally evolved since the very first days of
I mean, I do like watching like False White Gaming and them.
Oh, I love False White Gaming.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get him on my podcast. Like that.
I actually just watched this Venusaur video he released today.
Yeah, it was so good. Like the hour-long special.
But it shows you that even though the games themselves, for like the normal game playthrough, is still overall kind of the same and kind of gotten boring. The competitive side, it's actually been changing every single generation.
Yeah, and that's also a reason why I have more respect for it, because as a TCG player, they also have giant tournaments for VGC going on at the same time. And like I was saying, I've just been around all the VGC players so much that I've kind of just got more and more used to just learning about the competitive scene. Friend of the channel, friend of everyone here, probably Mr. Metal Shred Freak. He actually used to go play VGC with us when we would go to these giant tournaments as well. And he still dabbles in the competitive scene every now and then to have, a little bit of those perspectives. But I just really like the lore. Like if you actually read the lore of like the Pokemon stuff or how they come up with Pokemon, you find out that they put like a lot of time and effort into coming up with like their designs or how to make them fit into like a region or location. And like I said, just kind of like with Monster Hunter, there's a Pokemon for everyone. Everyone can honestly, probably even if you haven't played a Pokemon game forever, be like, yeah, I still like Charmander, or like Squirtle was my dude as a kid, or Bulbasaur.
Squirtle is the dude.
Yeah,
I'm more of a Blaziken person. The fact that it got to Ubers in Gen 5.
Trico's my boy. I always love my good old Trico.
I know Jace. I'm pretty sure Jace will like this because I'm pretty sure he's a big fan of this genre. But not being a JRPG fan or turn-based combat, there was even a Pokemon game that I enjoyed, and that was Pokemon Pinball, the only Pokemon game I played.
Yes,
there's also Pokemon Snap.
There's 2 Pokemon Pinball games too.
I did not know that. I played the first one on, I think it was,
Game Boy.
Was
Color.
it Game Boy?
Game Boy Color.
I was gonna say I had a Game Boy Color, so I'm pretty sure it was Game Boy Color, and it had the rumble built into the pad.
Yeah, and then there was one based on Ruby and Sapphire.
Yes, and that one's was the more expensive one to find for me for a complete box. But they also have a Pokemon Conquest for the DS, which is basically a Fire Emblem Pokemon game too.
It uses the same characters from Samurai Warriors.
I know, and that's the funny part about it too. So like Nobunaga has like a Zekrom, right? If I recall correctly.
Doesn't Oichi have like a Jigglypuff?
Yeah, there's like some weird combinations, but like they have like
Kenshin has Mewtwo, which makes no sense.
Yeah, they have like
shouldn't have even existed in that era because we made Mewtwo.
Right, and like
Smooth gets me.
Pokemon Pinball was like a lot of fun. I played that forever.
I think I caught almost all of them in Pokemon Pinball. I don't know if I got all of them, but I was close.
And then there's also Pokemon Snap that's its own type of genre.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pokemon Stadiums too. Just recently I played I just played and beat Pokemon Coliseum too. That was another thing I just recently played recently. And they just have like
you also have the Mystery Dungeon series.
I was just about to say that too, yeah. The Pokemon Mystery Dungeons, which is Baby's first dungeon crawler, if anyone wants to get into those series. And then the Pokemon Ranger series are out there as well, which is like a fun little spin-off type of game as well.
And Pokemon Tournament.
Yeah, a fighting game even too.
Made by the guys that made Tekken.
Like honestly, it's just the funniest thing about Pokemon to me still is that this IP has been around for quite some time. And on top of that too, it has spanned pretty much every genre you can think of at least once or twice. And there's so much more creativity inside of this franchise than I think some people realize, because either some people just played just Red and Blue, or they gave up probably after the Game Boy Advance era too, you know? And
I mean, I'm one of those people that kind of stopped after Black and White, but I actually enjoyed Black and White for what they were.
Yeah. And like I said, it's been a big part of my life. I got my wife into Pokemon. Like one of the big things I'm looking forward to going to Japan for is to go to the giant Pokemon Center and just explore that as well, you know?
I mean, I still pick up the new games. I just don't play them, but it's because I know that they're going to go up in price anyways.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Pokemon, highly collectible.
Yeah, I mean, the DS games alone are like $100 without the case.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's insane. But at the same time, you know, even like the crappy Shining Diamond and Brilliant Pearl remakes, they were still relatively faithful remakes of Diamond and Pearl 2. So like you could still experience these games for a cheaper price at a better price point on the current hardware too as well.
I think more people are just more expecting like something that they did with like Heart Gold and Soul with all the other remakes. This one was kind of like a little too faithful. It didn't add enough.
I feel like that's like the catch-22 with gamers. It's we get mad when they change stuff, and we get mad when they don't change stuff in a remake. It's like one of those weird things that you have to
I think it's because the fact that the Pokemon Company had always done a good job with the remakes and adding stuff into it, that we were expecting actually good additions in there.
Yeah, I know. And I've been recently playing Leaf Green, because I never played that as a kid because I didn't have that type of money to buy it, and it's actually been a really fun game to get back into. They added a whole bunch of new stuff too into the end game. From like,
I need to get back into achievement hunting, that series, because I did do gold last.
Yeah, you did that not too long ago.
Yeah, and I can do silver, crystal, and then I think they're up to black and white too.
I kind of want to do that too. I might look into doing that retro.
They even have extra subsets where you have to grind out and get every Pokemon you can in the Pokedex before badge.
Oh, interesting.
But those are like subsets, so you don't have to do them in the main set. So, but like I think they're called the Professor Oak Challenge.
That sounds cool.
So, what are do you have a specific favorite and least favorite in the franchise, or maybe not a specific game? Because I know that typically they always come out in 2 at a time. So, you could be like whatever generation the generation of games that was.
I feel like I'm not as huge of a fan of the black and white generation the most, just because it was such a drastic departure, because they basically rebooted the series there and created a whole new Pokedex to match like the first red and green versions.
And Black and White was on what platform was that one?
DS.
That was the DS.
DS, okay.
Yes, it was the follow-up. I mean, they like right now I could say like my top 5 easily is Emerald, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, that's a tie. Red and Blue, and then Violet and Scarlet.
Just as a heads up, Carl, the main reason why they don't have anything after Black and White 2 on the retro achievements is because they haven't added 3DS yet.
Gotcha.
And they haven't done Black 2 yet, but they have White 2 up there.
Yeah, Black 2 is so expensive.
And so you're not saying 2 isn't also, it's like actually there's White 2 and Black 2?
Yeah,
Yes.
There's a sequel. Like that's the one.
Instead of doing Pokemon Gray, they did Black 2 and White 2.
Why? That's the only one they've ever done a number 2, right?
Like I said, they rebooted the franchise. Like it was a
soft reboot.
Yeah, it was a soft reboot.
But you can still bring the old Pokemon into that game.
Yeah, later. And also Black and White 2 basically continued the story of Black and White 1, and it had like, was this the one that also had a difficulty mode too, where they had like
so, yeah,
easy and a hard mode? Like there was a lot of great things about Black and White 2.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was gonna say, was Black and White 2 like a later remaster of Black and White, like the shiny ones you mentioned, or was it an actual sequel? It was the actual sequel.
It was a sequel.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And they tried. I think they somewhat. And then with Sun and Moon, they did Ultra Sun and Moon, and it's like, it's not even a sequel. And it redid a lot of things in a weird way.
Ultra Sun and Moon is when they introduced the metaverse to Pokemon, and then Sun and Moon is a different universe from Ultra Sun and Moon. That's what they were trying to establish.
From what I've read, I think I would have liked the original Sun and Moon storyline better because I actually like the idea of a woman actually trying to get her husband back.
I mean, that was cool. I liked Ultra Sun and Moon more because it introduced like a world-ending being that just wants to destroy all the light in the universe.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it would have been. I mean, I just like the idea that she was the reason why because she wanted to get her husband back from that dimension.
Yeah, I know.
And she was even ignoring her own children just to get it done.
Yeah, Lucamine, I think is her name. She's an interesting boss. And I think I said this on I think either with you, Neo, or when I was talking to DJ. Probably one of the best like Pokemon always has really good soundtracks. They're all really great. And Sun and Moon.
I think that was when you had DJ on.
Yeah, I couldn't remember
the Cynthia themes.
But Aether's Paradise for Sun and Moon. If you ever have a chance, look that up. And you can listen to like probably one of the more unique boss fights because it has like a real heavy piano inspiration. It's really great. I love it.
Well, I know Cynthia's Approach has a lot of piano in it too, so
well, you might like this one then.
I think Cynthia's Approach is only piano.
But yeah, a lot of iconic sounds, that's for sure.
Yeah, there is.
All right. Yeah. Definitely a big franchise to pick from. So, and a very popular one. All right. JT, why don't you give us your number 2?
So my number 2 is something I have talked about in the previous time I was here, and that would be the Knights of the Old Republic.
There's the Knights of the Old Republic.
Can't say much more than I've already said. It's just the childhood that brought me into the RPG world. I just got done replaying the first and second one, and I've already been thinking about replaying them all over again because I still haven't done a Dark Side playthrough. And I don't know, James talking about it has sparked me on a.
So you've never done Dark Side on either one?
I've attempted, but apparently my heart is too soft for hurting my companion's feelings.
I know what you mean, but not in that franchise. Another franchise of theirs, it was very difficult to do a bad guy playthrough.
Yep.
So, which do you prefer of the two?
They're just.
Paul's there with you. He says light side all the way. Paul is the little.
Personally, I prefer two, but I haven't played it near as much.
Yeah, Paul is the light side force fairy, and you got James is the dark side force fairy. Be like, play me.
I say for
that would be a great way to play through Knights of the Republic. Having James and Paul being your fairies,
playing your conscience.
Yes, that would be a great way to play it.
That would be pretty funny.
And then have them roll for initiative.
Yes, that would be for a pretty interesting stream. Series of streams.
Yeah.
So there's an idea for you, Paul. We'll have to get James in on it. That'd be interesting. James and Paul fighting over what choices JT makes in his KOTOR playthrough. That'd be great. So, but yeah, I know tough choice because I know they are both great games. Like
yeah,
I've said I haven't played 2 yet, but I will at some point.
I give KOTOR 1 for story and companions, and I give KOTOR 2 on just about everything else.
Okay.
Pretty much the combat was expanded on. You had better animations. You had just more options in general. I love the influence system more than just your, talking until there's no more talking points to go through. Which I guess this is still the second one, but I don't know. I just like the influence system. I think it was just a cool idea and a cool concept that could have been expanded on if there was ever a third one that'll ever exist.
Another one of those canceled games that everyone was super excited for. I'm assuming when you talk about KOTOR 2, you are also including the restored content.
Yes, I do not play it without it. Once I discovered it existed, I was like, nope, there's no going back now.
It is the proper way to play it. Just like
Yep.
I was talking to someone just this last weekend about Lord of the Rings, and the extended edition is the correct way to watch it.
I will only watch those editions.
Yes. Yeah, Paul is saying that Obsidian handled KOTOR too well. Yeah, it wasn't great on launch, but that's just because they didn't have enough time to work on it. But it eventually turned out to be a great game after it was able to be fixed. But
I just think it's funny. I feel like if KOTOR 2 came out today, it would probably get ripped to shreds for the amount of stuff that's unfinished, and everybody would just straight up hate it only. Because even with the restored content mod, there's still so much that's just not there.
Oh, interesting. Because like nowadays, like that's almost expected. It's like, I'm gonna wait till the games have been out a while so I can play it after it's been fixed. That's just kind of what a lot of industries almost come to be the standard for a lot of.
I've got enough of a backlog.
releases.
I can wait.
Exactly. I've got plenty of stuff to play in the meantime. So yeah, exactly. Paul is saying that Obsidian didn't have enough time to finish the game because they were like, get on it. You got to get this out in like 18 months or something.
That's why I'm interested in Avowed.
Yeah,
it seems like they're being given a lot of time to actually polish it up.
It looks so good, man. I'm kind of excited for Avowed now.
From what I heard recently that they actually said that right now the game's finished. They're just polishing it up.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it's good because Obsidian has a pretty good track record, overall. And like Paul was just saying, the exact same thing happened with New Vegas. They were like rushed out the door, so it was kind of a buggy mess at launch. But it turned out to be most people's favorite Fallout game.
I was about to say, and ironically, became the favorite of the.
Yeah, and Paul was saying this on Off the Hip last night that because we were talking about the Xbox Showcase, and he was saying that Avowed is his most anticipated game.
Yeah, this is why I was laughing at Microsoft buying Bethesda. I was like, you have a better Bethesda at home.
The one time the Bethesda we have at home is even better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. I know a lot of people love KOTOR, and that is at a lot of people's top of their Star Wars games. So, and not even just Star Wars games, just some of their favorite RPGs of all time.
Yep.
So, totally understandable. So, all right.
I would like to add one more thing.
I still haven't.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think that leaves us with Dude to round out our number twos. But before we do that, JT, finish us off with anything you got left to say about KOTOR.
I actually want to highlight just the combat in general because I know a lot of people, especially who haven't played it and couldn't get into it, was because of the combat system. And it's actually one of my favorite systems in general. And while I think it could be improved and expanded upon, what I really liked about it is how it treated the lightsaber combat. Is it, you had the actual clashes and the animations for it, so it wasn't just like people hitting each other with baseball bats that glow,
Yeah,
that's like your kind of like your Fallen Order. You're just beating people up with a stick at that point.
So, and that's like I'm pretty sure I said it on our Star Wars game ranking stream because as I've said multiple times in this stream, turn-based RPGs is not really my thing, but the combat is my least favorite thing about KOTOR. Like I said, I haven't played KOTOR 2 yet, but I did play KOTOR 1, and the combat was my least favorite thing. But because it was what I call pseudo turn-based, it was actually allowed me to play the game and enjoy it because it took me a little while to get into it because it was annoying at first when seeing the clashes and then it said miss. I'm like, I saw it hit him. That's one of the things that I like about real-time games is like when I misses and hits make sense, but not when you're doing a game based on dice rolls, which I didn't understand at the time. But because it wasn't exactly turn-based, it was close enough to both sides, of like real-time versus turn-based combat that I was still able to enjoy the game.
I will say that when you get to the second one, there is a bug in the game that even with the restored content mod, where you have the option to use as a feat your dexterity modifier to make your melee attacks with the lightsaber. Don't use that feat. It's bugged out.
Okay. It doesn't work.
Both of them are tied to the melee for like the regular sword.
Oh, but not lightsabers.
No, it's just the redundant feat that shouldn't exist.
Oh, you know what? I think I remember hearing about that on like a top 10 list of like most pointless power-ups or abilities in RPGs, and I think that I remember hearing about that.
What's funny is apparently there is a soft lock in KOTOR 2, and apparently one of my Warframe friends, the first time he played through the game, he got into that soft lock, and one of the other Warframe friends, he's played through the game so many times. He's like, "How is that your first time going through the game and you get that soft lock?"
Is it pretty difficult to do?
Yeah, you have to do specific things to actually.
And he
get the soft lock to
accidentally
happen.
did it.
Yes.
Talk
What's
about
funny is
bad luck.
the other friend has never done it on accident. Like over the hundreds of times he's played through the game. He's like, that's what you do on your first playthrough.
Oh, that's
because you have to
great.
revert to a previous save to be able to do it, to be able to get out of it.
All right. Well, dude, why don't you finish us off with our number twos?
Actually, I think this is the least nostalgic game to the person that's talking about it. Because I only started playing this franchise when I first started streaming a couple years ago. That is Dark Souls.
Oh, I was gonna.
I'm actually a Soulsborne fan. I'm actually going to put all the From Software Soulsborns into the same franchise. So
Okay,
yeah, Dark Souls 3. I do like Dark Souls 2, but I prefer the 360 version.
When you were saying that
course
franchise that you started just from streaming, I thought you were going to say Devil May Cry.
Nah, I have my issues with Devil May Cry, but Sekiro.
I've heard that one is excellent. I'm very much looking forward to playing that at some point.
This is my favorite open world game.
Okay, yeah.
I actually enjoyed playing this game from start to finish.
Yeah.
The only thing that actually kind of had me do a small sigh was that the achievements required you to get multiple endings.
Okay. Yeah,
but the thing is, though, you can use the Xbox to actually cheese it, because you can go offline, get one of the endings, and then turn off the game, and then delete your save, and then retrieve your save from the online, and then redo the boss fight.
Okay. Yeah, that's what it was. A couple party chats ago, I had Dread Roberts on, and I think he said that Elden Ring is one of his favorite games of all time. If not,
it's not my favorite game of all. It's probably in the top 50 now, but not in like the top 10. I think Dark Souls 1 is actually my top 10 now. And I am actually looking forward to going through the entire Soulsborne series again on PlayStation. Okay. Now that I have a way to play for my PS3 on stream. Because I have not played Demon Souls and I have not played Bloodborne yet.
Okay.
Because when I first started streaming, I went through the entire Souls. I went through all of the From Software catalog on Xbox. So the Soulsborne set. So I did Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2 on 360. Then I went Dark Souls 3, Sekiro, Elden Ring, and I did Dark Souls Remaster and Dark Souls 2 on Xbox One.
Okay, so I was going to say, then that means you played the one FromSoft game I have played, but no, at least by that list, you have not.
Which one is that?
It was a 360. It's not backwards compatible. Ninja Blade. I had a lot of fun with that because
it's not considered a Soulsborne, so I didn't really pick it up. So,
but given that I love Ninja Gaiden, when Ninja Blade came out, I'm like, heck yeah, I'm playing that, and I liked it. It wasn't terribly difficult. It was way easier than Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah, and even though for these achievements you have to go through the game multiple times, I'm actually looking forward to doing it again.
Nice.
It's not that often that I actually look forward to doing that type of stuff.
Yeah, I've started Dark Souls Remastered, but I've only played like up to a little past the Asylum Demon. It's one of those ones I gotta go back to.
I could actually help. I think I could actually set down a marker and help you fight a boss if you need it.
Okay. Yeah, what we could do is
or I could be in your ear.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, when I do get around to playing it, we could stream it and you could kind of coach me through it.
First playthrough, Four Kings boss, the easiest way to beat it is just put on a big armor set and just tank all the hits.
All right. Yeah, maybe we'll do that when I get around to playing it.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of fun. It's nowhere near as hard as people say it was. Of course, my first 2 hours was me spending going in the wrong direction, so I was constantly dying because of that. But then I realized, wait, there's stairs there. Should I be going up that way? And then I find the first guy and I kill him like one hit. I'm like, I should have been going this way.
I've heard about that. Like the proper way to go in Dark Souls, there's like a stair set that takes you where you're supposed to go, but it's not exactly obvious. So you end up going the more obvious route, which is where you're not supposed to go because the enemies are way harder. I've heard about that. So,
and I've kind of gotten to the point where I now double hand a great sword at all times. So I just dodge all the attacks nowadays.
So, because you said Elden Ring's your favorite open world, is it also your favorite Souls-like?
No, Dark Souls 1 is my favorite. Still my favorite. Okay. It was the first one, and it actually just does everything great. Even the puzzle boss isn't that bad, because they almost always have like one puzzle boss in every game, and there's usually a problem with each one. Even the puzzle boss in this one is more timing based than anything else.
Okay. Did you like the 360 version better than Dark Souls Remastered, or is it just that's the one you have in your hand?
It's just the one I decided to bring out.
I'm assuming the remastered version is better, but I don't know.
There are some things that it breaks, but some things you can break it even worse because it's easier to duplicate souls in the remastered version.
Okay.
Because they added a thing where in the original game you could only use like one consumable at a time from the menu. Well, in the remaster they added a prompt to allow you to choose how many you can, but that allowed a glitch to come in that allows you to get unlimited souls like within the first 30 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I might actually whenever I go through the game, get the achievement list the fourth time, I might do that just because at that point I've already done it 3 times.
Exactly.
I've already done it on 360. I've already done it on Xbox One. I've already done it on PS3. I'm gonna do the cheese mode on PS4 just because it's fun.
Yeah, that's kind of what I did when I got Mass Effect 3 on Steam during the fall sale. Since I put so many hours into the 360 multiplayer, I had no problem with using the cheat engine to give myself unlimited money to buy packs and get up to a level somewhat equal to what I'd had over hundreds of hours of playing it on 360. So.
I almost wonder if I would want to get the Elden Ring for PC and then actually getting the mod to play it multiplayer that way.
The seamless multiplayer sounds so awesome to do. I have yet to do it too.
Doesn't it already have?
I mean, I beat. Yeah. All the Souls games have a type of multiplayer, but it's usually like, okay, I can summon an ally for this boss.
Oh, but only for that one fight.
Yeah, once you beat the boss, the person goes away. You can also do PvP. But
okay, and just have it. So there's a mod on PC, so you can like persistent co-op.
Yeah, it's persistent co-op. Yeah,
that would be cool.
It's more. It's actually way more. It looks way more fun on Elden Ring because of the open world aspect.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, a lot more of the bosses get repeated because of that. So it's not. So it makes the game a little bit more fun that way. I mean, it was their first attempt at an open world game, and they actually did a pretty good job.
They knocked it out of the park.
But
a lot of people's favorite game of the last few years.
And if they add achievements to it, I will go back to it. But if they don't,
achievements to
the DLC.
Oh, the DLC.
Let's just say that From Software has a history of not adding achievements to the DLC.
Gotcha.
The only time they technically did that was with Dark Souls 2. That's because they tied to the they have achievements in each game where you get all the magics. Well, in the original Dark Souls 2, it didn't count any of the DLC magics to go grab for the achievement.
A lot of the times, that's how achievements work.
But in the Xbox One
DLC,
version,
it only counts the base game.
But in the Xbox One version, they added those magics into the achievement because they're part of the disc.
Okay. Yeah, they should have separated into one.
So that's the only time I've actually gone through DLC on any of these games, and it's because it was required by the achievement.
Gotcha. Yeah, they should have done one achievement for all the magic for the base game and another one for all the magics in the DLC.
Yeah, that's what they should have done because then it would have been a separate. It would have added to it, but sadly, they don't tend to add achievements to their DLC. So if they do add it for Elden Ring Shadows of the Erdtree, I'll be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I would almost be surprised if they didn't, but if they don't have a history of it, then maybe they won't.
Thing is, though, with this being like a really big expansion, there might be a chance that they might break that.
I can't imagine that they wouldn't, especially for people on Xbox. There's such achievement people, or at least I would think that for most people, at least most people that I talk to, like if it doesn't have achievements, then they wouldn't even consider getting the DLC. Especially if it's going to be a big like $40 DLC. It's like I got the completion already, so I'm not going to spend more money on unless they really love the game.
Yeah.
But speaking of the Erdtree DLC, I saw an article today that like 70% of Xbox players won't even be able to access the DLC.
Yeah, because they have to have beaten two certain
there's two
bosses.
specific bosses you have to beat in order to access the DLC, and most people don't have the achievements for those.
I have both those because I have every achievement though.
So if you're planning on playing the Erdtree DLC, make sure you go beat those two bosses. Otherwise, you won't be able to do the.
One of them is more
DLC.
annoying because he's intended to be fought with a bunch of the people that you pull the AI that you pull in to help you fight the bosses. This is weird. This one's weird. This boss fight was weird. No, not the mimic. The ones you're actually ones that act like actual people. Kind of like what they did in Souls games.
Yeah. No
they're the friendly invasions.
Yeah.
But this boss fight was designed in a way that there's like 5 of them you can summon, and you can keep resummoning over and over again. It's designed for you to actually just keep doing that.
So if you're not doing that, it makes it way more difficult. I assume.
Because his hitboxes are whack.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, before we head on into our number ones, I'd like to talk about what our honorable mentions are that didn't quite make the list. So, for me, as I mentioned earlier, Mega Man not quite make the list. I do love the Mega Man franchise, specifically the Mega Man X games. I love those. Those are some of my favorite platforming games of all time that are not Metroidvanias. I love the Zelda franchise. Like I said, I haven't played the two latest ones because I didn't have a Switch until recently, and but I didn't like Zelda when I first played it. But I ended up liking it over time and became one of my favorites. I'll talk about that in more detail back on our top 5 Zelda games. And the franchise, as I mentioned earlier, when I was talking about Metroid, that is my favorite Metroidvania of all time is Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Blind Force is a great game as well. Ori and the Will of the Wisps is my favorite Metroidvania, and they're both great games, but there's only 2, whereas Metroid has a lot more, and they were all great. So that's why I put Metroid up at number 2, and Ori is on my honorable mentions, even though I like Ori and the Will of the Wisps better than any of the Metroid games. But and then a couple others that I do really like, but weren't really in contention for the top 5 is I know Paul's gonna laugh at me, but Subnautica. I freaking love those games. The Portal games are fantastic. My favorite puzzle games ever. And more recent addition to games that I absolutely love, the Doom franchise, specifically the most recent ones. I never even played Doom until Doom 2016 and fell in love with that game. Doom Eternal is one of my favorite shooters. But between Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, I went back and played the Dooms 1 and 2. I still have yet to play through Doom 3. I've started and I played a couple hours of it. So I still need to go back and do that. And Doom 64 I haven't done.
I've done Doom 3 times over because of it with achievements and trophies. So
I've got those in my backlog. I don't have the nostalgia for the classic ones, but I absolutely love Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. Those are phenomenal games. And then another one that doesn't get enough recognition, and the franchise is basically dead, unfortunately. And they're talking about a remake, a reboot, a sequel of some kind. I don't know if it's going to be any good. It is coming from Ubisoft after all, and that is the Splinter Cell games. I love the Splinter Cell games. And
I wouldn't give your hopes up.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have my hopes up. I would love a sequel, another game in the franchise. I mean, the last one we got was Blacklist, and that was on 360. I've had nothing yet, although he did show up in Wildlands briefly, but that doesn't count because that's basically a cameo.
And those games were made backwards compatible. Some of them were made backwards compatible, weren't they?
Yeah, the only one that's not backwards compatible is and I say not actually, no, it is backwards compatible. But I found out recently that Double Agent on original Xbox is actually a different game than Double Agent on 360. They're 2 completely different versions of the game.
That's weird.
Yeah, I didn't know that until recently. But I played the 360 version. I did not know until recently that the Xbox version is a different version of the game. And apparently the 360 version, from what I hear, is the better one. So I don't know if I'll ever go back and play the original Xbox One. Not Xbox One, but the
OG
on the
Xbox.
original Xbox, the version of Double Agent.
You never know. Retro Achievements might add achievements for it.
Yeah, if they did that, I would definitely go back and play the original Xbox version of Double Agent. But yeah, I love the Splinter Cell games. Chaos
Remember,
Theory
they're still working on GameCube, so that you got to give them some time before they get Xbox.
Yeah, I'll be very happy when they do add GameCube, and I can play some.
I think at this rate,
GameCube
they might be doing GameCube at the end of the year and doing an event like they did for the PS2.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, Splinter Cell is great, and Chaos Theory is the best one in that franchise by a long shot. But I love Splinter Cell, and I would love to play through all of them again because it's been a long time since I've played any of them. Yeah. What are your guys' honorable mentions?
Who's gonna go next?
I can go next. Couple of mine. One of mine that was going to be number 5, but I kind of talked myself out of it because it's kind of cheating in a way. But mine is the one of mine is the Midway Sports Series. A lot of people are like, "What the heck's that?" But that's what they called.
Blitz.
Yeah, that's what they called it.
NBA Jam.
Yep, that's what they called it before. They just kind of go that way. But I was like, man, that's kind of cheating because like that's almost a bunch of franchises in itself. But I'm like, but there's like
NHL hits, right?
Not NHL hits. So it was NBA Jam first. Then it was the NHL Open Ice Challenge, the 2-on-2. And then obviously Hang Time was after that. And then they went there. When it got to the more 3D stuff, like the hits and the Slugfest and all that kind of stuff, it kind of dropped the title and it was called something else at the time. I think it was just Midway Sports at the time. But yeah, those arcade sport games were always one of my favorites to play. And I mean, I have an arcade cabinet outside this office right now, so still love those games today. Some other ones obviously would be we said Metroid's another one, Street Fighter's another one. Another one that was really hard to keep off the list would be like DDR, Rock Band, and like Guitar Hero. Like obviously those are all different franchises, but those three, I absolutely love those games. So
I was
those
thinking about Rock Band on there.
I considered it as well.
But
yeah, same. I'm like putting it on there like, oh man, I wish I could pull the trigger to do it. But I was like, I have to keep it off for now. But yeah, those games are easy.
even the bad games are still fun.
Mm-hmm.
Like Band Hero was still fun to play.
Yeah,
it's still some good songs. Not all of them were great.
No, but still had good songs. Yeah,
even Lego Rock Band.
Yeah.
Lego Rock Band is actually really
Lego
good.
Rock Band was great. So. And just a troll one to add to my list because for Carl is Crackdown.
Always gotta get it in.
I do really enjoy all the Crackdown games.
I guess I'll go next then. I'd like to give a shout out to a couple of them. Fallout, obviously, love that franchise a lot. Almost made my list, just didn't do it. God of War, Pikmin, Fire Emblem. Give quick shout outs to some of those. One of the more interesting ones that I still hold near and dear to my heart from the PS2 days, Katamari Damacy. Really love that one. Happy that they got modern ports. And one that I'd like to see back one day, Onimusha.
Okay. I don't know anything about that franchise.
I actually picked those up because I saw them in a 3-pack on PS2, and I was like, you know what's in a 3-pack? I probably should grab it.
Yeah, they're all great games. All could be beaten within a day if you really try.
Yeah, speaking of that, another one that I was considering on my honorable mentions was Elder Scrolls, but given that I've only played Oblivion and Skyrim, I was like, I don't know, because there's a bunch of other games of franchise I haven't played.
I played a little bit of online.
Oh, Elder Scrolls Online, yeah.
Well, I had some friends that were playing it, so it made it much more bearable.
Yeah, MMOs by yourself are not terribly fun. But we got someone I have not seen on my channel before, Tony Bro, and he's a fellow looks like he's a fellow Kirby enjoyer as Carl here. Saying it's a good game. I can't always play it. I think he's talking about one of the Rock Band games. But hello, Tony Bro. Hope you're enjoying yourself. So, all right, Carl, you got any others?
I would say I'm shocked no one mentioned it, but I guess Gears of War.
Okay.
As someone who has to complete games, you can kind of see why I don't put that in my top 10.
Yeah, and like I said,
They're
I
good
hate
games, just they're not good enough to be played that long.
Yeah, I hate the multiplayer. I like the campaign, but being an achievement hunter,
I didn't mind the
not on
multiplayer
my
against bots, but
not on mine. But I definitely understand why people do love it.
And we discovered that I lived under a rock with that franchise, so
which is
So,
kind of funny because the enemies come from under rocks.
yes. So, all right, and JT, what about you? What are your honorable mentions?
so I'm gonna give the RTS genre a little love here and start with Total War. Um, I love their earlier games much more due to the fact that, again, I love history, so just the historical battles and the simulations were always really fun. And it would actually be through my friend in high school because he actually owned them. And when I would um, visited him at his place or whatever, he would have me play his games he had on Steam. And so through that, I fell in love with the franchise, and it's just one of my favorite RTSs. And until late, when they got really scummy and went away from the historicalness, really. What else we got? Oh, and some more RTS love with Battlefield Middle Earth. Um,
Okay.
I actually haven't played the first one. I've only played the second one. I've always wanted to play the first one, but it just
So
never
you've
ended
only
up
played
buying
Shadow
it.
of War.
No, it's not
No, no.
Oh.
the Battle for Middle Earth RTS games.
Oh right.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the Shadows.
I've enjoyed both of those games too.
I played the first one. I actually got to play the second one while it was still in development at PAX Prime, and then it came out, and I never got it and played it.
Okay, and you're talking about the Shadow of War, right?
Yeah, with that one, yeah. Um,
That's another one I didn't play until after all the loot box controversy, so I enjoyed it for the most part. I did like Shadow of Mordor a little bit better though.
well, what's interesting is that all that loot box and microtransaction stuff was not in the demo that we tested.
Shocker. It's like
Uh,
I think there was what was it? I think it was Crash Team Racing or a game like that where a couple months after the game had been out, then they patched in loot boxes so it wouldn't be factored into everyone's reviews. It was super scummy.
ah, um, but it was actually because of the Battle for Middle Earth games that put Total War on my radar.
Okay.
I don't remember how exactly I found it, but basically I was looking for other RTS games on YouTube, and I came across Total War Medieval 2, and then I would forget about it until my friend would show me the franchise, and then I would find that game again and fall in love with it. That one is definitely my favorite in all of the franchises. Medieval 2.
Okay. So they weren't like developed by the same company or anything.
Battle for Middle Earth and Total War? No, I don't think so. I don't think
Okay.
Creative Assembly did Battle for
It,
Middle Earth.
it was just that yeah, when you said it was one that led you to the other, I thought it might have been because they were developed by the same company, but no, just by coincidence.
Yeah,
Yeah, I still play
Uh,
Rome Total War to this very day. In fact, I was just playing it earlier today.
yeah, that one was my best friend's favorite one was Rome. And no, actually, I remember this. Yeah, Battle for Middle Earth 2 and 1 were done by EA.
Yeah.
EA used to be a
Uh,
decent company.
then I have Pandemic Battlefronts,
Oh,
classic shooters, classic Star Wars.
good pick. Let's see here. Was that on your Star Wars games list?
I think so.
It was not.
No.
Interesting. But I know that is a popular one.
Yep.
A lot of people, another, up there with KOTOR. Those are some of people's favorite Star Wars games.
And then going to what Carl brought up earlier, Age of Empires.
You really love your RTSs.
RTSs are great, man.
Yeah, they love the strategy. I love the way it makes me think and plan, and then on top of the historicalness, it was it helped, especially with the stigma of people talking about, oh, you don't play video games or rot your mind. Like, well, hey, look at what I'm actually playing here. Look, I'm learning and I'm improving skills. All right, leave me alone.
Yeah. With all this mentioning of RTS this time, I'm surprised no one's brought up StarCraft.
So I never owned them. Never got.
It's on my list.
I
The
know
only
that's
RTSs
one
I've
of the
really
biggest.
played is Age of Empires and Halo Wars.
Okay.
I played all
Yeah.
StarCraft, so yeah, I'm surprised a lot of people didn't say StarCraft either.
I think I played through the Terran campaign on the original StarCraft, but that was about it. Since RTS isn't really my thing, but I liked it, but obviously I wasn't hardcore into it like some people.
My stepdad played it. He definitely enjoyed them. And my last honorable mention is Heroes of Might and Magic.
I've heard that game, the name of that game a bunch. That's a Magic the Gathering game, right?
No, it's an old
No.
PC game.
Okay, no correlation. What type of game is it? Like what genre? Is it like a MOBA?
Strategy is the best I could.
Yeah, it's a grid-based strategy game.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, I've never seen it. I've just heard the name of that game a bunch. I literally don't know anything about it. But
I've only played the second and third one, and I absolutely love the third one. That's pretty much where my love for that franchise entirely goes. It's just that third game.
All right. And right here, when we're getting close to the end, Static's coming in saying, "Yo, what's up, Static? Good evening, buddy. Good to see you. We are just about to get to our number ones." So I think, JT, that was your last honorable mention?
Yep.
All right. Well, with that, we will get...
I haven't seen any honorable mentions.
Oh, sorry. Go for it. Sorry. I don't write down the honorable mentions, so I wasn't sure who had
well,
gone.
First honorable mention I'll give. These are in no particular order. I'll go with Castlevania.
Okay.
I actually only just played this last year for the first time. So, but of course, this was my first Castlevania.
Okay, yeah. Well, not. I'll say a couple things about Castlevania here in just a moment.
And of course, I pulled out another Castlevania, Dawn of Sorrow. This is a sequel to Aria of Sorrow.
Let's see here.
I think Aria is still better, but I think this one's pretty good too. If you like Bloodstain, you'll like the Aria and Dawn of Sorrow.
And when you say Bloodstain, are you talking about Ritual of the Night?
Yeah, Ritual of the Night.
Okay.
If you like Ritual of the Night, you'll like Dawn of Sorrow and Aria of Sorrow.
Yeah, I think
the main reason why I don't have Castlevania higher on my list is because I haven't really played as many of the games.
Yeah, I'm sure DJ. If DJ was here, I bet that would be in his top 5. Would be my guess because I know he loves Castlevania. But yeah, I think I remember on one of the Metroidvania streams, I think you were in chat talking about Aria and Dawn of Sorrow.
Yeah, they are really good.
So, yeah, like I said earlier, the first Castlevania I played was Lords of Shadow, and then I played Symphony of the Night. And I think those are... Well, I played a little bit of Lords of Shadow, too.
I think you have the Advanced Collection on Xbox, don't you? So
I do have the Advanced Collection, so I will be playing those.
You will eventually... Those are all pretty much Those are all Metroidvanias, too. So
yes, and that's why I picked that one up a while ago. And I did recently pick up on DJ's recommendation, and it was on a super steep sale. I bought the Castlevania Anniversary Collection, which is like the first 4 actual platforming Castlevania games.
Actually, it's more than just the first 4, but...
Oh, okay.
It has a couple of extras, too, in there.
I'll be playing those at some time as well. But I haven't played any of the classic ones. I played one of them on NES at a friend's house when I was like 5 for a few minutes. So that's about the only classic Castlevania I've played.
Yeah.
But it's funny that you mentioned Castlevania because just last week, I think it was Charlie. Yeah, it was Charlie. Goes Nowhere, Does Nothing. Sent me a link to Castlevania Revamped, which is like a fan-made game, and it's basically the first Castlevania, but turned into a Metroidvania. And I booted that up today and played it for just like 10 minutes or so, just to kind of get an idea of it. And it feels like classic Castlevania, but I can already see that there's routes that I can't go yet. So
technically, Castlevania 2 is technically a Metroidvania.
Okay, because I was under the impression that Symphony of the Night was the first one that was actually a Metroidvania, not
the Metroid 2, or not Metroid 2. Castlevania 2 was kind of like the first steps of a Metroidvania. It's just that it wasn't put together as well as Metroid did it first.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's why they went back to the original Castlevania style for Castlevania 3 and 4.
Okay. But yeah,
that collection also has, I think, Bloodlines, which was the Genesis game, and a couple of Game Boy games.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I've got a bunch of Castlevania games that I own that I have not played yet, so I'll be playing those. But yeah, the Castlevania revamped. If anyone wants that, I can give that to you. And yeah, it looks like it'll be pretty cool.
And another honorable mention I'll put is the Donkey Kong Country series.
That was my favorite.
Yeah,
platformer.
Still my favorite platformer set, and of course, yes, the Wii U version.
Well, I was looking at Donkey Kong Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze on Switch today because it's on sale. I know Nintendo games don't go on sale a whole lot, so it's $40 right now, down from $60. So I'd probably get a used copy so I can get it cheaper than that because I am very frugal like that. But if you are looking to get that on digital, it is on sale on the Nintendo store right now.
Of course, there's not much to say about Donkey Kong Country. It's just a great platformer series.
Yeah,
and I've always liked the idea of actually having stuff to find in the levels. That's why I've never been that big of a fan of the Mario 2D games as much.
I was just gonna say the same. Donkey Kong is my platformer of choice over Mario.
Yeah. Then another honorable mention will be BioShock.
Okay.
I actually love all three games. This game has an underrated multiplayer. Sadly, it's not playable anymore, I think.
Oh, okay. Because I know most people can. From what I've gathered, BioShock 2 is
actually. You know what? The 360 version might be playable, but I know the PS3 version isn't because it was GameSpy.
Gotcha.
I still need to get all the achievements in this version because I've gotten all the achievements in Xbox One. Yeah, the DLC achievements are actually really, really hard because it's a horde mode that has challenges on each wave, and some of those challenges are stupid easy, but then other ones are stupid hard.
But yeah, I heard that from generally BioShock 2 is considered the least best in the franchise. Is that kind of?
I actually like BioShock 2 a lot.
Okay.
Because it actually takes the idea of communism taking over.
Okay. Yeah, it's just kind of the gist that I've gotten.
Complete anarchy.
That's just the gist I've gotten from listening to videos and stuff about it.
Another honorable mention will be Call of Duty. This was actually my first Call of Duty.
Okay.
And it was weird as it was on the GameCube. So I had that little C stick as my looking stick.
I've not even heard of that one. Modern Warfare 2 or Modern Warfare 4.
Yep.
Yes,
and Black Ops. And this is the hardened edition too, so.
Oh, nice.
And of course Black Ops 2 was the last one I really played into. And this Call of Duty, this was the last Call of Duty this is the last time I really paid attention to PvP. And I had gotten every gun golden before the first DLC dropped.
All right. Well, I would ask you more about that, but we'll talk.
I'm trying to go through the honorable mentions a little faster. Of course, another honorable mention will be Doom, and of course Doom 3.
Doom 3.
I have Doom 2016 here. Another underrated multiplayer.
Yeah, I didn't play it a whole lot, other than I did a lot of boosting for it in order to get.
I didn't boost it. I actually did it legit.
I did a decent amount of it legit. I did probably like 40% legit and 60% boosting, but I did enjoy the little bit that I played.
Yeah. And another I'll mention, this will be the last platformer, Spyro. I just love the Spyro series. Of course, I got all the greatest hits versions. I need to get the black labels one of these days.
And I know you've talked about Spyro on our recent Achievement Chasers.
Yeah. And the Reignited trilogy.
Reignited. Yeah, I never had PlayStation, so Reignited was the first time I actually played Spyro.
The first time I actually played those GBA games was to get the achievements on
retro achievements.
For retro achievements, and I actually enjoyed two out of the four, and third one wasn't too bad, and the fourth one I just leave it alone. And the last franchise I'll do for honorable mentions, this will be longer. This will take a little bit longer to go through the list, but of course, Warriors. Thing is, though, I can't put it on the top list because it's just mindless fun.
I figured
this was the first one I played, but of course this was my favorite one from the PS2 era. But this is my favorite from the modern era, and you can even get this on Steam. So, of course you have the Samurai. Of course you have the Samurai Warriors, which is based in a different time period. This is my favorite of that series. Then you have a bunch of anime ones with like Berserk,
Oh, I did not know that.
This actually has the least amount of characters for a Warriors game. It only 8 characters. They even had They had 2 Fists of the North Star.
Oh, I've heard of Fist of the North Star. I didn't realize
That's
that
an
was
old
a
one.
Warriors,
That's like
game.
that's like before Dragon Ball era. Of course they have One Piece.
Man, there's a lot more than I thought there were.
There's one.
There's
This
a
one's
lot.
based. This one's based on the 100 years war between England and France. Has Joan of Arc in it. This one's based on Dragon Quest. They have 2 of these. And of course, they have one on Fire Emblem, and I have the special edition for that. And of course, they also have the couple for Zelda. You know, James's favorite Zelda.
Yeah, I was just gonna James' favorite Zelda.
I mean, they're fun games. There was one based on the Trojan War, but I forgot to pick it up. And of course, this one is the one where it try to combines a lot more together. It even has Sophitia. One of these versions has Sophitia from Soul Calibur, and this one actually has Ryu from Ninja Gaiden, and Rachel as well, and a couple of Ninja Girls.
Oh, Rachel from Ninja Gaiden.
Yep.
Ah.
And the 2 Ninja Girls are in the Ultimate version.
Ayane and Kasumi.
Yeah. So there's probably a Warriors for everybody. Oh, I forgot to pick up the Dynasty Warriors Gundam.
Oh, that's when you said anime. That was the first one that popped into my head was the Gundam one.
Yeah, I forgot to pick up the Gundam one. Oh well, there's so many there. So
yeah, geez, I knew that there were a lot of Gundam or Dynasty Warriors style games.
They're called
I didn't realize there were that many.
You can either call them Warriors or you can call them Muso, because in Japan they call the story mode Muso modes in those games. So they're kind of called Muso games.
I just didn't realize there were that many branches to that tree.
That's not even all of them.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I did leave out some of the numbered ones from Dynasty and Samurai. What's weird is the Samurai Warriors 3 is only on Wii.
Okay.
So that's just a weird one.
All right. Well, I think if that wraps up your honorable mentions, I think we'll move on to our number ones. So, all right, on to our number ones. I guess I'll go first. It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. We've talked about it a couple times already tonight, and it is Mass Effect.
Yes.
Mass Effect 3, my favorite game of all time. Mass Effect franchise is my favorite video game franchise of all time. Shouldn't be a surprise to pretty much anyone who's hung around my channel. Like I was saying, I still play the multiplayer somewhat regularly to this day. It's my second most hours in a single game, behind Destiny, the first one. And if you were to combine my play times of the other Mass Effect games, 1, 2, and 3, it would definitely be my most hours, for sure. I just freaking love it. It was thanks to Oblivion, because that was the first RPG I played, because before Oblivion, RPG was equivalent to turn-based JRPG, because that's all I knew RPGs were. So Oblivion opened me to Western RPGs, and I liked Oblivion. Or at least
the action RPG.
I wouldn't call Oblivion an action RPG like you would like Diablo. That's what I think of when you say an action RPG. But
I think action RPG is anything where you do an action and it causes the action to happen immediately, and it happens.
You can make the argument, but it was my introduction to Western RPGs because it was a Western RPG and it played more like what I liked. But I will take sci-fi over fantasy 9 times out of 10. And so when I started liking RPGs, and I played Fallout 3 and I like that, but it is sci-fi, but it's, the deadness of the world isn't the type of sci-fi I really like. So when they were announced Mass Effect, and it's like, I don't know what you would call it, but where everything is proper and pristine, and it's like,
so that's why you don't like turn-based. There's no they haven't found the right sci-fi one for you. They're all fantasy. They all seem to be fantasy.
That could be, if there was the right one. It might, who knows? But being a sci-fi real-time RPG, arguably an action RPG. I wouldn't really call it an action RPG, even though it is an action game and an RPG. But yeah, I freaking love Mass Effect. It was the first game that or franchise, I should say, that I had ever seen this, and I think it's the first game to do it, but maybe there's one earlier that I don't know. But your decisions actually carry over into the next game. So if you wanted to make other decisions, you have to go back and play the previous game, and carried through all 3 games. I thought that was freaking
There might have been
awesome.
a PC game, but that was the first like console game to do that, probably.
I know there's been some games that have done it since, but still, there are not many. But yeah, I freaking love Mass Effect. It's definitely my favorite. And I mentioned this on Off the Hip last night. It hasn't been mentioned in any of the announcements, as far as I know, in the last couple of days, because there's been a lot of announcements lately. But it was announced. I don't remember when, maybe last summer. And there's been basically not a peep about it, but it looks like it could be the next Mass Effect. And from what little I've seen of it, it looks awesome. And it's called Exodus. I'm very, very much looking forward to finding out more about Exodus. It looks awesome from what little bit I've seen. I'm hoping it could be the next Mass Effect. So I love Mass Effect 3's multiplayer. I'm happy to play it pretty much anytime I'm available. So if anyone, we'll make it happen. JT Epsilon and Carl will do a Mass Effect 3 night, or we could do many Mass Effect 3 nights, because I always love playing Mass Effect 3. And if you're playing on 360, I can help you get some of those multiplayer achievements.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, just always let me know.
I only have it on PC. So.
Okay, well that's fine. I can play it on Steam.
One of
too.
these days, I need to go through 2 and 3.
So
Well, now that you got me some achievements in 3, now I need to actually start doing it.
The only thing that saddens me about the Mass Effect franchise existing is the fact that it took the place of Jade Empire. It was a game that BioWare did before Mass Effect, and then when they did Mass Effect, that became the replacement for the Jade Empire franchise.
Was Jade Empire after KOTOR?
I could have swore Jade Empire was before.
That's what I thought.
I thought Jade Empire was after KOTOR.
I think it was after. I think it was after KOTOR, before KOTOR. No, I think it was after KOTOR too. I think it was 2005.
Oh.
And KOTOR 2 was released 2004.
I think it was marketed as from
Jade Empire was
KOTOR.
2005. Yeah, you're right. So it was after. Huh. I was thinking it was before. I've heard that that's a good game. I never played it though.
Oh, you should. It's a really good game.
Maybe I'll have to.
It is backwards compatible, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
You just don't. If you have the special edition, that's not backwards compatible. So.
Okay. So, but yeah, I love me my Mass Effect. And Tomby is here. What's up, Tomby? Good morning. Good morning, ladies. Good to see you, buddy. I don't know if Smooth's still here, but I saw him earlier. I know you guys are best buds. So.
I guess I'll go second too, because Mass Effect is also my number 1.
Yes.
Oh,
that's why you've been so quiet.
Yeah, that's kind of why I've been so quiet. I cannot speak and gush and love Mass Effect as much as probably Neo here, but I can also probably say I probably can at the same time. Books, statues, played the crap out of it when I had my 360. I can still remember the very first day when I bought it. Christmas, got a gift card for Best Buy, bought 2 games, BioShock and Mass Effect. And Mass Effect was
both 2007, one of the best years in gaming.
Indeed. Mass Effect was life-changing to me.
Didn't Halo 3 also come out?
Yeah.
2007?
I believe it was. I believe it was early 2007.
All right. I will check real quick, but continue on.
But yeah, I can just remember the very first moment when I was like, I'm sold on this game, and is when you have that first conversation with Sovereign. And I just remember getting my mind blown as a young teenager.
Halo 3 was 2007, September. So yeah, I remember that first conversation with Sovereign on, you're talking about on Vermeer, right?
Yeah, on Vermeer. Yeah, Vermeer was like probably one of the very first like whoa moments, I think, in gaming for me too. It's just so many things. Obviously, the memes of "we will hold the line" and everything also spawned from there too. With me and my friends. I absolutely love Mass Effect. For the longest time, I want to say until I moved out, every November I would replay Mass Effect 1 in around Thanksgiving time.
Oh, that's right.
Mass Effect 2 is my favorite video game of all time.
Nice.
I love the cast. I love the characters. I know Neo and me are like the staunch Mass Effect 3 truthers too. That a lot of people like to crap on it, but like I absolutely love Mass Effect 3. I think it has some of the hardest hitting moments in gaming for me
Hey,
personally.
this game has more endings than Mass Effect 3.
That's true. It does.
Yeah, I'm absolutely a defender of Mass Effect 3, and like I was saying earlier, I like Andromeda. It's not great, but I do defend it in that I don't think it's anywhere near as bad as most people say it is.
There's always definitely worse video games I've played, and I think Neo and me, we're kind of more like, we try to not always just like let the hate take over some of our takes. We try to give more nuanced takes, I would say.
Well, also in an Andromeda's defense too, we all know that it was really EA screwing over Mass Effect for trying to create their Destiny clone.
Well, Andromeda was made by the JV Squad too. It wasn't BioWare proper. It was like BioWare Montreal.
Because the main team was moved on to Anthem, and it was like the DLC team that did the Andromeda.
Yeah, and also they opened like 2 other studios too. They also had the SWTOR team down in Austin. They opened another companion studio down there as well.
That's the only successful part of BioWare right now.
I forgot.
They don't even do it anymore either.
I totally forgot about.
I forgot about that.
The BioWare, they used to have the multiple teams, and BioWare was founded by 2 doctors, and then they quit the industry to go back to medicine.
Yeah, and one of the other studio heads left to work for Microsoft too. I forgot his name off the top of my head.
You're not thinking of Casey Hudson, are you?
I think it is Casey Hudson.
Is he the one that did that recent fantasy survival game?
I can't really remember. I know that he left, joined Microsoft, went back to BioWare, worked on Anthem, and then left again.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Casey Hudson.
Yeah, it was Casey Hudson. I just don't know about the other game JT is talking about.
Yeah, I'm not sure what game he's referring to either. Yeah, you're not talking about No Man's Sky, are you?
No.
That wasn't Xbox.
Yeah, that was a PlayStation exclusive for a while.
But also talking about the DLC team, I think Mass Effect 3's DLC team did a great job. I loved the Citadel DLC a lot too. I thought that was like just the perfect love letter, and replaying it more recently, I had more respect for it too.
Yeah, it almost gives you the proper send off that a lot of people were complaining about not being in the original base game.
Exactly, and I don't know. There are so many likable characters in Mass Effect. There's a couple duds. Don't get me wrong, but I want to say the ratio is like 30 to like 3 in terms of like great characters to duds. And if you got a ratio that good, you're doing something right, in my opinion.
Is that including Andromeda?
No, that's not including Andromeda.
You gotta put that stipulation on there.
Andromeda,
then the duds go up a little bit.
Andromeda is I put it in its own category because that was the JV Squad.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil that, but yeah, just thinking about what you were just talking about gave me a not now. I wrote it down a long time ago, but what you were just talking about was an idea for a topic for a top 5 someday.
Nice.
So, hint. But yeah, what is your favorite class in Mass Effect?
I think I said before, but I like engineer.
Engineer. Okay, I know you mentioned. I just wasn't sure if that was your favorite.
Yeah, I kind of like having. It's mostly because the Mass Effect 1 days. I just like being able to hack everything and not have to worry about having the right team comp. So, but that clearly went away in 2 and 3.
Yeah, in Mass Effect 1, it was you wanted to balance those bars because there was like the 3 like I don't know what you call them, like the 3 like non-hybrid classes, because you had the soldier, which was pure combat, and then there was the adept, which is pure biotic, and then there was the engineer that was pure tech, and then you had the hybrid classes, which is like a mix of the other two. So the Sentinel was like the biotic soldier, the engineer was like the tech infiltrator, or no, might be getting that mixed up. The infiltrator, but yeah, basically then the other three were the hybrids of the other three classes.
Exactly.
So.
It was a motley crew of different combinations for those ones.
Yeah, so you wanted to balance when you're picking your squad mates. It shows the bars, so you wanted to keep them somewhat balanced. So you had a good all around of the tech, combat, and biotics. But yeah, they lessened that in 2 and 3.
Now I got a question for you to everyone on the panel. If you played Mass Effect 1, did you ever do the untrained sniper challenge?
I have not done the challenge, but just for the heck of it, one time I was playing as an adept who, because in Mass Effect 1, each class only has proficiency in certain weapons, except the soldier, I think, has all of them. But the adept's weapons were pistol, I think pistol only.
I think you're
Vanguard was like shotgun and pistol.
It was shotgun and pistol, yeah.
And then infiltrator was like pistols and sniper rifles. But anyways, I was an adept because that's what I played through on my first playthrough of all 3 Mass Effects. And being that I was not only allowed you could use the other guns, but the way Mass Effect handled it was you could only train in those weapons, so you couldn't put points into the other ones. So if you didn't have any points in them, your little targeting reticle would get bigger. So as an adept, I pull out a sniper rifle, and the little circle was literally larger than my TV screen. You could only see these little lines up in the corner of the TV, and meaning the bullet could literally go anywhere I'm looking, even if I'm aiming right at him, which was pretty funny. So I'm assuming that's what you're referring to when you say the sniper challenge.
The untrained sniper challenge is to try to beat the game only using the sniper, but you can't be trained. So like you're
essentially, yeah.
So like your barrel's always going all over the place. It's like playing drunk.
Yeah, when you're because the cursor is when you're in third person, but when you zoom in, the less trained you are, it bobs around more. So if you're untrained in it, it's like impossible to aim at anything because it's basically like playing drunk.
It is great. So if you want a fun challenge, try to beat the game using the sniper rifle only, and you're untrained. If you're looking to spice it up,
I'll pass. I have already done probably like 6, maybe 7 playthroughs of Mass Effect 1 because one of the annoying things on the achievement wise for Mass Effect 1 was there's an achievement for each of your 6 squad mates for going through most of the game, and that's what the achievement description says is most of the game, which is like, oh, that's like 51%. No, when they say most of the game, they mean like 95%. So if you want, you can get 2 of those achievements per playthrough because you can only take 2 squad mates with you. So you have to pick who you want and play through the entire game and doing like all the side quests. If you don't do the side quests, you just play through the game, it won't even trigger the achievement at the end of the game. So you have to do like almost all of the game and keep the same 2 squad mates the entire time. Hey,
Kate, you should get James to do it instead because his hilarity would add to it.
That would be funny.
And on top of that too, you got to beeline it right to Liara, like if you want to get that achievement.
Yes, because you get Liara kind of late in the game. If you want to get the achievement for beating most of the game with Liara, you got to get her as soon as possible because it's already a decent way into the game. So if you literally don't, it's not possible to get that achievement even if you do like everything else in the game.
Like I said, it's like I said, it's such a impactful franchise on my life, like Pokemon and others out there. But I cannot. I could talk about Mass Effect for hours, but we don't have hours, and I just wanted to add on here with Neo that the multiplayer also was absolutely amazing. Like I said, so many fun memories of me and my buddies. Like I said, ironically speaking, for a game that is very single player driven, I have so many memories of just like filling rooms with my friends, and we're all playing Mass Effect 1 on different TVs or monitors. We'd had like a contest, well, not a contest, a day where it's like me and 2 other buddies tried to beat Mass Effect in 24 hours, and we took shifts trying to play it so people could sleep. It like I said, it's just such a core memory of me, I guess you could say. It's just like Mass Effect has played such a big, important part of my life that I even got myself gaslit into believing that Andromeda was actually good. That's how much I love this series.
Yeah. So,
I did figure out the game I was talking about was Nightingale, and I was mistaken. It wasn't Casey Hudson. It was Aaron Flynn.
Aaron who?
Flynn.
Okay.
I don't know that name. I've never even heard of that game either.
Yeah, it's just a fantasy survival game.
Okay. But just another thing about the achievements on Mass Effect 1 is that there was one for getting to level 60, which literally required at least 2.5, if not 3 playthroughs. So you're basically playing it through it 3 times anyways. But they did tone that down for the Legendary Edition. You can get all the achievements in a single playthrough on each game. But,
Makes them seem more seamless.
Yeah, I know they did some balancing. I haven't played the Legendary Edition, but I'm looking forward to playing it because it's been a while since I played through the franchise, but I'm looking forward to doing that at some point. But they made some adjustments to make the 3 games a little more cohesive because 2 and 3 play a lot like each other, but 1 is very different from 2 and 3 because they made some drastic changes to how the game plays. So, well, and a few minutes ago, we had Amon Ra coming in saying, Moo. What's up, Amon Ra? Good to see you, buddy. So, sorry, what was that, JT?
I would say, well, in my opinion, 1 had probably the most RPG elements to it.
Yes, that's what I would say. Mass Effect 1 was heavy on the RPG. Mass Effect 2 went kind of the opposite direction, went very light on the RPG, heavy on the action shooter. And then Mass Effect 3, I think, was a perfect blending of the two. So, I don't know what I was saying. I play Mass Effect 2. Excellent. So,
he just said Mass 2. Doesn't say Mass Effect 2.
I knew what he meant. So, all right. So that's
just the second one, only the second one, not 1 or 3, just 2 on repeat.
Most people do consider it the best one. So
I'm one of them.
Yeah. All right. JT, you want to get us your number 1?
All right. My number 1 is another franchise on fire, and that's Dragon Age.
Speaking of BioWare, and with the announcement,
you like a series that only has one great game according to most of its fans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's Dragon Age Origins.
Yes. Dragon Age Origins is absolutely my favorite. Love it. Love Awakening. It has my favorite characters. To me, it's the most beautiful thing ever. It was the first RPG I was able to full on dive deep into, zero problems, aside from dying a lot, but that's get good, I guess. But
no, that was my number 2.
Your number 2?
Talking about get good.
Oh.
Neo, you're muted. Just a heads up.
Dang it! Thank you. I was like, I knew you were making a joke, but I didn't get it. Dark Souls was his number 2, and that's why it was get good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was like, I know I got to connect some dots here.
Not too many though.
But yeah, no, it's probably one of my all-time favorite games in general. I can play it. I love the second one. I like Inquisition. It's okay. My biggest gripe with Inquisition is just the fact that they threw in the hours of table time and MMO grindy stuff. But I like the story of it. I do find it the weakest of all 3. 2, I lean heavily into the fact that I know it's just an unfinished product, not a sucky product. But maybe I'm coping. Who knows?
Well, Fallout New Vegas was an unfinished product.
This is true. But not everybody likes Dragon Age 2. Everybody loves New Vegas.
True.
Yeah, I hate Dragon Age 2.
I have a lot of problems with it, but I'm also I don't know. The game doesn't bother me in the way that Inquisition does, and then this new one, it breaks my heart in every way possible. Like I don't know what to do with myself. I want to not touch it, but I also just it's my favorite franchise, and how do I just not?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about the one that just got announced, Veilguard, right?
Yeah, I hated Dreadwolf, and then they did the Veilguard, and I was like, how do you do it worse?
Dreadwolf was such a better name.
Yeah, and it makes sense lore wise too. But then,
Dreadwolf.
yeah, it
Yeah.
has to do with Inquisition lore.
Okay.
So like it made sense to like if you're a fan of the thing, and then it's like Veilguard, and I'm like, well, this sounds stupid.
Well, especially since they put the in it too, like Dragon Age the Veilguard.
I don't know. I haven't played
Facebook.
it yet. It's like too early to have like a judgment for me. I just saw a CGI trailer, and that's
Well,
really about it.
Yeah, it didn't seem
Well,
very
they
Dragon
give
Age to me.
gameplay today, or yeah, I think today they dropped gameplay trailers, and the bits and pieces I saw, the combat is just not it for me. It's just way too straight combat-y. There's no tacticalness, and that is something that I loved about Dragon Age Origins. And I was sad that pretty much each game moved away from tacticalness. And they also brought it from a 4-party system to a 3-party system.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't like that at all, especially since I already have a hard enough time choosing which companions I want to bring along with me when there's 4 of them. So, yeah, I will probably play it at some point because I don't think I'll fully be able to let go. I probably won't even finish it. I will not pay full price for it though.
JT,
Hey, JT, have you played Final Fantasy 12?
No, I've not played any Final Fantasies.
I think you might enjoy Final Fantasy 12 because whenever I was playing Origins, it reminded me of 12.
I just didn't know where to jump into the series. Like it was.
I think that one
everything
might be
was
a good one for
confusing.
you if you like Dragon Age Origins because it has a similar combat system.
Yeah, it's
are
like
they standalone? Like, do I?
Yeah,
need to play-
each Final
they're-
Fantasy is its own universe.
standalone, man.
Each numbered
Oh,
franchise
okay.
is its own.
I so thought they were connected. I
No, they're not.
stayed away for that reason. Like,
No,
yeah,
the
it's
only
like, where
the
do
only
I
time they're
start on
connected
this
is they have the
massive
same number.
franchise?
yeah.
The only time they're connected if they're the same number, like 7 Crisis Core, 7 Dirge of Cerberus. Those are all in the same universe, but
Or
they have
10
no
and
connection to
10
6 or
too.
8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that definitely makes it a little more
And
digestible.
and 12 is available on the modern consoles with the Zodiac version. But from what I remember of 12, it actually had a similar combat system to Dragon Age Origins.
or just play Dragon Age Origins again.
Well,
I mean, if you
I'll
want
do
something
both.
different.
Yeah, I'll definitely look into that.
And
I
I was
need
gonna
more in my life.
say something similar, not exactly the same gameplay style, but kind of a similar setting. From I haven't played it, but I know it was like one of the biggest games of last year. Baldur's Gate 3. Have you played that?
Yeah, I have, and I enjoy it. It definitely helps getting my itch for D&D because I don't know anybody that can DM and all that stuff. And I like it, but the rules of D&D also is what keeps me from fully enjoying the game. Because with Dragon Age, I like the feeling of being able to, go from mob to mob and, feel like, yeah, we're the, big heroes of the story. Whereas D&D, I really got to worry about the dice being my friends because they're usually not.
Yeah, same here.
Nat 1.
Yeah.
Damn.
Dice hate me. Like I enjoyed doing tabletop D&D, but I never did very well.
If you want to look up a game that also has kind of similar combat, I believe, if I recall off the top of my head, look up a game called Resonance Fate.
Resonance Fate?
Yeah, it's a Sega game originally on the 360, but there is a PS4 port. I don't know about PC though. But take that into consideration if you want to try something new that's older.
Okay.
All right.
Yay, 2 different suggestions for him.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
All right. Anything else you want to say about Dragon Age?
Other other than them at this point, I kind of hope it does burn and die out. Yeah, not much. It's just a broken heart at this
It
point.
might be killing BioWare before it messes up Mass Effect.
Yeah, man, freaking Anthem had so much potential. I hate
was
that
okay.
was such a dud. But all right, well, let's go to Dude, and then we'll finish off with Jason. He can lead us right into.
No,
the
this one's already
rankings.
been mentioned before. Yeah,
That's your
now I
number
got the super
one.
special edition one.
That's cool. I haven't seen that version before.
Yeah,
I didn't realize Metroid was going to be that high up on your list.
yeah.
So when
I mean,
we were talking about the other sci-fi franchise,
I even have the 3DS.
oh sweet. When you said other franchise, I thought you were talking about Mass Effect, but you're actually talking about Metroid.
I've only played one Mass Effect.
Now, when you said I've only played one of the other games, that's when I realized, like, oh, you're talking about Metroid, not Mass Effect.
By the way, I have beaten Metroid Prime without a memory card.
That means you did it in one sitting.
Yes,
Impressive.
and I did it without dying too.
Nice.
So, and of course,
Yeah,
got
I
the
just
two,
replayed it again on my
the two
Switch
Game Boy
because I
Advance
ended up
games.
with the Metroid Prime Remastered, and it was great to play through that again.
Definitely, can't wait to play through it again with
Achievements.
achievements. Yeah,
Yes.
I still need to play through the GPA games on with achievements because, I mean, to be honest, I know some of the achievements in that are daunting because they just went with what the developer already gave. Because with Zero Mission, they have all those concept art that you have to unlock by beating the game in certain ways.
Oh, and they just made those into achievements.
Yeah, like getting 100% in less than an hour.
That's ridiculous.
But the developers put that in there.
I won't be
I think
getting that one.
I think it was an hour. Let me look it up again.
But yeah, they've got a bunch
But-
of them for getting like super high completion percentage in very short periods of time. So I
Yeah,
probably
but-
won't do those ones.
But it's like it was done by the developers themselves that put it in there. So it's like kind of have to put it in there as an achievement.
Yes, I agree with Kay. That is an awesome
Yeah.
Dread box. That
It
is
is.
dope. I had not seen that one before. That one's freaking awesome.
I'm trying to remember.
I will say that Nintendo first party does put out a lot of those boxes.
2 hours.
And they
Okay.
always look great.
2 hours. That's still crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, Jason has the same one. Nice.
I have the same one too.
Oh, pff, forget everyone's got the special collector's edition of Dread.
I also have the
Except
regular
for
edition
me.
too.
The
I have 2
steelbook's great.
copies.
I love that steelbook. It's phenomenal looking steelbook.
One thing.
And I also have a statue of Samus from Dread up in my first floor, and
nice.
it has a magnet, so she's hanging on the wall.
That's cool.
So
Yeah, I was looking. You weren't on the Metrovania ranking stream, so
outside of Metroid and Castlevania and Bloodstain, I really haven't played many Metroidvanias.
okay.
So
Okay,
that's
'cause I was gonna
probably
say
why
if you wanted to, we could you could be on part 3 if we ever do one. But
I need to play
if you
more. I
haven't
need
played
to
a
play
whole
more.
lot of them, what's your favorite Metroid then?
It's definitely Prime
Yeah,
with Super right behind, and then Dread behind that.
I haven't played Super in a really long time, but Prime was my even though I freaking love Metroid Prime 2, I did have to put Metroid Prime 1 in my top. I think it was my number 2 on my list. Just because there are more things that Prime 1 does better, even though I did love Metroid Prime 2. Although a lot of people didn't like Prime 2, I loved it.
My biggest problem with Prime Remastered is that I was using a GameCube controller with my Switch.
Oh,
You know the biggest problem with that?
I've
Switched
heard
Y
about
and
it.
X.
Oh yeah, I remember, I think I remember you.
So
mentioning
instead
that.
of X being Morph Ball and Y being Missile, it was switched around. So there was a couple of times when I was meaning to go to Morph Ball and I used a Missile or vice versa.
Yeah, I was just playing it on my my third party pro controller for the most part.
Yeah, it just
It
it still
was
felt
great
the s-
playing it with 2 joysticks rather than the original way on the
Oh, I'm
GameCube.
so used to using the original way that I prefer playing it with the original GameCube controller.
Interesting. So okay. Oh,
I really hope that leak about what's going to come next
Prime
week
2
is
and 3
true.
remastered. Oh god,
And
I
Metroid
saw that.
Prime
I'm like
4 and
that
Metroid Prime
Metroid
4.
Prime 4 announcement. That would probably be one of my the single announcement that would get me more excited than anything, because Mass Effect being my favorite, I'm not even sure I'd be excited about a Mass Effect 4 because
pull up that comment
I don't know
from Cave right
it would
quick.
be any good. But yeah, let me.
Yeah, she's spot on, man.
The problem with this
Jason,
K,
I pulled it up at the same time.
The problem with this K is the fact that I was using the GameCube controller on the Switch. The GameCube controller on the Switch, they should have actually thought of that whenever they were bringing the game remastered. There's like, wait, we have this device that allows us to put GameCube controllers on the Switch because of Smash Brothers. What if those people want to use the GameCube controllers to play Metroid Prime? We should make it so that there's an option that says, "Oh, you're using a GameCube controller. Here's the GameCube controls."
Yeah, the configuration layout. Yes, that's one thing that's been driving me nuts since I got a Switch. I knew that Nintendo had their buttons backwards, but what I assumed was that it was just basically the letter on the button was switched, and they still operate the same as they do like on an Xbox or PlayStation controller. No. The A button does the same on a Nintendo console as it does on Xbox. Technically, it's just the placement of the button is different. It's been driving me nuts.
Technically, it's Xbox that went reversed it.
Yeah, it's a Japanese thing. That's really what it is.
The layout for Xbox is better than.
But what's actually funny is if you actually think about it, it's actually because they were copying Sega. Because the Dreamcast has the same configuration.
Well, they had the 3 buttons.
Dreamcast.
Dreamcast. I was thinking of Genesis.
And Dreamcast was actually based on the 6-button configuration, just taking off the Z and the C.
Yeah, and another thing too is because I had to get used to this as well in Japan. Because of the PlayStation controller, I have a Vita that's Japanese, so it does this thing where circle is to cancel and.
So Final Fantasy VII.
Except, yeah. It's a thing in Japan.
Well, it's because in Japan, circle means that it was a good grade. X means it's a bad grade.
Yes,
accept and cancel. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I mess it up too over here.
Us Americans just decided we wanted to make X marks the spot.
Yeah, going back and forth between my Switch, and my Xbox with the buttons is it's freaking annoying.
Yeah, it drives me up the wall.
I get used to it. That's not so bad because I'm thinking, okay, I'm playing a Nintendo game. I'm using the Nintendo controller. It's more the fact that I was playing a Nintendo game with a Nintendo controller.
And it's still not the way it's supposed to be.
It's still not the right way.
Yeah, understandable. But one of the things I was going to mention a few minutes ago when we were talking about Mass Effect, and because it reminded me when Jason Dude brought it out first, but that's a cool steel case for.
This isn't a steel case. This is like the full box.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. Either way, that box is freaking awesome. And
I mean,
it was.
Here's the Super Nintendo to show you the size of it.
Yeah. That's big. It was on Melee Town Square on Friday when we were talking about art and stuff. And James brought out that he is a signed copy of Mass Effect 3 with both Jennifer Hale and Mark Mears signatures. I was like, name your price. I will pay you anything for that. He's like, because he hates Mass Effect 3 and it's my favorite game of all time. I'm like, I will sell you my soul for that, essentially. If there's anything I want, it's that. So, but I went and started looking because I've got the collector's edition steelbook of Mass Effect 1 right there. And I wanted to get the collector's edition of Mass Effect 2 and 3, but I never did. But after that on Friday night, I'm like, I'm going to go look at it. The Mass Effect 2 and 3 collector's editions are super cheap. It's the Mass Effect 1 edition, collector's edition, that's actually more expensive. So I'm gonna pick up the collector's edition of 2
usually the collector's edition of a first game in a franchise doesn't sell as well. That's why it tends to keep its price better.
Okay. But yeah, so I've got them on my watch list. I'm planning on picking up the collector's edition Mass Effects 2 and 3, but they still won't have the signature.
I mean, yeah, it was a BioWare game, but they didn't know if it was going to sell as well, so they probably didn't make as many. But then with them like, oh hey, everyone likes Mass Effect. Mass Effect 2 is going to be a hit.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm hoping maybe someday I'd be able to get their signatures too, because it's like if there was any one thing video game related I'd ever want my entire life, it'd be signed copy of Mass Effect 3 with Mark Mears and Jennifer Hale.
Yeah, I got their autographs on a picture of the iconic one where it's both the Shepherds fist bumping.
Yes, I knew that's what you were gonna say. I love that picture.
Yeah, I got that one with their signatures and the voice actress for Tally.
Nice, that's awesome. So, All right. So I guess
Hope,
that
hope you
leads
start
into-
doing achievement hunting on Metroid one of these days, Neo.
I don't know when I will, but I absolutely am going to.
I have completed this game in the NES and Game Boy game.
Nice. Yeah, that means you did Jason's favorite Metroid 2. So, all right, Jason, why don't you finish us off with your number one, and then you can lead right into the last thing before we head on out.
And Mass Effect got way too much love today, so my number one is not Mass Effect. So we'll just say that right away. No, my number one. Shoot, one of my cat is named after one of the characters from it, and that's Resident Evil.
I knew it.
Yeah, that franchise has been is still to this day my favorite franchise. Anytime a game comes out, I'm excited for it. Like I said, my cat's name is Ada.
6.
6 is the only one I didn't finish everything on.
I actually have all the achievements on the 360 version except for the multiplayer stuff.
Yeah, that one was something. But yeah, that's like I just have flashbacks of just being excited for this thing, seeing all these things, and then playing it. You're like, wow, this needed to go back in the oven. But again, Capcom had some issues during that time anyway. So
you know what? If they f up 9, I'm gonna wonder if they're mimicking Dynasty Warriors.
Yeah,
because 6 and 9 are the worst Dynasty Warriors.
That's what I've heard. Not just from you either. I've heard that from other people too.
You said 6 and 9.
Yep.
So
but yeah.
Your cat's name.
My cat's name's Ada. So
okay.
Yeah, so it's always kind of fun yelling. If she does something wrong, yelling at her, it sounds kind of like Leon from number 2, kind of going after Ada in a way. So that's always an interesting thing when she does cause mischief around the house, which she usually does. So fitting name for her. All the games I own, pretty much every one. The only one that I don't own because I was dumb and I didn't buy it when I had a chance was Resident Evil Gaiden. That's the only one that I'm still looking for. I could buy it right now if I want to, but I've played it. It's not the best, so I really, really don't want to spend the money.
How much is it? I haven't checked in a while.
Oh, it's expensive.
It's $200 or $300 now, and it's silly.
Definitely one of those games that's not worth the price.
No, absolutely, 100% not. Yeah.
Why is it so expensive? Is it just super rare?
Super rare. Didn't make very many copies. Again, Game Boy franchise. It's Resident Evil, so people like me are gonna want to buy it. All that kind of stuff. I did. It's too far from here. I did pick up a Resident Evil 2 controller 2 weeks ago when I was at a fighting game tournament. I totally forgot about that, but they ended up having one in box, so that was kind of cool. I picked that up. It has some because obviously Japan and everything like that. It has like a package of herbal green tea in there and everything like that, which is pretty cool. But controller is just this random weird controller. It's got a dash button. It's got an aim button. The controller, I wish it wasn't sealed because I'd like to use it. I might find a cheaper one just to try and play with it, just because obviously I do not want to open it out of the box. But yeah, anything Resident Evil always been one of my favorites. The movies, even though the movies are pretty bad after the first one, are really good. The remake that they made of the movie,
at least they're bad in the right way, not the bad in the bad way.
Yeah, except for the Welcome to Raccoon City. I went in that. I was
still just thinking of the normal one.
Oh man, I went to Welcome to Raccoon City so excited, and then after the end, I almost literally wanted to jump off of the it's where I was sitting because of how they made some of the characters be so stupid and just the liberties they took with them. But yeah, it's one of my favorite franchises. I can't wait for what's coming. Even though if it's going to be, a remake of Code Veronica, which I'm hoping for, they can try to make Zero as good as they want, but it's going to be kind of hard. But we'll see.
So what is your least and most favorite in the franchise?
Least favorite is 6 because I had so much excitement for it. And then I played it. And I was like, wow, this is awful. And my favorite is 2.
I
Yeah,
gotta
like,
agree with Jason on that one too. 6 is in my top 3 of games I felt like I got scammed for buying.
that's how I felt about Ninja Gaiden 3 initially. And when you say 2 is your favorite,
Unlike Ninja Gaiden, Resident Evil has actually continued afterwards, though.
yeah, Ninja Gaiden 3. I don't know if it killed the franchise, but there hasn't been anything I would kill for a good Ninja Gaiden 4. That'd be amazing. But when you say Resident Evil 2, the original or the remake?
That's always tough because I think the remake is done really, really well for a full-fledged game. But I like to just beat the second one, the original one, in an hour because it's like to me the original Resident Evil game is like watching a TV show. I could just play it, be done with it within 45 minutes to an hour, and then just continue going on to something else kind of thing because I've played it so much. But the stuff that they added to the remake was really, really good. So it's a toss up between the two. It's just like how I feel with Final Fantasy VII. Like I like both of them. I can't choose some of the times. I know that's a cop out answer, but
okay. And is 2 the one with Nemesis?
that's 3.
That's 3. So that's 2 is the one with Mr. X.
What was that?
2 is the one with Mr. X.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. X. He was a second scenario guy that got really, really famous because of Nemesis. A lot of people didn't know who Mr. X really was until obviously the remake and the people who says like, oh no, there's a lot more to the original game than just playing the 2 on disc scenarios and then you're done. So
Yeah, I also they got rid of the crows in the remake, didn't they too?
coming out of the glass, you're talking about like that part. Yeah. They were still in the hall, but they didn't do the jump scare.
Yeah, they scared the crap out of me when I was a little kid.
Oh, the one that scared me the most is when you return from the you see the liquor for the first time, that FMV, which is so awesome.
Yes.
Then you run upstairs, you do everything upstairs, and you come back and you're running through the hall and you're like, oh cool, everything, you're totally fine. And next you know, there's just these hands that come out of the windows, out of the wood paneling that just jump scare the living daylights out of you, kind of like from Dawn of the Dead. And then you're like, okay, that sucked. Yep. Hope that doesn't happen again. You take 2 more steps and then it does it again. And it's even louder. You're like, all right, this completely sucks. And then, then you just continue going on. And then you're in just this empty, crazy police station trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah, I felt bad when I had to put down the injured black cop. I can't remember his name. I felt really
Marvin?
bad. Yeah. I was like, no, not my homie.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Marvin was good. I always thought there was ways, because it says like when you beat the game, it says number of saves. This is me being stupid when the game came out. You're like, oh man, you can save people, because I always had 0 saves because I would never save in the game. So I'm like, cool, I didn't save anybody, but I'm sure I walked out with a couple people, but whatever kind of thing. But yeah, I to this day I was like, man, there's you can save them. There's nothing you can do.
It's like, why am I not saving anyone?
Right, exactly.
That's funny.
It's like the gun shop owner. It's like I could just blow past him and he still dies. And I'm like, what the heck?
Yep. Yeah. Kendo's fate is you can watch him die, or you can just open the door and hear him die.
Yeah, I know. I still think that's one of the funnier, more how do you say it? Like clunky deaths. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I laugh at that. I'm like, oh, this isn't scary. And then, like 20 minutes later, crows come out of here. I'm like, oh no.
Yep. And the funny thing too, you got to think about it, like as a character for the gun shop owner, you're the reason why he dies. I mean, think about it. Like his front of his shop is completely all windows, and you're running away from these zombies to start the game, and then you hide into this shop owner. He's, behind the counter, ready to go. He could just shoot you dead and be totally fine. But no, he locks the door, talks to you. Next thing you know it, you roam around his shop, and then those zombies that were chasing you break the glass, kill him. So it's like pretty much your fault that guy dies.
They would have eventually found him.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay, saying that RE2 gave her the biggest jump scare she's ever had in a game, but it happened offline, so James is the only one who witnessed it. And we got our good buddy BD Jake showing up here saying, like the stream, nerds. What's up, Jake? Good to see you,
What's
buddy.
up, Jake?
So, all right. Well, that wraps it up for our top 5 favorite video game franchises. I think I know what the group rank number 1 is going to be. But what are the other 4?
Yeah, I'm trying to find ways. I'm trying to find ways to maneuver numbers so it doesn't happen that way, but it's not working.
I mean, 3 people. Three people
I
had
know.
it.
Yeah.
It's
You can't fortify this election, Jason.
No, not this time. No.
Stop the count.
I will say though, with all the Mass Effect that we've been talking about, I did buy the Legendary Edition or whatever it was because you guys do talk about it. And like I said, I played the first one. I didn't care for it as much, but with all you guys talking about it, I did buy it, and I will, whenever I have a chance, get a chance to play it, and I'm gonna definitely give it another fair shake because it is fun listening to you guys talk about how you like this game. And again, now 3 people having it as, or 2 people having their favorite franchise and 1 person having it as their 4th. I mean, that just kind of says something about that game just in general. And that's just on this panel alone. And there's tons of people that talk the praise of Mass Effect. So it is really cool to hear all that kind of stuff.
I enjoyed the first game that I played, but just haven't had a chance to play the others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so with the 5 that we got, we do got a tie for the 5th spot, and that is with Resident Evil and Dragon Age. Number 4, we have Halo. Number 3, we have Final Fantasy. Number 2, Metroid. And of course, Mass Effect is our number 1 franchise right now. And I think it's going to take, if we do a part 2 of this or part 3, it's probably going to take many parts to try to dethrone this because it is up there.
It's got quite the lead on the other one.
It is got a lead. Yes, it does.
Yes, I love it. So.
At least Metroid's right behind it. So
yeah, you guys need a sound effect for number 1. You got to have that.
I with my I'll talk about it more in a few minutes before we go, but my channel anniversary is coming up here in a couple weeks, and want to kind of step up the production value in year 2. So I have some research to do on how to do that, but unrelated to anything. But I did want to point this out that JT just sent me a message. I do not have the Dark Forces remake. I will need to pick it up at some point, but he's saying that it's currently $10 off on GOG right now. So
Really?
Good to know. And if anyone out there wants to pick it up for a little bit of a discount, go check out GOG.
Nice.
So, all right. Well, that wraps it up for our top 5s. I had a fun time talking our favorite video game franchise with you guys. But before we go, we'll go around the horn and let everyone have a chance to plug their anything that they want to plug. So, dude, you want to start us off?
Yeah, tomorrow I'm going to go back to the grind of DMC5, doing those S ranks.
Still working on that.
Yeah, because I found out that hell in hell mode, you can't cheese it like you can in the other modes because there's no checkpoints in it.
Oh,
so because of that, I can't like dashboard if I get hit. So I have to do I have to do these missions without getting hit once.
Oh my goodness, that's brutal.
Yeah.
So I think I preloaded your links. So if anyone isn't sub to Dude on Rumble,
and of course Thursday night we'll be doing our open mic / achievement chasers.
Yeah. Oh shoot! Sorry, I will add that. I forgot to add Dude's Rumble link. I have it on. Yeah, so on Thursday night for open mic, we'll be combining open mic and achievement chasers. I do have the link there, but I will drop it in the chat here in just a moment, and I will add it to the stream description so anyone can go check out Dude on Rumble as he achievement hunts.
I actually forgot to pull up the Rumble chat for this chat.
I don't think this stream was on Rumble.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
Let me see here.
I don't think so.
Oh. It was. I did check the Rumble box, and I totally forgot because I'm sorry if anyone's watching on Rumble. I completely apologize because I have to pull it up separately because I can stream to Rumble through Restream, but it doesn't get the chat, so I have to pull it up separately, and I completely forgot. So I apologize.
I didn't even see it on the top right-hand corner.
Well, yeah, I did. I actually saw the notification that you went live 30 minutes into the show.
Yeah,
I probably should have told you.
Yeah, and what's annoying is you can't pre-set up the stream, so I can't change the name of it until after it's live, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah, Kate always says OBS test every time.
I tried to change that the other day, but I was like, what do I change it to? Because all my streams are different, so there's nothing really consistent, I can change
Well,
it too.
how I do it is I have a template and I just use the template every time. Every time I just rename it and just set a time.
I'll have to talk to you more about that off stream because I was looking at the templates yesterday. But yeah, I actually don't see anything.
The template allows for a static stream, static URL and all that.
Okay, but yeah, I don't see anybody in chat, so it doesn't look like I missed anybody unless they were lurking. But yeah, so
But if you were lurking, we now see you.
So here we go. I'm dropping it in the chat, so if anyone wants to go check out Dude on Rumble, there is his link, and I will add it to the stream description here in just a moment. But yeah, he is a much more dedicated achievement hunter than I am. So he's a bit of a masochist. So if you want to go see him bang his head against the wall on DMC5.
Yeah, with that terrible ranking system. How can you have a spectacle fighter that has a ranking system that wants you to skip fights?
Yeah. Yeah, Kay's saying I got pinged for it, but it said OBS test stream. Yeah, it's what it just defaults to every time, so I have to go and change it after the stream is live.
Yeah, at least it could be worse.
Yeah. I've been getting the habit of changing it as soon as the stream starts. Whatever
but you
stream
forgot
I'm doing
that this one was
today,
going.
I just completely forgot. So, all right, Carl, what do you got going on?
Well, first I just want to say, Jason and Neo, once again, thank you for having me on. I really do appreciate it and love hanging out with you guys. And Dude and JT, obviously,
a blast.
Too. Yeah, I'm looking forward to having Jason and you back on later episodes too, especially Jason. We're gonna have such a fun time because I really want to hear his love and passion for fighting games. So I'm very excited about that when we got that worked out. And I'm sorry I couldn't make it onto your show next week. I apologize, but in the future,
okay.
I got it. I got you. Just let me know.
Yeah.
But I want to say also to everyone watching, thank you for coming out tonight too and watching us talk about our top 5 games. Tomorrow I will be back and hopefully not in a lot of pain from this toothache with Fractured Filter as we talk about Star Wars games.
Are you be on his channel?
No, he's going to be on the RNG show.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
I will. Yeah, I probably won't be able to catch that live because I'll be talking about that in a moment because I got another stream tomorrow. But I will absolutely be catching the replay of that for sure.
Awesome. Yeah, I thanks to you two for having us all on for that one. Definitely met a lot of cool people from you guys, and there's not a dollar amount I think I could give you guys to just show you just how much I appreciate that. To be honest.
Hey. You got me this thing right here. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you, man.
I'm happy that it got to you and it didn't break up into a million pieces. I was like, oh, thank God.
Yes, you can't really see it because of the lighting, but I didn't even know this was a thing, but it's Shadowbox, but it's all Ori characters and stuff and it's backlit, but it doesn't work. Maybe I can turn my light off and it looks, yeah, no, not much. You can't really see it.
You gotta take it off the shelf and actually bring it closer.
But gotta turn off the entire room light.
It's awesome, and I appreciate it.
And that's what's up. And as far as I know, the rest of this week, I don't know what's going on for Saturday yet. Friday, I'm officially getting this tooth removed, so I'm happy about that finally. So there won't obviously be a show on Friday, but Saturday we shall see what's going on with that. Still talking to my guest. If I'll keep everyone posted.
All right. Yep. It's always fun having you guys on. So I appreciate you hanging out for so long.
Same.
And JT, you got anything you want to plug? I did drop I have the link to your Twitter because I don't think you have a channel. Or do you?
No, I'm not. I don't do the content creation. I just exist for the parasocial relationships here. But I mean, I do appreciate having me on. I really do enjoy doing this. And to be honest, like both times before and then this time, I get nervous, putting my opinions out there and worry, especially since a lot of times I feel like I'm a lot younger than everybody else. So I feel like my opinions might be out of touch. And then each time I've done it, not a problem, not an issue. And you've created an atmosphere that's just been really fun and comfortable to be in. And it's been pretty
Excellent.
great. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't sell yourself short, man. Never be afraid to speak your mind. That's
just because you're Gen Z
best
doesn't
advice.
mean you're a problem.
I think I'm actually a millennial.
No, we're on the later end of the millennial
The
spectrum.
Zennial?
Yeah.
Is that what they're called? The
Zennial.
Zennial?
I don't know. I was always confused on when the cutoffs were. I was born in '99, so whatever goes with that year.
He doesn't know what 9/11 is.
Yeah, a
I
little
do.
younger.
I
for
was
that.
alive. I don't remember it, but I was alive.
Yeah, a couple years ago, during was it the 20th anniversary? Or I don't want to say anniversary because not really something to celebrate, but I think it was more recently than that. But anyways, I was asking a coworker, like, hey, what were you doing on 9/11? It's like, dude, I was 1. I'm like, oh my goodness, I feel old.
I was in 5th grade, so
I was in my freshman in high school algebra class.
I think I was in 8th grade. I'll have to go back and look. No, I was freshman. Yeah, it was 2001. Yeah, I was freshman in 2001.
Craziest thing is my brother was sick that day and he was flipping through the channels and he thought it was a movie.
Yeah. I think we all.
I mean, he was in 3rd grade, so I mean, like, he probably think that.
So,
I was 1.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's been great having you on, and I love talking with you. And thanks for coming on. And you definitely don't seem nervous. You've done great. So,
yeah.
I will have a bunch of stuff to plug, so I will go last. Jason, if you want to tell us what you got going on next and about our next top 5.
Yeah. So next week, we need one more contestant for the second episode of Shovelware. Yeah. So if you are interested and you want to be a contestant on Shovelware, hit me up and let me know because we need one more contestant for next week. Other than that, in 2 weeks from today, I just finished up on my top 5 version of it, but because this is the week of like E3 and press conference and all that stuff, we're doing top 5 press conference like announcements. So I'm super excited for it. It's been really fun to kind of go through and just watch them and get the feelings of again of when this got announced, and some of them that did happen, some of them that didn't happen, and one of them that's going to be on my list. I was actually in audience when it happened, so
awesome.
It's always really cool to kind of see it, and I can't wait to talk about it with everybody else too. That's going to be on the show.
The announcement of Seth Roth.
The announcement was a Sephiroth. That one was an amazing announcement, but that was not the announcement that I was in the audience for. I will say that it was crazy.
You were at a better one. I had to be at Diablo Immortal.
you were actually in that crowd?
That was my bachelor party.
You were there at the. Don't you guys have phones?
I was.
Oh my goodness! No way.
So yours is probably better because of that reason. Mine never came through, but the crowd, we literally didn't know what was going on, and that's just a little segue for 2 weeks from now.
So I believe as of right now, we only have.
Did you actually meet the guy that said it was an April Fool's joke?
No, but I was in that crowd.
Did you want to meet him?
No, I don't want to take up too much time. I would just say that BlizzCon was fun. It was my first BlizzCon. It was my bachelor party. The only thing that made me upset was my favorite UFC fighter is also a gamer, and I missed him and I couldn't get a photo with him. That's the only thing that made me upset.
Bummer.
Yeah, my friend did because he's an asshole.
So, but yeah, we'll be ranking our top 5 best video game conference announcements. So, I believe as of right now, we only have one panelist. So, if anyone wants to join in on that one, let us know, and we'll make it happen.
Yeah, and then like I said, don't be afraid on Discord. If you're interested next week, let me know. And then if you're interested in 2 weeks, just let Neil or myself know, and we'll get you all set up for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested. If you don't mind having me on, I feel like I'm taking up too much time. If I always say, yeah, I'm always down.
No, we love having you guys on. So, and as usual, if anyone has a suggested topic, I know Carl's given me a couple, so I've got them written down. If you want to see future episodes of Top 5, we rank whatever. We're always open to suggestions, and if you want to be on that one, or if you want to do one that we've already done, want to do it again, we're perfectly happy to revisit previous topics with new panelists. So
I think I did mention that I want to be on the OST again, part 2 for that.
I'm pretty sure if you've told me, I'm pretty sure I wrote it down.
And what's funny is I've actually shown my top number 1 and number 2 today, but they were amongst the honorable mentions.
Okay. I will verify that I've got you on the list for nope, there it is. I did find it. Yes, I do have you on for game OSTs part 2. So, but yeah. Anything else going on your channel that you want to mention? So,
nope.
Right.
Nope. Nothing.
Cool. All right. Well, for me, tomorrow night at 5:00 Pacific, I will be on Paul's channel for Book Club, and he has the link to his Discord right there in the chat. So if anyone wants to go and talk about the movies, I have a movie to watch tonight because I've watched 3 of the 4 of them. I still have one more to watch before we talk about them tomorrow. So come check us out as we talk about. Let's see here. The movies we're talking about are. My pick was Upgrade. I always want more people to watch that movie because that movie is an underrated gem and is awesome. Paul's pick was Equilibrium, another one of my favorite movies. I love that movie. I think Gab's pick was Virtual Revolution, which I watched last night. And then Insidious Bliss, I believe's pick was the one I need to watch tonight, which is Professor Bonsai and the Wacky World of the 8th Dimension or something. I forget what it's called. Paul, you'll have to put it in chat because I can literally not remember the name of this freaking movie. But it's like from the 80s and I had never even heard of it. But a bunch of people are like, "Oh, that's a good movie." So I have that to watch tonight before I get to bed. And then, as I mentioned earlier, on Thursday night, Dude and I are doing an open mic / combined Achievement Chasers. Because normally we do Achievement Chasers at the beginning of typically about the first Friday of each month, but he was on vacation and then he hasn't been feeling good. So he's going to come on. We're going to do an open mic Achievement Chasers combination. And then Saturday will be the next episode of Party Chat. And I've asked a bunch of people to be the guest host on Party Chat this weekend, and everyone's like, I can't do it this weekend. So I still have no guest host. So if anyone wants to be guest host, I guess
everyone has great fathers that they want to hang out with.
It's on Saturday, not on Sunday, but yeah. So if anyone wants to be guest host on Party Chat on Saturday, let me know because I'm still looking for it. Buckaroo Bonsai and something in the 8th Dimension. I can't remember. It's got a long name, but if anyone wants to be guest host on Party Chat this weekend, let me know because I'm still looking for a guest host. And then 2 weeks from Saturday is my channel anniversary, so I've got some fun things planned. I want to kind of amp it up, make it a little more exciting than just the typical Party Chat. And then what I'm planning on doing after Party Chat is a anniversary roulette and have people come in and hang out and just talk to me and do like a roulette stream and just do the roulette wheels made up of some of my favorite games. And then that night I'll be on Carl's RNG again. So
yes.
The 29th is going to be a fun day and then a few days later is my birthday. So I've got some fun stuff planned for that. But between my channel anniversary and my birthday, I have a bunch of game codes to give away too that I've been when games have been going on sale, I pick up the codes and
nice.
So I'm going to be doing some giveaways. So if you want to win some games, I haven't figured out exactly how I'm going to do that yet, but I've still got a little bit of time. So I'll be giving away some video game codes and stuff too. So I think that about does it for tonight. Thank you everyone on the panel for joining me for 4.5 hours as we ranked our favorite top 5 video game franchises. Everyone that was in chat, thank you as always for coming and hanging out with us and telling us about your favorite video game franchises as well. Had a great time. We'll see y'all later, everyone. Catch y'all later. In the meantime, game on. Let's see. Shoot, I didn't have it prepared. All right. Bye.